Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles. Chapter 29-24. The sky was bright and cloudless. Under the blue sky, a faint light flashed by. It was the light of a flight-type artifact, but it was too fast for ordinary people to notice. This artifact was Yang Kai's flowing cloud shuttle. This flight-type Emperor artifact made by Hou had excellent performance. Although its interior wasn't big, it could accommodate 4 people without any problem. Yang Kai opened the control barrier, and the 4 people took turns to control it. They rushed forward at full speed, relying on Yang Kai's vague connection to the mark to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Gong Yu was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The 4 of them had already left the ancient cave mansion for a month, but they still hadn't seen Gong Yu. Moreover, the more time passed, the weaker the connection to the mark became. If this continued, they might really lose him. Yang Kai was very anxious about this, but at a certain moment, he suddenly opened his eyes. Gao Shueting, who was controlling the flowing cloud shuttle, seemed to notice him and asked, "Did it break again?" Yang Kai gently nodded, revealing a helpless look. In the first half of the month, the connection between him and the mark was weak, but it was still there. However, in the last half of the month, the connection would break from time to time, causing him to lose track of the mark. At that time, although Gong Yu's mind was in chaos and he couldn't detect Yang Kai's actions, Yang Kai didn't dare to be too careless, so the mark he left on him wasn't too strong. If it wasn't for the various wonders of the space divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to track him. Do you think Gong Yu noticed something? He's a second-order Emperor Realm Master, Gao Shueting frowned and asked. Yang Kai said, whether he noticed it or not, we should be glad that he didn't take advantage of the situation to cause trouble. Although Gong Yu had been running for 2 months, he hadn't done anything to harm anyone. He was just constantly running in circles, as if he was looking for something, or as if he was avoiding something. No one knew if this was his instinctive reaction, or if he had regained consciousness. Or perhaps, he had been possessed by a demonic spirit. No one knew what his current situation was. Only those who had met him would be able to see it clearly. Feng Ming snorted coldly, he has already become the demon race. Although the world is big, there is no place for him to hide. We can always find him. Chen Wenhao suddenly asked, do the 2 of you still remember what happened in Maplewood City? Gao Shueting and Feng Ming nodded. Of course. Chen Wenhao sighed. After that incident, Chen Wenhao went back to the Holy Land to look through many ancient books and found that similar situations rarely happened in history, but in recent years, such situations seem to be happening frequently. So what? Feng Ming didn't know why he suddenly brought this up. The demon thought will rise, Chen Wenhao said in a deep voice. Although similar things rarely happen in ancient times, and even if they do happen, the records are only fragmentary and not very detailed. Once such things happen, it is a kind of omen, a bad omen. The other 3 were slightly stunned by his words. Feng Ming smiled and said, even if that's the case, it's not something for us to worry about. Even if the sky falls, there are people higher up to hold it up. Gao Shueting and Chen Wenhao did not comment on his easygoing attitude. Feng Ming changed the topic and rubbed his chin. Speaking of which, I'm curious. This old man is very curious. What does Gong Yu look like after he becomes a demon? Is there any similarity between him and the guy we met outside of Maplewood City? Back then, there are many suspicious points about what happened back then, Chen Wenhao frowned. Gao Shueting nodded in agreement. Back then, the 3 of them were fighting a demon outside of Maplewood City. In the end, they were inexplicably dragged into a pitch-black environment. When they regained their senses, the enemy was gone, and they were unharmed. It was as if the demon deliberately let them go. No one could tell what was going on. After the 3 of them returned to their respective sects, they carefully examined themselves and confirmed that there was nothing wrong with them. However, even after so many years had passed, the 3 of them still remembered what happened back then. After hearing them mention what happened back then, Yang Kai silently closed his eyes and controlled the flowing cloud shuttle to fly while trying to track down Gong Yu's whereabouts. Just like that, another day passed. Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, "Found him." "Where?" Gao Shueting and the others opened their eyes and asked at the same time. Yang Kai pointed and said, 3,000 kilometers away. Feng Ming's eyes lit up. "That's so close. Let's see where he can run to now." 3,000 kilometers was a distance that ordinary people wouldn't be able to cover in their entire lives, but it was a short distance for the people from the Emperor realm. The group had been tracking Gong Yu for a month. They had never been so close to him before. As such, when they heard this news, they all became excited. After a short while, the flowing cloud shuttle arrived at their destination. The flowing cloud shuttle came to a stop and 4 figures appeared in the air. They didn't deliberately hide their auras, so the vast emperor pressure filled the void and caused the surrounding space to tremble. This was a small mountain peak, no more than 1,000 meters high. There were many pavilions and buildings on the peak. Although the scenery was beautiful, the world energy here was not rich. Yang Kai glanced around and understood that the earth veins here weren't anything special. It was a very scattered kind of earth vein. Even sects and families with a little bit of background wouldn't be interested in such an earth vein. Only those who had no background or backing and were cultivating alone would choose to settle down here. However, looking at the situation on this mountain peak, it was obvious that there was a small sect here. There were about 50 to 60 people, and the strongest was only an origin king. Such a small sect would be unremarkable even in a city, let alone in the entire southern territory. This place was remote and uninhabited. Very few masters would come here. The strongest master the disciples of this small sect had ever seen was just a cultivator from the first order Tao source realm. Moreover, he had only passed by this place by chance, but they had been shocked by him. Today, 4 masters from the Emperor realm had suddenly appeared, and each of them was a powerful figure from one of the top sects in the southern territory. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting, setting off waves of shock in everyone's hearts. They didn't have very high eyesight and couldn't recognize that the 4 masters in the sky were all from the Emperor realm. However, the almost suffocating pressure they felt made them understand that each of these 4 masters had the ability to kill them at will. On the mountain peak, in the houses, and on the forest path, 50 to 60 cultivators of varying cultivation trembled, their faces pale as they looked up in horror. They were like a group of ants standing in front of an elephant that had already raised its foot. All they could do was secretly pray that the foot would not step on them. Yang Kai's group of 4 had a panoramic view of the situation of these cultivators. As soon as the 4 of them appeared, they spread out and surrounded the entire mountain peak from all sides. Feng Ming declared loudly, "This king is Orthodoxy Temple's elder Feng Ming. I have joined forces with several fellow Taoists to pursue this demon. I have no malice towards you, so if you stand where you are and don't move, I can guarantee your safety. If you dare disobey, you will be responsible for your own life." With his status, reminding these cultivators who had not even reached the origin returning realm was already an act of kindness, so after he finished speaking, he no longer said anything. Hearing this, the cultivator naturally didn't dare to move. In fact, even if Feng Ming didn't say anything, they wouldn't have been able to move. In front of the emperor pressure, it was as if they had been imprisoned by an invisible shackle. They felt their bodies stiffen, even their thoughts stop, leaving only fear and shock in their hearts. The 4 great masters of the emperor realm looked at each other from a distance and summoned their respective emperor artifacts. Chen Wenhao entered the Tao with the sword, and his sword skills had reached perfection. With the sword in his hand, he gave off an awe-inspiring aura. The sword was named Water Stream and had been following Chen Wenhao for over 1,000 years. The man and the sword had long become one. Gao Shueting summoned her emperor artifact, the blazing sun mirror. The surface of the mirror was simple and unadorned. There wasn't anything special about it, but it was the emperor artifact that she had cultivated with her life. With the Thunder Goose spear in his hand, Feng Ming's seemingly old body suddenly grew taller. His whole body exuded a courageous aura that was even more aggressive than many of the younger generation. Yang Kai held the myriad sword. Compared to Chen Wenhao's water-stream sword, the wide long sword couldn't even compare. However, Chen Wenhao still glanced at the myriad sword. As an emperor of the emperor realm who entered the Tao with the sword, he intuitively sensed the power of the myriad sword. The four great emperors stood in formation. Feng Ming shouted at the largest building on the mountain peak below, "Gong Yu, show yourself. You have nowhere else to go." After arriving here, Yang Kai didn't need to remind him. He had already sensed an obvious energy fluctuation. This energy fluctuation was closely connected to Yang Kai's aura. It was obviously caused by Yang Kai. It was the mark that Yang Kai left on Gong Yu. With the mark here, Gong Yu was naturally here too. After a shout, no one answered. Feng Ming shook his spear and sneered, "Since you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, I wanted to leave you with an intact corpse. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." As soon as he finished speaking, a cold light flashed and his spear shot out like a dragon. There was no dazzling light. Feng Ming's spear was extremely simple. The disciples of the small sects couldn't sense much of the profoundness, but the other three from the emperor realm could sense how powerful Feng Ming was. He condensed all of his power into a single point and didn't leak out at all. Under the attack of the spear, the barrier of space was wiped out. The mountain peak shook violently as if the earth had collapsed. Following that, the building shattered and turned into fine powder. At this moment, Feng Ming frowned as if he had noticed something. Yang Kai also quickly shouted, "Elder Feng, please show mercy." Feng Ming shook his hand and instantly dispersed more than 80% of the power that he blasted out. He also guided the remaining 20% to the side. With a rumble, the building collapsed, revealing a half-grown old man who was trembling like a sieve and was dumbstruck. The half-grown old man was in a sorry state and his face was as pale as a sheet. He stood alone in the ruins and was covered in dust. Chapter 29-25. The elderly man's cultivation was not high, only a third-order origin king. Obviously, his aptitude was not good and this was the limit of his cultivation and it was impossible for him to make any further progress in his lifetime. At this moment, on top of the collapsed mountain, there was no one else but this elderly man. The aura of the seal everyone sensed was actually coming from this elderly man. Feng Ming frowned as he instantly realized the truth and shouted, "Golden cicada shedding carapace." Yang Kai also sighed, "I was careless. It seems that Gong Yu is in good condition." The seal he had placed on Gong Yu had been transferred to this elderly man, leading the four of them in the wrong direction. It was impossible for the seal to be transferred for no reason, so Gong Yu was the one who did it. Gong Yu being able to do this without Yang Kai noticing meant that he was no longer in a muddled state. Either he had regained his consciousness, or he had been possessed by the demonic spirit and had perfectly integrated with his body. Regardless of which it was, this was not what everyone wanted to see. The four of them put away their emperor artifacts one after another. The elderly man standing in the middle of the ruins was scared out of his wits. At this moment, he cried out sorrowfully, "This little old man greets, several sirs, spare my life." He had no idea why Yang Kai and the others had come here, but he knew that these four were not people he could resist, especially the old man who called himself Orthodoxy Temple Elder Feng Ming. He naturally knew what kind of place Orthodoxy Temple was. It was one of the top sects in the Southern Territory. A small sect like him did not even have the qualifications to look up to it, yet an Orthodoxy Temple elder had come here personally and even attacked him. If not for the other party dispelling his killing intent at the last moment, he would likely be dead by now. He could not figure out how he had provoked Orthodoxy Temple to the point that such a powerful person had appeared. Fear and panic made him unable to think straight. All he could do was beg for mercy. "Old sir, don't panic." Yang Kai smiled lightly at the old man, his divine sense surging as he quietly released some of his divine sense to calm the old man's frightened mood. "We didn't come here to make things difficult for you, we just came here to track down a fierce man. We didn't expect some misunderstandings to occur." Fierce. The old man was comforted and calmed down a lot. His emotions were no longer as flustered as before. That's right. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai activated his Emperor Qi and an image appeared in front of him. It was Gong Yu. This is him. Have you seen him recently? Since the imprint had been transferred to this elderly man. That meant that Gong Yu had been here before. Now that the imprint was gone, it would be difficult to track down Gong Yu. This elderly man might be his only clue, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't let him go so easily. It's him? The old man was shocked when he saw Gong Yu. Yang Kai said, "You've seen him before." The old man said, "I thought I was dreaming." Yesterday, when this old man was meditating, he seemed to have seen this person, but when I checked carefully, he disappeared. I thought it was an illusion. Feng Ming quickly said, "I want to see your memories." As soon as he finished speaking, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the elderly man. The elderly man cried out in alarm. His body involuntarily arrived in front of Feng Ming. He was frightened. Feng Ming had attacked him just now and his attitude wasn't very friendly. He thought he was about to suffer some kind of mishap and tried to resist in a panic, but in front of the Emperor realm, an origin king like him couldn't do anything. He was instantly subdued and couldn't even move a finger. Feng Ming pointed his finger at the elderly man's forehead, obviously trying to pry into his memories from yesterday. At that moment, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of danger and shouted, "Elder Feng, be careful." While Feng Ming was in a daze, the elderly man in front of him suddenly swelled up, and the energy in his body became chaotic and violent. The elderly man obviously didn't know what was going on, and he was at a loss for what to do, and his face was full of confusion. With a loud bang, the elderly man exploded. In the flesh and blood, a black ray of light rushed towards Feng Ming, who was very close to him. Although Feng Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, he was still caught off guard by such a sudden turn of events. He was just about to check the memories of the elderly man, but he didn't expect the elderly man to self-destruct right in front of him. What's more, an inexplicable object flew out from his body. The black light was not big, but Feng Ming's vision seemed to be completely filled. He could no longer see anything. At the same time, there was a faint murmur in his ears, which shook his mind and opened the defense of his sea of consciousness. Demon suppression. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice. A beam of witchcraft flew towards Feng Ming and blocked his path. The beam of witchcraft collided with the beam of witchcraft and bounced off. It then turned around and charged towards Gao Shueting. The radiant sun mirror floated high behind Gao Shueting and emitted a dazzling light, just like a scorching sun. Gao Shueting's expression was solemn as she changed her hand seals. A beam of light shot out from the radiant sun mirror and directly covered the black light. The beam of light seemed to have a strong binding power. The black light was bound by it and struggled left and right. It couldn't break free for a while. Moreover, under the might of the radiant sun mirror, it showed signs of melting and emitted wisps of black qi. 3,000 sword Dao winding silk. Chen Wenhao pointed with his flowing water sword, and streaks of hair-thin sword light shot out and entered the light, turning into layers upon layers of shackles that wrapped around the struggling black light. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting finally subdued the black light with their combined strength. Is this the demonic will? Feng Ming wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. He still had lingering fears. If Yang Kai had not reacted quickly and used a secret technique to block the attack for him, he would have been eroded by the demonic will. Feng Ming did not know if he could block the demonic will, but he had learned from Gong Yu's mistake. If the demonic will was really that powerful, he might not be able to break free from it. The four of them were here to hunt down Gong Yu, but they did not expect to be fooled by a little trick. They almost failed to achieve their goal, so Feng Ming's expression turned ghastly. This isn't a complete demonic will. Yang Kai frowned and carefully observed the restrained black light. He deduced it was cut off by Gong Yu. Gong Yu knows that we're hunting him, so he deliberately set up a trap here. The demonic will can be cut off. Feng Ming was shocked. Chen Wenhao and Gao Shueting's expressions turned solemn. If this was really the case, then the problem was more serious than they had imagined. They all thought that they just had to find Gong Yu and kill him. However, if the demonic will could be cut off, then even killing Gong Yu would not help them. This was because no one knew how many parts of the demonic will he cut off and where he hid them. Among the people present, only Yang Kai had confronted the demonic will directly, so everyone turned to look at him to see what he thought. Based on the information we have, the demonic will can be cut off. As soon as he said this, the other three people's hearts sank. However, Yang Kai changed the topic. There should be a limit to it. This is only half of the demonic will, so it can only be cut in half. Moreover, it should have to pay a price. Even so, it's still quite troublesome. Chen Wenhao frowned. Let's destroy this demonic will first. Feng Ming had suffered a loss once, so he was more afraid of this thing than anyone else. Hearing this, Gao Shueting increased the power of the radiant sun mirror. No matter how strange the demonic will was, it could always be destroyed. The current situation had proven this point. Gao Shueting also felt that as long as she increased her power, she would be able to completely destroy the demonic will. Wait. Yang Kai raised his hand to stop him. Gong Yu has already disappeared. If we want to track him down, we can only start with this half of the demonic will. If we destroy it, I'm afraid we will lose track of him. Feng Ming nodded and said, "You're right. Gong Yu wanted to use this trick to catch us off guard. He might even make one of us become the demon race. However, he didn't expect to leave behind a flaw. He was really too smart for his own good." Chen Wenhao said, "Even so, how can we use this demonic will to track Gong Yu? Who would dare to casually come into contact with it?" The demonic will was too strange. None of the people present in the Emperor realm dared to directly contact it. However, if they didn't do so, they wouldn't be able to track Gong Yu's whereabouts. Yang Kai said softly, "If you trust me, just leave it to me." Gao Shueting was shocked. "You? What do you want to do?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Senior Sister Gao, don't worry. Since I was able to resist the corrosion of the demonic runes in the cave, I can naturally resist the temptation of this half of the demonic will." "Can you really do it?" Gao Shueting looked worried. It wasn't that she didn't believe in Yang Kai's strength, but no one dared to make any guarantees. If Yang Kai was corroded by the demonic will, it would be Gong Yu's wish. "Are you confident?" Chen Wenhao also looked at Yang Kai seriously. Although Feng Ming didn't say anything, it was obvious that he had the same idea. Yang Kai said, "I'm at least 70% confident. Also, don't the three of you protect me?" Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "If you're 70% confident, then this method will work." Gao Shueting stared at him and said, "If you think it'll work, then why don't you give it a try?" Chen Wenhao coughed and said, "I'm not confident, so I can't give it a try." If they wanted to use this half of the demonic will to track Gong Yu's whereabouts, they would have to have deep contact with it and even pry into its inner workings. In this way, they would be voluntarily opening themselves up to the demonic will. This wasn't a joke. Destroy it. Gao Shueting was ready to take action as she spoke. She didn't want to see Yang Kai take the risk. Although Yang Kai said that he was 70% confident, what if he encountered the remaining 30%? Instead of letting Yang Kai take the risk, it was better to cut the chaos and destroy the demonic will. Although Gong Yu's whereabouts were lost, it didn't mean that they couldn't track him down. At worst, they could mobilize all the cultivator in the southern territory to act together. By then, Gong Yu wouldn't be able to hide no matter how well he hid. Chapter 29-26. Gao Shueting was about to destroy the demonic spirit as she spoke, but Yang Kai had already arrived in front of it in a flash. He stretched his hand into the light of the radiant sun mirror and grabbed the demonic spirit. "Junior brother, you." Gao Shueting turned pale. Yang Kai grinned at her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll have to trouble you to protect me. Others would avoid this demonic spirit, but Yang Kai wasn't afraid. After several years in the thousand illusionary dream world, he understood that a trivial demonic spirit couldn't do anything to him, because he also had extremely pure ancient grinding qi sealed in his body. He even had an ancient demon's black pupil. As the saying goes, those who are barefooted need not fear those who are wearing shoes. But this matter couldn't be explained clearly, so he could only take action first. At this point, Gao Shueting couldn't stop him, so she cautioned, be careful, if anything goes wrong, immediately let go. I'll remember, Yang Kai nodded. He sat cross-legged in the void, closed his eyes, and communicated with the demonic spirit with his divine sense, hoping to spy on Gong Yu's whereabouts. Chen Wenhao, Gao Shueting, and Feng Ming formed a triangle and surrounded him. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were fixed on Yang Kai's figure, and as long as she found something wrong, the radiant sun mirror's light would immediately envelop him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw a trace of admiration in each other's eyes. There was no other reason. Facing this strange demonic spirit, the two of them didn't have the courage to do such a thing, but Yang Kai, who was the weakest in the group, took the risk, which was worthy of admiration. It was also at this moment that the two of them felt that there was a new generation of geniuses in this world. Now that they could cultivate to the second-order emperor realm, their aptitude and comprehension were naturally the best. When they were young, they were leading figures, the best of the younger generation, full of vigor and vitality, just like Yang Kai at this moment. Times were changing, but what didn't change was the endless stream of geniuses. The surroundings were silent. The dozens of cultivators from that small sect did not dare to move even until now. They were scattered in various corners of the mountain peak and watched with their own eyes as their sect leader mysteriously exploded and died. Fear and trepidation had already seeped deep into their bones. Looking at the four people in the sky, it was as if they were looking at gods. They didn't even have the thought of avenging their sect master. They didn't know that the death of their sect leader had nothing to do with Yang Kai and the others. They still thought that their sect leader was killed by that guy called Feng Ming. They only felt that these strong cultivators from the big sects were more detestable than the other. It was completely dark. Yang Kai seemed to be walking in the void of the netherworld. There was not the slightest bit of light in the surroundings, nor was there any sound to be heard. There was not even the slightest bit of feeling. He was using his mind to communicate with the other half of the devil's will. He was searching for the other half of the devil's will. As long as he could find the other half, he would be able to find Gong Yu. His progress was not very smooth. This was the first time Yang Kai had done this kind of thing. He had no experience and had to rely on himself to explore everything. He explored in this boundless darkness for a long time. Only then did he change his strategy and divide a part of his mind to perceive the outside world. This time, it was finally effective. In the dark, Yang Kai felt that this half of the devil's will had a connection with something that he couldn't cut off. He followed this weak connection and continued to explore. The darkness slowly changed. Something seemed to appear in front of his vision, but it was too blurry and he couldn't see it clearly. Yang Kai urged the power of his spiritual sense more and more fiercely. He even took the half of the devil's will into his sea of knowledge and used his spiritual sense to wash it away all its disguises. Slowly, the thing in his vision became clear. It seemed to be a mountain peak, a lonely mountain peak. The scenery on the mountain was beautiful and pleasant, and the spiritual qi of heaven and earth seemed to be extremely good. Yang Kai suddenly felt that this mountain peak was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. But because everything in his vision was not very clear, he didn't dare to confirm where this place was for a while. This was what he saw through the omnipresent connection between the half of the devil's will. So as long as he could confirm the location of this mountain peak, he could determine the location of Gong Yu. He once again increased the power of his spiritual sense. This time, he saw more things. There was a figure on the mountain peak. The figure looked somewhat similar to Gong Yu. It was quietly standing somewhere on the mountain peak, motionless, as if it was dead. Yang Kai's current situation was very strange. It was as if he was in a thick water ball. He could vaguely see some outlines of things outside the water ball, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see clearly. This made him quite anxious. Suddenly, Yang Kai seemed to hear something. This sound was like an image, vague and intermittent, making Yang Kai unable to grasp it. The sound came again, and this time Yang Kai could hear it more clearly. It sounded like a dog barking continuously. Moving his vision, Yang Kai really saw something similar to a puppy. It was standing not far from the vague figure and barking with all its might. After barking for a while, the little thing actually rushed up and bit the figure. The figure was still motionless, as if it didn't feel anything. At this moment, the figure seemed to have noticed something. It suddenly raised its head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. Its sharp eyes seemed to be able to break through layers of obstacles and collided with Yang Kai's vision across the endless void. It was at this moment that the blurry scenery changed, becoming much clearer all of a sudden. Yang Kai's whole body shook, and he suddenly opened his eyes, dumbfounded. "Are you okay?" Gao Shueting's palms were full of sweat. She hadn't been so nervous for many years after being promoted to the Emperor realm. However, at this moment, her voice was trembling, for fear that Yang Kai would be eroded by the demonic thoughts. Yang Kai shook his head, looking a little sluggish. "Did you find it?" Chen Wenhao asked in a deep voice. "Lingjian Peak." Yang Kai stared at Gao Shueting and replied softly. Gao Shueting was startled when she heard this. "What?" "Lingjian Peak, Gongyu is an Azure Sun Temple, on my Lingjian Peak." After Yang Kai said this, he felt that it was ridiculous. He always felt that what he saw just now was not real, but an illusion. However, he couldn't find any basis for it. Gongyu is an Azure Sun Temple? Feng Ming also widened his eyes, obviously somewhat doubtful. "That's what I saw." Yang Kai stood up and cast a spell to force out the half-demonic thoughts in his sea of consciousness. He reached out and pinched it. Since he had tracked down the whereabouts of Gongyu, this half-demonic thoughts was no longer of any use. "Why did he go to Azure Sun Temple?" Feng Ming asked. "I don't know." Yang Kai shook his head. Gongyu not only went to Azure Sun Temple, but also went to his Lingjian Peak. Lingjian Peak was the spirit peak that Yang Kai got after he became an elder of the temple. The entire spirit peak was located in a relatively remote location in the temple, but both the scenery and spiritual qi were extremely good, and it was protected by a formation. Yang Kai felt that the peak was familiar at first because of this. Although he didn't stay on Lingjian Peak for long, it was his territory after all. How could he not be familiar with it? Gongyu was the former patriarch of the Gong family, and his attainments in the Tao of formation were very deep. The formation on Lingjian Peak could stop others, but not necessarily Gongyu. If that was the case, Yang Kai still thought that everything he saw before was an illusion, and that it was Gongyu's means to mislead them in the wrong direction. But the last barking made him confirm that Gongyu really went to Azure Sun Temple and was really on his Lingjian Peak. Because there was indeed a small black beast that looked like a puppy on Lingjian Peak. Although the little beast was a bit strange, its strength was not strong. Yang Kai had only seen it twice, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Why did Gongyu go to Azure Sun Temple? Is he looking for death? Chen Wenhao frowned. Gongyu's strength was there. Even if he met the four of them, there was no possibility of survival. Logically speaking, he should hide, but he ran where there was danger, and suddenly ran to Azure Sun Temple. There were many masters in the temple. How could Gongyu survive there? "I can't contact them." "Junior brother, try." Gao Shueting didn't speak. After learning that Gongyu might have gone to Azure Sun Temple, she took out her elder jade disc and tried to contact her fellow disciples in the temple. To her surprise, the elder jade disc didn't work at this time. Hearing this, Yang Kai quickly took out his elder jade disc and poured his divine sense into it. After waiting for a moment, he looked at Gao Shueting and slowly shook his head, no response. Although there was some distance from Azure Sun Temple, it was not to the extent that they couldn't contact each other. If any elder in the temple received the message, they would definitely give a reply. But in fact, the two of them tried one after another, but there was no news. Something happened to the temple. Gao Shueting's face changed. "Let's go," Feng Ming shouted in a low voice, realizing the seriousness of the problem. Yang Kai immediately summoned his flowing cloud shuttle. The four of them entered one after another, and the flowing cloud shuttle turned into a flash of light and disappeared. After the four left, the disciples of the small sect who had been on tenterhooks gradually calmed down and fell to the ground one after another, their backs full of cold sweat. After waiting for a while and confirming that the four masters had really gone far and wouldn't come back, the remaining dozens of people began to fight for the position of sect master. For a time, the fight was very fierce. Inside the flowing cloud shuttle, Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both had ugly expressions. Chen Wenhao comforted them. "Although we don't know why Gong Yu went to the temple, he is undoubtedly walking into a trap. With Temple Master Wen in the temple, Gong Yu can't make any waves. You two don't need to worry. Maybe by the time we get there, Gong Yu will have already been killed." Gao Shueting's worried expression didn't diminish, but she still replied symbolically, "I hope so." Yang Kai observed their expressions and vaguely realized that something was wrong, so he quietly sent a message to Gao Shueting, "What happened to the temple? Is there something I don't know?" Gao Shueting glanced at him and replied, "The temple master is too distracted at the moment. If Gong Yu really causes trouble in the temple master won't be able to do anything." Chapter 29-27. "But there's still Brother Chiu and the others," Yang Kai said. Gao Shueting said, "Brother Chiu and the others are quite strong, but I'm worried that they don't know the secrets of the demon spirit and accidentally fell for it. We can't contact them right now, so we don't know what's going on in the temple. You said you saw Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak, so why was he there? I'm curious about that as well." Yang Kai shook his head. There were many spirit peaks in Azure Sun Temple, but Gong Yu just had to go to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even suspected that Gong Yu was deliberately taking revenge on him because he had been preventing the demon spirit from coming back to life in the ancient cave mansion. But that didn't seem right either. If it was just revenge, Gong Yu wouldn't take such a big risk. "Senior sister, what did you mean when you said that the temple master was too busy to be distracted?" Yang Kai asked. Gao Shueting pondered for a moment, as if she was considering something. After a while, she answered, "Since you're already a temple elder, there's nothing I can't tell you. Do you remember when I stopped you from using the Divine Ascension Mirror last time?" "Of course I remember. What does that have to do with anything?" Yang Kai didn't understand. "The temple master is related to the Divine Ascension Mirror," Gao Shueting explained casually. "At that time, I told you that someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror, so it couldn't be disturbed. Do you know who that person was?" This was also what Yang Kai found strange at that time. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's most precious treasure, and it was also the foundation of the temple. It was because of the Divine Ascension Mirror that the souls of the masters in the temple were generally higher than normal. However, it wasn't easy to enter the Divine Ascension Mirror to cultivate. Ordinary disciples needed to make a great contribution to receive a rare reward, and as an elder, every time they entered the Divine Ascension Mirror, they had to pay 3,000 elder contribution points. No one was an exception. Elder contribution points were relatively rare, and 3,000 was not a small amount. Yang Kai was a newly appointed elder. Naturally, he didn't have such a thing. Gao Shueting didn't stop him because he didn't have enough elder contribution points, but because someone was using the Divine Ascension Mirror at that time. At that time, Yang Kai was curious about who this person was, but he wasn't in a hurry, so he didn't ask further. He didn't expect Gao Shueting to bring this up at this time. "Who?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. He vaguely felt that this person should be an incredible person. This person is closely related to the Hall Master. He was the one who raised and taught the Hall Master. Gao Shueting glanced at Yang Kai faintly. She didn't mention that person's name directly. Yang Kai's body shook, and the image of a person immediately appeared in his mind. He suddenly realized, it's him. Gao Shueting looked at him curiously and said, "You're much calmer than I expected." Yang Kai vaguely realized something. He asked, "Did that master enter the divine ascension world to separate his soul?" Gao Shueting's tender body trembled as she looked at Yang Kai in shock. "How do you know about this?" Even she didn't know about this kind of secret. It was only because when Zishan had unintentionally nagged her a few times that she was able to guess. She didn't expect Yang Kai to be able to tell the truth so easily. No one could have such terrifying deductive abilities, unless Yang Kai knew something beforehand. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "That master became like that because of me." "Because of you?" Gao Shueting was even more confused now. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion. She stared at Yang Kai like a diligent student seeking knowledge about territory that she hadn't explored before. The flowing cloud shuttle seemed to shake slightly, and for a moment, both Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. It was a feeling of desolation and fear, as if they had suddenly arrived in a world without sound or light, a world of nothingness. However, this feeling was extremely short-lived, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the flowing cloud shuttle had already appeared 1,000 kilometers away. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It was rumored that a cultivator proficient in space principles was best at escaping, and now it seemed that the rumor was true. They were all second-order Emperor Realm Masters, but they still couldn't teleport 1,000 kilometers in an instant. They might be able to do it with the help of some special artifacts, but they couldn't do it as easily as Yang Kai. With this divine technique, as long as the surrounding space wasn't sealed, who in this world could stop him? No wonder the great emperors of Flower Shadow Island couldn't do as they wished, even though they were far stronger than the one from Spirit Beast Island. A cultivator proficient in the Tao of space was as slippery as a loach. If they missed their target, it would be impossible to track them down. The flowing cloud shuttle vibrated continuously, and after each vibration, it would appear 1,000 kilometers away. The people inside the shuttle realized more and more how powerful space principles were. In the beginning, Yang Kai's breathing was steady and his face was calm, but as time passed, he gradually began to feel exhausted. Teleporting with 3 people from the Emperor Realm and an Emperor artifact consumed a lot of his energy. However, the situation was urgent now, so he couldn't care too much. He just wanted to rush back to the temple. Half a day later, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and motioned for Gao Shueting to take over the control of the flowing cloud shuttle, then he sat down to meditate. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming saw clearly that the spirit pills Yang Kai stuffed into his mouth were all emperor pills, and each of them was very valuable, but he chewed and swallowed them as if they were jelly beans. Even though the two of them had always been in high positions, this scene made their faces twitch, and they cursed in their hearts. Looking at the flowing cloud shuttle they were in now, it was an emperor artifact, and its value was immeasurable. Even they didn't have it. They couldn't understand how this brat, who was so young and had only cultivated for a few years, had earned such a huge fortune. Compared to him, they were no different from country bumpkins. How could they have the advantage of being second-order Emperor Realm Masters? The 3 of them took turns to control the flowing cloud shuttle, so it didn't consume much energy. They could maintain their peak state at any time to deal with any possible dangers. After Yang Kai recovered, he used the Space Divine technique again, greatly increasing his speed. After 3 days, the 4 of them finally arrived at the Azure Sun Mountain Range. After scanning the mountain range with their divine senses, they found nothing unusual, and it looked the same as usual. Among the scattered peaks, many disciples of the temple were performing their duties, and there were no traces of them being attacked. This made Yang Kai and Gao Shueting, who had rushed back in a hurry, breathe a sigh of relief. The flowing cloud shuttle stopped in front of the sect defending array, and the four of them walked out. Gao Shueting immediately noticed something wrong. There was an inexplicable barrier around the sect defending array. This barrier wasn't very strong, but it was very well hidden. If Gao Shueting didn't have a good understanding of the array, she wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, judging from the traces of the barrier, it was obvious that it was only set up a few days ago. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then took out his elder jade disc and poured his divine sense into it. After testing it, he said in a deep voice, "Gong, you did something to it. It's this barrier that's blocking our connection with the temple." Hateful guy. Gao Shueting gritted her teeth and shouted. The radiant sun mirror hung high in the air, and a ray of light shrouded the barrier. With a series of rumbling sounds, the earth shook, and the thin barrier was immediately broken. Who dares to? Elder Gao, Elder Yang. A disciple flew out with an aggressive aura, but when he saw Gao Shueting, he immediately shrank back and bowed to greet her. Has anything unusual happened in the temple recently? Gao Shueting looked at the disciple and asked. The disciple didn't dare to look at her at all, and he didn't understand why she would ask such a question. He replied, "Everything is normal." Gao Shueting didn't ask any more questions. She knew that this disciple didn't know anything, so she said eagerly, "Let's go to Lingjian Peak." As she turned around and rushed out, she poured information into the elder jade disc to inform the others. Chapter 29-28. Lingjian Peak was located in a remote location in the Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai deliberately chose it, but he didn't expect it to become a loophole that Gong Yu took advantage of. Halfway through, streams of light flew from all over the Azure Sun Temple and joined the team. Except for those who were out or in seclusion, the other elders of the Emperor Realm were all present. Qiu Ran, the deputy temple master of the temple, also came. After greeting Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming, he looked at Gao Shueting and asked, "What happened?" Observing their expressions, he vaguely realized that something big had happened. Otherwise, Gao Shueting wouldn't have rushed into the temple with two elders from other families. Moreover, as far as he knew, these people should be in the southern marsh. Last time, Yang Kai sent a message back and roughly explained what happened in the southern swamp, so Qiu Ran more or less knew the situation. Gong Yu is in Lingjian Peak. Gao Shueting replied. What? Qiu Ran was shocked. Gong Yu? Which Gong Yu? He couldn't believe it and wondered if Gao Shueting had made a mistake. It's the Gong Yu that junior brother Yang mentioned before, the old master of the Gong family in the Tianhe Valley. Why is Gong Yu in Lingjian Peak? Qiu Ran turned to look at Yu Kun. He was responsible for the protection of the sect and the maintenance of the array, so if Gong Yu came to the temple and entered Lingjian Peak, it must be his dereliction of duty. Yu Kun was in a cold sweat. I don't know. I have never received a suspicious report. Yang Kai said, Gong Yu is proficient in the array. If he really wants to sneak into any sect, there is always a way. The temple has been safe and sound, and the sect protection array has not been fully activated. There are loopholes in the protection, so it is normal for him to sneak in. Now what we need to figure out is why he came to the temple and why he is on my Lingjian Peak. That's right. Gong Yu's actions are extremely suspicious. Moreover, we don't know his current condition, so we must be careful. Chen Wenhao nodded in agreement. Qiu Ran also nodded slightly, stroking his long beard as he pondered. Yu Kun glanced at Yang Kai gratefully, while his heart was filled with Gong Yu. There's one thing I need to tell you. The demonic will is mysterious and hard to guard against. Therefore, you must guard your mind. You must not give the demonic will any chance to take advantage of you. Gao Shueting solemnly exhorted. Several Azure Sun Temple elders nodded and secretly urged their soul's secret techniques. He strengthened the defense of his sea of consciousness. After half a cup of tea's time, the group finally arrived at the Lingjian Peak. The Spirit Peak was no different from when Yang Kai left that day. Other than the fact that the spirit peak array was completely open, there was only one abnormality. A figure was sitting cross-legged on the empty space on the mountain peak, motionless. It was as if he was dead. Beside him, a small beast that was completely pitch black was crawling on the ground. It was happy and content, and its short tail was swaying from time to time. When the group of people came over, it only raised its eyes to look at them, and did not do anything else. Swish swish swish, nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm spread out, surrounding the entire Lingjian peak. Gong Yu slowly opened his eyes, turned his gaze, and fixed it on Yang Kai. Those dark eyes made people who saw this scene for the first time tremble. They felt that the eyes were like a bottomless pit that could swallow everything. They hurriedly circulated their power to resist. "You're here," Gong Yu said softly, as if he didn't have much strength and couldn't even speak louder. "Should this old man call you Gong Yu, or should I call you by another name?" Feng Ming sneered. Looking at Gong Yu's current state, he didn't know whether the other party had lost himself or whether he was possessed by the demonic will. He didn't even know if the demonic will could possess others. Although Gong Yu was a very good material, there was no way to study it now. "This old man is Gong Yu." "Gong Yu of the Gong family," Gong Yu replied. Feng Ming laughed. "You still have the face to mention the Gong family? After this, the Gong family's reputation will be ruined, and you will be the sinner of the Gong family." Gong Yu said, "Is it a crime to pursue power? If that's the case, then everyone here is a sinner." Feng Ming snorted. "There are 3,000 paths. The width is different, but you are walking in the wilderness. What kind of power are you pursuing?" Gong Yu said lightly, "One path leads to all paths. The path is a path, but the wilderness is not a path. Different paths lead to the same destination." "Nonsense." Feng Ming was so angry that his beard was in a mess. Gong Yu said proudly, "If there is no path in the wilderness, this old man will step on it. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." Gong Yu smiled lightly. "Of course I can't do it alone. However, there will be more people following me." Chen Wenhao sighed. "Brother Gong, you have really become the demon race." He had some friendship with Gong Yu. Before coming here, he had wondered if he could find an opportunity to help Gong Yu. However, after seeing it with his own eyes, he knew that it was impossible. Gong Yu hadn't been possessed, or rather, the demonic will didn't have the ability to possess him. However, Gong Yu had become the demon race. His thoughts were wild and crazy. The demonic will that had invaded his body had affected his mentality, making him different from before. Such a person was very dangerous. No one knew what he would do. Chen Wenhao silently gave up on helping him. Become the demon race? Gong Yu smiled. "I just found a suitable path." "That's not your own path," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Gong Yu looked at him. "Are you walking your own path? The path you are taking is also trodden by your predecessors. Who can prove that this path is correct? In my opinion, you are just picking up the wisdom of others." Yang Kai said solemnly, "Perhaps we are following the path of our predecessors, but we will work hard to reach our own heights. Old Master Gong, you are different. Your current path has deviated from the path. You will never reach the end. You will surrender to the demonic will and become its slave." It was unknown which sentence provoked Gong Yu. His face suddenly became gloomy, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, "Ridiculous, this old man feels very good now. Who can enslave this old man?" Yang Kai pondered and decided not to entangle with him on this issue. He asked, "Why did old Master Gong take such a huge risk to come to Azure Sun Temple? Why did you come to Lingjian Peak? Is there anything here that attracts you?" Chapter 29-29. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm attacked at the same time, and there was no lack of second-order Emperor realm masters among them. How spectacular was this scene! All kinds of secret techniques and divine technique bloomed, the power of Emperor artifacts was rampant, and the world energy was in chaos. Feng Ming also reacted in time. A burst of light burst out from the Thunder Goose spear and directly exploded in front of him. All the attacks poured into the giant mouth, but there was no reaction at all, as if they were stones sinking into the sea. The mouth closed and swallowed Feng Ming in one gulp. Hiss! The sound of gasps rang out as everyone felt their scalps go numb. They looked at the foot-long little beast in horror, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Yang Kai was also a little confused. He had seen the little black dog twice. The first time was after the elders of Azure Sun Temple collectively drank, and the second time was when he was arranging the space array. Except for the second time when the demonic chi in his dantian changed a little, there was nothing special about it. Now that he thought about it, he was wrong. This little black dog was very likely to have inherited the bloodline of some exotic beast. Otherwise, it would not have such a strange ability. A second-order Emperor Realm Master was swallowed by it in one gulp. Even if Feng Ming was suspected of underestimating the enemy, this ability was enough to amaze people. After swallowing Feng Ming, the giant mouth disappeared, and the little black dog returned to its original size, but it still showed an extremely violent and aggressive appearance. With Feng Ming as an example, how could the others dare to go forward? They all displayed their divine technique and blasted forward. The giant mouth reappeared and swallowed all the attacks from the Emperor realm. The giant mouth seemed to be connected to a bottomless pit. No matter how many things went in, it would be swallowed up completely. Gong Yu hid behind the little black dog. His hands were constantly changing seals as he controlled the little black dog to fight with the masters. He was not at a disadvantage at all despite fighting one against many. Yang Kai wanted to teleport over several times to capture the leader, but Gong Yu saw through it and stopped him. His spiritual will surged among the many people in the Emperor realm, and after a series of exchanges, no one knew what kind of strange beast's bloodline this little black dog had inherited, and they had never heard of such an ability to swallow the heavens and devour the earth. Without any clue, no one dared to be greedy, lest they end up like Feng Ming. In ancient times, there were indeed many powerful beasts in the world. Many holy spirits were the best of the best among these beasts. Every holy spirit had the ability to move mountains, drain seas, and turn the world upside down. However, there had never been any records of something as unique as the little black dog. In the midst of the battle, a thought flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he shouted in a low voice, "Magical beast?" Gong Yu, who had been sitting behind the black puppy and using it as a shield, smiled. "You are indeed different. You do know a lot of things. This beast has a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins, although it is not pure. But it was still extremely impressive. If you want to kill this old man, then I'll kill you. We still have to get past it first." Return to Ruins? Everyone in the Emperor realm was shocked and they heard this name, because no one had heard of this name. Even Elder Chen Qian, who was familiar with the history books, was confused. But it was undeniable that this little black dog with a trace of the bloodline of the Return to Ruins was a bit powerful. Under the command of Gong Yu, a hole appeared in the void with one bite. The whole world seemed to be a delicious cake in front of it. Every bite left a mark that could not be healed for a long time. After a few times, Lingjian Peak was full of void holes. Looking at it, it was like a beautiful landscape painting that had been accidentally sprinkled with a lot of ink. There was nothing in those void holes, but they contained great killing power. Everyone had to be careful to avoid them. Only Yang Kai was like a fish in water, swimming freely in these void holes. He leaped and rushed in these void holes, looking for opportunities to bypass the Return to Ruins to sneak attack Gong Yu. He almost succeeded several times, but was caught by the Return to Ruins and had to temporarily retreat. "We can't delay any longer. I'm afraid Brother Feng is in danger." Chen Wenhao shouted in a low voice, and said with a solemn expression, "The moon waxes, and the water overflows. Everyone, please lend me a hand." When the words fell, the flowing water sword in his hands suddenly fluctuated with a dense light. Under the Emperor's power, his whole body seemed to have become an invincible sword, and his sword intent soared to the sky. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of dozens of miles swayed and gathered toward the flowing water sword. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and they each cast their spells. Gong Yu's brow frowned slightly, but his hands still did not stop moving. Nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm used their full strength, and the entire Azure Sun Temple seemed to have begun to shake. With Lingjian Peak as the center, a huge vortex seemed to have appeared here, sucking in all the spiritual energy within 1,000 miles. All kinds of fierce and surging divine technique were brewing. Boundless Sword Dao. Chen Wenhao was the first to make a move. When the flowing water sword slashed forward, it set off a wave of spiritual energy visible to the naked eye. In that huge wave, hundreds of millions of sword lights were constantly swallowing, as if they could destroy everything in their way. Seal of life and death, life and death. 9 suns glorious brilliance. Yin and Yang, universe reversal. Flowing time great emperor, withering glory, shuttle like a dream. Many divine technique were released at the same time, causing the sky to shatter and the universe to turn upside down. With so many people from the Emperor realm joining forces to cast their spells, even a third-order Emperor realm master would be torn to pieces. Gong Yu's expression became extremely serious, and the seals in his hands changed even faster. A beastly roar shook all directions. Return to Ruin's body remained unchanged, but its mouth suddenly opened. It was bigger than ever before, as if it could swallow half of a mountain. There was darkness in that huge mouth, as if it was connected to another world. One after another, powerful attacks fell into its mouth, creating layers of ripples that could be seen with the naked eye. Then, the attacks disappeared without a trace. In less than 3 breaths of time, the void of end had already swallowed all of the attacks. It immediately shut its mouth, and its foot-long body swayed in midair as if it was drunk. The surface of its body was suffused with a light that fluctuated between strong and weak. The hearts of nearly 10 people from the Emperor realm sank to the bottom of the valley. Everyone's expression was ashen, and even Chen Wenhao's confidence was shaken. He had asked everyone to attack together before because he wanted to use this method to make Return to Ruins explode. As he had said before, the moon was full and water was full and overflowing. Although Return to Ruins' ability to swallow the heavens and earth was strange, it couldn't swallow everything infinitely. As long as it had a limit, everyone could defeat it. But this time, even after joining forces, they couldn't do anything to it. This was far from what they had expected. Again, it can't hold on any longer. Yang Kai's roar suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The group of people seemed to have found their backbone in an instant, and they once again raised their spirits and used the divine technique. After a while, along with a rumbling sound, Return to Ruins opened its mouth again. But this time, it was different from before. Return to Ruins showed an extremely painful expression. This discovery made everyone excited, and they felt that they were not far away from victory. As expected, after Return to Ruins opened its mouth, it couldn't swallow all the attacks. It suddenly closed its mouth halfway, and the remaining attacks brushed past it. The violent energy rolled up and turned its flesh into a bloody mess. There wasn't a single spot on its body that wasn't damaged. Its body didn't seem to be strong, but its special divine technique made people feel helpless. It swayed, and its mouth was tightly closed. Its abdomen kept rolling, as if something was brewing inside. It's impolite not to reciprocate. Everyone, take this. Gong Yu smiled mysteriously. His right hand was placed in front of his chest, and his thumb and ring finger were clasped together. The other 3 fingers were facing up, and when he finished speaking, he pointed forward. Everyone was alarmed. Inexplicably, the aura of death shrouded them. This feeling made many people feel cold all over, and their hands and feet turned cold. Return to Ruins suddenly opened its mouth, and rays of dazzling light shot out from its mouth. A familiar aura filled the air. This is... Chen Wenhao exclaimed, and his face was full of shock and horror. Return to Ruins actually spat out the divine technique that they had used before. But this time, the target wasn't the enemy, but the masters who had used the divine technique. No one expected Return to Ruins to have such a strange ability. Not only could it swallow the attacks of others, but it could also spit them back out. Everyone was in trouble. Just now, in order to end the battle quickly, a group of people used their most powerful divine technique without holding back. Now, it suddenly became a weapon in the hands of the enemy. The change was so fast that people were at a loss for what to do. The attack was so sudden that no one could react. Everyone could only hurriedly condense their Emperor Qi to protect themselves. At the moment of crisis, Yang Kai straightened up and instantly appeared above everyone's heads. His space principles fluctuated wildly as he slammed his palm down. Without any warning, when the palm slammed down, he and the others from the Emperor realm suddenly disappeared. The powerful divine technique hit the air, burning visible marks in the void, and then hitting the large and small mountains in the distance. The entire Azure Sun Temple shook in an instant. Countless disciples looked at the collapsed mountains in panic, not knowing what had happened. Since the establishment of the temple, they had never encountered such a thing. Thousands of feet away, a figure flashed in the void. Yang Kai appeared with the others. Everyone had a look of lingering fear on their faces. Yang Kai's face was as pale as paper, and his whole body trembled violently. Without the cooperation of others, forcefully bringing others to use the space divine ability was extremely taxing on him. Especially this time, he had brought too many people, and all of them had extraordinary strength. In an instant, he was emptied out. At this moment, he had to use all his strength just to stand in place. Teleport. Gong Yu's eyes darkened. He tilted his head and looked into the distance. His face twitched slightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. He was obviously blaming Yang Kai for ruining his plan. If Yang Kai hadn't interfered just now, the sudden attack alone would have been enough to kill more than half of the people from the Emperor realm present. But it was because of Yang Kai's existence that everyone was able to escape safely. Chapter 29:30. Gao Shueting reached out and grabbed Yang Kai's arm to prevent him from falling. Yang Kai nodded and thanked her. He quickly breathed to calm the blood in his chest. Suddenly, he heard a whimper. Return to Ruins, which looked like a black puppy, whimpered as if it was enduring something extremely painful. It looked extremely miserable. Gong Yu had used some unknown method to control and activate the power in its bloodline. It had been fighting against the people of the Emperor realm for a long time. However, after reaching its limit, it seemed like it was no longer a threat. When it was caught in the divine technique, it was covered in cuts and bruises all over. It was so bloody that it was unbearable to look at. Gong Yu looked at it and seemed to have noticed something. He smiled and said, "Well, it's about time anyway." No one knew what he meant. However, just as he finished speaking, Return to Ruins suddenly retched a few times. Then, its mouth suddenly expanded and turned into a huge mouth. A cold light bloomed from the huge mouth. A man and a spear seemed to have escaped from the abyss. They spun and rushed out. Feng Ming was obviously stunned when he saw the light again. After he was swallowed, he was surrounded by endless darkness. There was no light and no sound. Fortunately, he was not hurt. It seemed like he was just swallowed into a strange world. There was a ray of light in that world. He tried his best to follow the light and finally escaped. Glancing around, Feng Ming made up his mind. He kicked Gue Su, who was standing beside him, retching non-stop. The little black dog was sent flying and disappeared without a trace. Then, his spear shot out like a dragon toward Gong Yi, who was sitting at the side. Gong Yu did not dodge in the face of death. He did not even try to resist. His breath had always been weak. He was able to fight against the people of the Emperor realm because of the strange ability of Return to Ruins. Now, return to ruins was useless. Even if he tried to resist, he would not be able to defeat Feng Ming, who was in a rage. He faced the call of death with an indifferent expression, as if he had already seen through life and death. With a chi sound, the thunder wild goose spear pierced into Gong Gui's chest, blasting a hole in his chest. Through that hole, vaguely, one could see the squirming organs inside. Gong Yu was still smiling. It's useless to kill me. Time will prove that I made the right choice. You are all wrong. Deliberately mystifying. Feng Ming snorted coldly and circulated his emperor's qi. A beastly roar came from the thunder wild goose spear. Then, Gong Yu's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A black light flew out. Feng Ming reacted quickly and pointed his spear at it. After breaking the black light, he heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to the others and asked, "Are you all okay?" Chen Wenhao's expression turned ugly as he shook his head. "It's all thanks to Elder Yang." "Brother Feng, how are you?" Feng Ming shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but I still need to check carefully. That thing is too strange." What did Gong Yu mean by what he said just now? Gao Shueting frowned. She had been thinking about Gong Yu's words, but she couldn't understand them. She just felt very upset, as if something bad was about to happen. No one knew what Gong Yu meant before he died. While everyone was pondering, a rumbling sound suddenly came from afar, and the mountains on the ground began to shake and shake. As if something had been broken, a black light suddenly rose from somewhere on Spirit Sword Peak and turned into a stream of light that spread in all directions. Demonic senses. Why are there so many demonic senses? Gao Shueting looked up and her beautiful face turned pale. These black lights were obviously remnants of demonic senses, just like the ones that had eroded Gong Yu, but there were hundreds and thousands of them. It was as if a firework had exploded in the air and scattered in all directions. How could it be? Chen Wenhao was also a little dumbfounded. Qiu Ran and others saw demonic senses for the first time. Although they didn't know how powerful they were, they felt that these things were extremely dangerous, so they all looked solemn. Spirit Sword Peak is a place where demons are sealed. Yang Kai said with a light cough, looking extremely weak. The reason why Gong Yu came here was to break the seal and release other demonic senses. Gao Shueting was shocked when she heard this and turned to look at him. "Junior brother, do you mean that there is a place here like the Southern Swamp?" Yang Kai said, "There is no other explanation." Everyone's attention was attracted by the ancient cave in the Southern Swamp. No one expected that there was a place where demons were sealed in Spirit Sword Peak of Azure Sun Temple. Gong Yi had been corroded by the demonic will, so he obviously knew about this. That was why he had chosen to come here directly, using his knowledge of formations to break through the restrictions and release more demonic will. He didn't resist when he was dying. First, because he couldn't resist, and second, because there was no need to. Even if he died, his task had been completed. As he said before, there were still many people who would follow in his footsteps. Damn it. Gao Shueting clenched her teeth. Open the sect protecting array. We must stop these things as soon as possible. If they escape. Yang Kai said in a hurry, but halfway through his words, there was another change. There was another rumbling sound, followed by a burst of laughter. Yang Kai's words came to an abrupt end, and he looked in the direction of the source of the sound in amazement. He had already recognized who the voice belonged to. At first, the laughter was somewhat restrained, as if it was extremely unexpected, but as time went by, it became more and more unscrupulous and rampant. A stream of light came from afar, and the laughter was also quickly approaching. In the blink of an eye, an old man with white hair and a beard appeared in front of everyone. Not far away, an indescribable pressure suddenly fell from the sky, as if a mountain was pressing down on everyone's heart, making it difficult for many of the people in the Emperor realm to breathe. Yang Kai's condition was not good, and this time, blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. The old man stood in the air and stopped laughing. His eyes swept over the crowd slightly, and then fixed on Yang Kai, and said with a smile, "Oh? Boy, you are also here. It's really a small world. Kai Yang furrowed his brow, feeling that something wasn't quite right. The old man in front of him was no different from the one in his memories, but his temperament was completely different. The old man in his memories was wise and carefree, but the person in front of him was filled with an evil aura. Chen Wenhao frowned a few times and said hesitantly, "Could it be that your excellency is—" He didn't dare to continue, even a little afraid of this extremely powerful secret art from tens of thousands of years ago. Wukong proudly said, "Yes, this king is the heaven-devouring great emperor." Chapter 29:31. Gulp. The sound of many people from the emperor realm swallowing their saliva could be heard, and all of them put on a defensive posture. For a moment, sadness came from the bottom of their hearts, and they simply didn't know what to do. Gong Yu had just broken through the demon sealing ground hidden somewhere in Lingjian Peak and released many demon senses, and suddenly a guy who called himself the heaven-devouring great emperor came. The changes in the Azure Sun Temple on this day were more than what had happened in thousands of years combined. "Where's Wenzi Shan? What did you do to him?" Gao Shueting asked in a trembling voice. Wenzi Shan should be assisting the great emperors in separating their divine souls. At this moment, Wukong had taken Duan Hong Chen's body and ran out, but Wenzi Shan was silent. Gao Shueting couldn't help but worry. Who's Wenzi Shan? I just crushed a lot of little bugs to death, I don't know if he's one of them. Gao Shueting's pretty face turned pale, and she almost collapsed to the ground. Wukong glanced at the people from the emperor realm present with a burning gaze, his fingers kept pointing, and his mouth spitting out numbers. 1, 2, 3, Yang Kai said with a cold face, "Wukong, what are you counting?" Wukong laughed, not bad, there are actually 9 little bugs from the emperor realm. I've just escaped and am still a little weak. You can give me some nutrition. Although your strength is not very good, you can be considered fat. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face changed dramatically. Everyone present had heard of the heaven-devouring great emperor's name, and they also knew what this evil secret art was all about. It was a secret art that devoured everything. It was rumored that the heaven-devouring great emperor destroyed countless star territory in the hands of the great emperors. Wherever he went, the cultivation stars in the lower star realms all became barren and dead stars. All life was devoured by him, and all life was extinguished. So when they heard Wukong say this, everyone understood what he was planning to do. They couldn't care less about the demon senses that rushed out. Everyone in the emperor realm secretly urged their emperor Qi, ready to attack at any time. Wukong's brow furrowed. Suddenly, he grinned, "I'm just joking, don't be so nervous. I've just escaped, so I'm in a good mood and don't kill. So I'll let you go." No one responded to him, and they didn't know what he meant by this guy's Wukong's mouth. Wukong's heart. He turned his head and looked into the distance. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. His movements were light, but when he opened his hand again, there was a dot of black light in his palm. No one knew where he had captured the black light from. Interesting stuff. The demonic sense that many Emperor Realm Masters were trying to avoid was caught in Wukong's hand, but Wukong was observing it with great interest. The black light obediently stayed where it was, without any intention of corroding him, as if it was dead. This king was able to escape thanks to your help. Well, I'll lend you a hand. As he spoke, he raised his hand and pointed somewhere. The void shook, as if something had been pierced. It was the sound of the sect protecting Great Array being broken. Qiu Ran had just quietly ordered the activation of the sect protecting Great Array, but it was broken not long after. The entire Azure Sun Temple was like a balloon with a hole in it. All the demon senses trapped in the Great Array suddenly found a vent and escaped through the hole, disappearing without a trace. Kai Yang and the others could only look on helplessly, unable to do anything. Wukong glanced at the crowd again and smiled slightly. "See you next time. This king won't be merciful anymore. Be careful, the outside world is very dangerous." He laughed loudly as his body turned into a streak of light. He rushed out through the hole in the great array. It was not until he disappeared from everyone's sight that the people in the Emperor realm breathed a heavy sigh of relief. For a moment, they clearly felt Wukong's murderous intent. Although they did not know why Wukong changed his mind, they felt very lucky to be able to keep their lives. Quick! Go to the forbidden area. Gao Shueting whispered. She forced herself to be alert and led the way. Qiu Ran and the others were worried about Wen Zishan's safety and hurriedly chased after them. Yang Kai turned to Qin Wenhao and Feng Ming and said, "There is a place where demons are sealed on Lingjian Peak. Please check it carefully." Chen Wenhao nodded and said, "Okay, leave it to me and Brother Feng. You, be careful." Yang Kai nodded and hurriedly chased after Gao Shueting and the others. There were several forbidden areas in Azure Sun Temple, but there was only one of them that was the most important, the belly of the mountain where the Divine Ascension Mirror was kept. The Divine Ascension Mirror was Azure Sun Temple's biggest secret. Ordinary disciples did not even know about its existence. The last time Yang Kai was able to enter it to train, it was because he had contributed greatly to the temple in the Four Seasons realm. Wen Zishan had made an exception and rewarded him, so he still remembered the location of that place clearly. After chasing for a while, he finally caught up with the group in front of the mountain wall. Gao Shueting opened the mountain wall's barrier and led the way in. The group of people walked down the mountain passageway and soon arrived at their destination. Looking around, everyone's heart sank. They saw a middle-aged woman leaning against the wall in this cave. Blood flowed out of her mouth and her face was as pale as paper. She seemed to be seriously injured. The Divine Ascension Mirror was placed on a stone pedestal not far away. However, the current Divine Ascension Mirror was different from the first time Yang Kai saw it. It was not as smooth as a mirror and there were traces of black qi spreading across its surface. "Granny." Gao Shueting rushed forward and squatted in front of the middle-aged woman, asking nervously, "How are you?" The middle-aged woman smiled bitterly, revealing a smile that was uglier than crying, "I won't die. Let's go see the temple master." Cough cough, she seemed to be seriously injured. It was obvious that she had been beaten up. After speaking a few words with Gao Shueting, she spat out a large mouthful of blood and looked extremely dispirited. Gao Shueting did not care too much. She was worried about Wen Zishan's safety and immediately rushed in to find Wen Zishan's body. Qiu Ran went forward and took out a few spirit pills and fed them to the middle-aged woman. Yang Kai looked at the middle-aged woman's face and felt that it was vaguely familiar. He asked hesitantly, "Are you Granny Yu?" The middle-aged woman raised her eyes and looked at him. "Heh, the brat from back then has already become an elder. You all have grown up so quickly. You really are Granny Yu." Yang Kai was shocked. Granny has changed so much. He did not know Granny Yu's real name, only that she was the one who guarded the Divine Ascension Mirror. He remembered that when he came here with Xia Sheng and the others last time, Granny Yu had appeared in front of him in the form of an old woman. Her voice was hoarse and extremely unpleasant to the ears. Later, when he was training in the Divine Ascension Mirror, he was hunted down by Granny Yu's people. Granny Yu controlled a force called the Divine Ascension Country in the Divine Ascension Mirror world and had many powerful subordinates. Yang Kai had escaped death several times at that time. Later, when he left the Divine Ascension Mirror world, he heard that Granny Yu had been imprisoned by Wen Zishan. After that, he had not heard any news about Granny Yu. Now, it seemed that Wen Zishan had completely subdued her, and the heavy responsibility of guarding the Divine Ascension Mirror was still in her hands. This time, Wukong had clearly been the one who injured Granny Yu when he escaped. Gao Shueting's shout came from not far away. Everyone was shocked and they heard this and hurriedly rushed over. In an isolated stone room, Wen Zishan's body was unscathed, but for some reason, he was sweating profusely, as if he had suffered some kind of attack. "Granny, the temple master isn't dead, but he seems to be trapped in the Divine Ascension Mirror and can't come out. Do you have any ideas?" Gao Shueting asked. Yang Kai supported Granny Yu and walked over. One of them was injured, while the other had consumed a lot of energy. Both of them did not look too good. Granny Yu first looked at Wen Zishan's condition, then at the changes in the Divine Ascension mirror. She sighed, he's not trapped, he's just not coming out. Something must have happened to the Divine Ascension mirror. What exactly happened outside? There was no time to explain in detail, so Yang Kai simply used his divine sense to transmit all the information he knew into Granny Yu's mind. She fell silent for a moment and reviewed the information, her expression turning cold as she said, "Demons sealing grounds? Demonic sense breaking through?" It seems that the thing that rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror was a demonic sense. Gao Shueting was shocked. A demonic sense rushed in? Granny Yu nodded. Yes, it rushed into the Divine Ascension mirror, and then that master suddenly woke up. He injured me and left this place. Yang Kai said in a deep voice, that wasn't the secular master, but the heaven-devouring great emperor, the great emperors. Granny Yu's eyes narrowed when she heard this, and she whispered, so that's how it is. I was wondering why that master would attack me for no reason. Demonic sense can actually corrode the Divine Ascension mirror? Qiu Ran's expression was extremely heavy as he stared at the Divine Ascension mirror without blinking. In just a short while, the black light on the surface of the Divine Ascension mirror had increased, and this black light was clearly emitting the aura of a demonic sense. Yang Kai said, the Divine Ascension mirror is the world of the soul, so the demonic sense's invasion targets the soul. The Divine Ascension mirror is the nourishment for its growth. You're right. We have to think of a way to stop it. I wonder how the temple master is doing inside. I'll go in and take a look, Yang Kai volunteered. I'll go too. Gao Shueting hurriedly expressed her opinion. Although Wen Zishan's physical body was fine, Gao Shueting still couldn't relax until she saw his soul. Yang Kai nodded and said to the others, I'll have to trouble you brothers and senior sister to protect us. Chen Xian said, Junior brother Yang, you don't look too good. How about I go in with senior sister Gao? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I can resist the invasion of the demonic sense, so I'll be fine. Since he was so insistent, Chen Xian couldn't say anything else, so she could only remind him to be careful. Time was of the essence, so Yang Kai and Gao Shueting immediately found a stone room each and entered it, then sat down cross-legged to meditate. After the stone rooms were sealed, Granny Yu forced herself to cast a spell and opened a passage to the Divine Ascension mirror world. 2 rays of light shot out from the Divine Ascension mirror and poured into the sealed stone rooms. Yang Kai and Gao Shueting both shook at the same time, feeling as if their souls were being separated from their bodies. This wasn't the first time either of them had entered the Divine Ascension mirror world, so they didn't resist and allowed this force to pull their souls in a certain direction. Chapter 2932. It was as if he had passed through an endless space-time tunnel. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, he was already in a brand new world. In front of him was an old man smiling at him. Beside the old man was a person sitting cross-legged in meditation. This person had a dignified appearance and was wearing a purple robe. Who else could it be but Wen Zishan? Senior Tian Yen. Yang Kai hurriedly cupped his fists towards the old man. After so many years, Tian Yen still looked the same and hadn't changed at all. Speaking of which, Tian Yen was a master on the level of the great emperors. Furthermore, he didn't have a physical body and only existed as a soul in this Divine Ascension world. Naturally, he couldn't have changed much. You're here, Tian Yen stroked his beard as if he had expected Yang Kai's arrival. Yang Kai asked, why did we just happen to appear here? Did Senior help us? This place was a mountain peak that towered into the clouds. It was unknown where in the Divine Ascension mirror world it was located. It was obviously not a coincidence that they appeared here. They must have received help. Tian Yen shook his head, it wasn't me. He brought you here, Tian Yen pointed to the side as he spoke. Yang Kai glanced over and found that there was actually a boy not far away. This boy was chubby and cute, only about 7 or 8 years old, and was currently chasing after a dancing butterfly, clearly having a lot of fun. Yang Kai was stunned. He didn't know where this boy came from to have such great power. Gao Shueting also came here, but she focused on Wen Zishan and carefully examined him. She confirmed that Wen Zishan was fine. He only seemed to be slightly injured, so she relaxed. She turned to Tian Yen and asked curiously, "Junior brother, this senior is..." Although she had entered the Divine Ascension mirror world many times, she had never seen Tian Yen in person. She had only heard Wen Zishan mention that there seemed to be an existence comparable to the great emperors in the Divine Ascension world. Yang Kai said, "This is Senior Tian Yen." Gao Shueting hurriedly bowed. Tian Yen smiled, "Little girl, I remember that you were only 16 when you first came here, right?" Gao Shueting blushed slightly. He whispered, "Senior, you have a good memory." It was so long ago that she did not remember much about it. She did not expect Tian Yen to remember it so clearly. "Senior, what happened here?" Gao Shueting wasn't in the mood to spend too much time chatting. She just wanted to figure out what had happened here as soon as possible and why Wukong had snatched the bodies of the great emperors of the secular world and escaped. Tian Yen said, "Old friend Red Dust seemed to have encountered some trouble previously, so he came to this old man for help. This old man and he researched for many days and barely managed to think of a way to separate the two souls. If he succeeded, he would be able to imprison Brother Wu's soul in this world of spiritual ascension, and old friend Hong Chen would be able to regain his freedom. Although everything hadn't gone smoothly before, it was fine after some bumps and bruises, but just now, something had suddenly rushed in and affected the stability of the Divine Ascension world. Brother Wu took advantage of the situation to counterattack. He had injured old friend Hong Chen and young friend Wen. Then he escaped. Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this. If that's the case, Senior Hong Chen is not dead? Tian Yen looked at him with a smile. Although Brother Wu's divine technique is vast, it would be impossible for him to kill old friend Hong Chen. Did he tell you that old friend Hong Chen is dead? Yang Kai said, "That's what he said." No wonder he was willing to let us go despite his murderous intent. It was not out of kindness, but because Senior Hong Chen interfered. It was only now that Yang Kai realized why Wukong did not really kill them. Tian Yen said, "If he escaped, so be it." With old friend Hong Chen restraining him, he could not do as he pleased. However, I'm afraid that old friend Hong Chen will have to suffer. His body has been taken over and his soul has been suppressed. Forget it, forget it. Let's not talk about him. The most important thing now is to solve the crisis of the world of spiritual ascension. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn. He raised his head and looked into the distance. The sky there was dark, as if a storm was coming. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds. It was a terrifying sight. However, for some reason, although the dark clouds kept rolling, they were unable to rush out of a certain range. It was as if there was some powerful seal binding them. A strong demonic aura fluctuated in the dark clouds. It was obvious that the demonic thoughts were causing trouble. Tian Yen said, "The thing that rushed in from the outside world is very corrosive, and the creatures of the Divine Ascension realm are unable to resist it. You also saw that in such a short period of time, such a large area has been corroded. If more time passes, I'm afraid this part of the world will fall." Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Even if Tian Yen did not say it, he could feel it. He said, "How should we solve this?" "Senior, do you not have a solution?" "I do have a solution, but I need to borrow your power." Tian Yen turned to look at him. "Me?" Yang Kai was stunned. He never thought that the heavy responsibility of saving the world would fall on his head. Tian Yen smiled and said, "Originally, I was a little worried that I wouldn't be able to find you for a while, but I didn't expect you to come in so quickly. In fact, dealing with those things is both difficult and easy. You can just use your soul-devouring insects." Yang Kai's expression brightened, "So that's how it is." The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's technique devoured everything, and the soul-devouring insects also devoured everything. The world of spiritual ascension was eroded by the demonic thoughts, giving rise to a massive demonic chi. To the inhabitants of the world of spiritual ascension, it was a great disaster, but to the soul-devouring insects, it was just a delicious meal. Tian Yen knew that Yang Kai had soul-devouring insects because Yang Kai had brought a batch with him when he entered this place. They were the source of the chaos in the world of spiritual ascension. Tian Yen had guarded them for countless years until he handed them over to Yang Kai. The soul-devouring insects are not with me. I have to go out and bring them in, Yang Kai said. Tian Yen said, go and come back quickly. Little friend Wen and the little girl should also go out. You don't need to intervene in the rest. Gao Shueting gently nodded. She came here to confirm Wen Zishan's situation. Now that she knew that he was fine, there was no need for her to stay. If Senior is willing, you can shape your body at any time, Tian Yen said. Tian Yen said, little friend Yang is indeed a man of integrity. This old master thanks you here. Yang Kai chuckled, Senior is welcome. I obtained the flesh incarnation fruit by chance and didn't deliberately look for it. The boy frowned and interjected, are you leaving? He looked up at Tian Yen with a somewhat irritated expression. Tian Yen was silent for a while before saying, I still want to go outside and take a look. The boy sneered, go, it's best if you die outside. As he spoke, he glared hatefully at Yang Kai, his face full of resentment. The corner of Yang Kai's mouth twitched, suddenly understanding that he would not have a chance to subdue the mirror soul. Currently, the elders of the temple were all on Spirit Sword Peak. Firstly, they were checking to see if there were any fish that had escaped the net. Secondly, they wanted to completely seal that place. After all, it was a place where demons were sealed. Even if there were no more demonic auras inside, no one could be sure that there was no danger. In addition, the news that the demonic auras had recovered and escaped from Azure Sun Temple had already spread. Countless sects and masters in the Southern Territory were urgently tracking down the whereabouts of the demonic auras that had escaped, hoping to kill them all before they could cause more damage. But no matter who it was, they knew that this matter was a bit difficult to handle. The demonic auras were invisible. They were just a special form of energy. Perhaps they didn't have their own thoughts. They could only attach themselves to living creatures, erode their thoughts, and make them become the demon race. Therefore, this kind of tracking was extremely difficult. But no matter what, this matter couldn't be left alone. In the 3 days that Yang Kai was away, a lot of information shuttled back and forth between the major sects in the Southern Territory. The news of the demonic aura's recovery had become a hot topic, and the whole world knew about it. Not long after, the two arrived at Spirit Sword Peak together. The place where demons were sealed was not at the top of Spirit Sword Peak, but somewhere at the foot of the mountain. The door of a stone cave was wide open, and it was dark and bottomless. Bursts of gloomy and treacherous auras emerged from it, as if it led straight to the underworld. A group of people from the Emperor realm stood outside the cave, all of them staring at it with cold expressions. Wen Zishan's expression was particularly dignified. Hundreds and thousands of demonic auras had escaped from the Azure Sun Temple. As the temple master, he naturally couldn't absolve himself from the blame, especially now that the great emperors of the secular world were in a bad situation. The smile that had always appeared on his face was no longer there at this moment. Gao Shueting and the others stood beside him. Chen Wenhao and Feng Ming also didn't leave. They needed to know the exact news of the place where demons were sealed below so that they could pass it back to their respective sects. Seeing Yang Kai arrive, everyone silently saluted each other. How is the situation? Yang Kai stood beside Yukuan and asked in a low voice. Yukuan shook his head and said, the demonic auras have probably all escaped. Now we are trying to find a way to break the remaining barriers and see what the place where demons are sealed looks like. Maybe we can find some clues from it. But what? Yukuan laughed dryly, the temple's array masters need some time. Yang Kai roughly understood what Yukuan meant. The place where demons were sealed was full of ancient barriers and spirit arrays. Even if Gong Yu had broken some of them before, there would still be many left. The temple's array master's level may not be very good, so the progress of breaking the barriers was a little slow. If it was any other time, it would be fine, but the key was that time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more difficult it would be to track down the demonic auras. Thinking of this, Yang Kai looked at Wen Zishan and said, "Temple Master, I know an Emperor Array Master, do you want me to invite him to help?" Wen Zishan's eyes lit up when he heard this and asked, "Is he reliable?" "He is from my High Heaven Palace." "Then quickly invite him over," Wen Zishan said hurriedly, suddenly showing a wry smile. "Your High Heaven Palace is far away in the Northern Territory." Yang Kai smiled and said, "I'll be right there." As he spoke, he disappeared in a flash, and no one knew what he was going to do. Although they were surprised that there was an Emperor Array Master in the High Heaven Palace, after all, distant water could not quench a present thirst. By the time Yang Kai brought him over from the Northern Territory, they were afraid that it would be too late. Yang Kai was very glad that he had arranged a space array across territory at the back of Spirit Sword Peak. His original intention of arranging this array was to connect the High Heaven Palace and Azure Sun Temple, so that it would be convenient for him to come and go. There were more similar arrays. It was just that for some reasons, he did not disclose it to anyone, and used the power of many Spirit Sword Peak arrays to hide the array, so Wen Zishan and the others did not know about it. He went directly to the back of the mountain, ready to go back to the High Heaven Palace and bring the South Gate army over. The remnants of the land of sealed demons were all ancient restrictions and array formations. The South Gate army had always been fond of these things, so he shouldn't refuse. When he was about to reach the place where the array was located, Yang Kai suddenly stopped and looked to the side with a frown. He felt a very weak aura, which he felt familiar with. Seeing it, Yang Kai's face changed, and he urged his Emperor Qi as if he was facing a great enemy. In the woods over there, a small beast was lying on the ground, covered in blood and flesh. From the remaining fur, it could be vaguely seen that it was originally black. It was about a foot long, and its breath was weak. Its belly was bulging high, and it took a while for it to calm down. Return to ruins. It was still alive, and it ran to the back of the mountain. Yang Kai had been in the Divine Ascension world for the past few days, so he did not know much about the fate of the return to ruins. He only knew that during the melee, Feng Ming kicked it away and immediately disappeared. Yang Kai had always thought that it was dead. According to what Gong Yu had said before, this little black dog had a trace of the return to ruins bloodline from the demon territory. He had used an unknown secret technique to activate the power of this bloodline, and with this innate divine technique, it was able to fight against 7 or 8 people from the Emperor realm on its own. Yang Kai estimated that if it was not for the fact that its bloodline was not pure or that its bloodline was too weak, everyone present at the time would have been killed. The divine technique that could swallow everything and even bounce back was simply too shocking. Return to Ruins did not die, and after escaping from Gong Yu's control, there was no news of it. Chen Wenhao and the others were also busy investigating the land of sealed demons, so they did not pay attention to its whereabouts, allowing it to live on in the back of the mountain. However, it should not be too far away from death. Yang Kai had only met this little black dog twice, so he did not have much affection for it. He was just a little interested in its strange innate divine technique. After confirming that it was out of breath and no longer posed any threat, Yang Kai slowly walked over to it. Return to Ruins seemed to have noticed something and opened its eyes slightly to look at the figure standing in front of it. It whimpered twice, looking extremely weak. Yang Kai raised his palm and condensed his Emperor Qi. Return to Ruins slowly closed its eyes, as if it had accepted its fate, and a hot breath came out of its nostrils. Yang Kai slammed his palm down, but when it was only 3 inches away from Return to Ruins, he stopped and lifted it up, sighing, "Whether you live or die depends on your own fortune." Saying so, he threw Return to Ruins into the sealed world bead. No matter how powerful the divine technique of this strange beast in the demon territory was, as long as it was still inside the sealed world bead, it would be suppressed by Yang Kai, so Yang Kai was not worried that it would suddenly attack him after it recovered. Whether it could survive or not was another matter entirely. What's more, Yang Kai always felt that this wasn't its true nature. The first 2 times they met, the endless abyss didn't show any malice towards him. On the contrary, it was somewhat intimate with him. Especially the second time, the endless abyss was obviously looking for him. Chapter 29-34. It could even be said that after Return to Ruins was injured and hiding in the back mountain, he might have been waiting for his arrival. The reason why Return to Ruins became so ferocious should be because of Gong Yu's secret technique. Yang Kai still remembered that when he tracked Gong Yu through the demonic spirit, Return to Ruins bit Gong Yu on Spirit Sword Peak. The land of demons ceiling was hidden under Spirit Sword Peak, and the birth of Return to Ruins bloodline should be related to it. Yang Kai had the ancient demon black eyes and the ancient demonic chi sealed in his body. Return to Ruins might have noticed it, so he wanted to get close to him. All kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. Yang Kai soon came to the space array and directly returned to the High Heaven Palace in the Northern Territory. After a while, a light flashed above the array, and 2 figures appeared. Palace Master, is this Azure Sun Temple? Nan Menda Jun looked around curiously and said, it's not that great. It's not as grand as our High Heaven Palace. And, the world energy here seems to be inferior. Don't talk too much. Don't you understand this? Yang Kai took the lead and flew in front. Nan Menda Jun smiled and said, yes, yes, yes. By the way, Little Ho asked me to ask you how you're using the flight-type artifact and if there's anything you need to fix. No need, it's quite good. Also, Palace Master, the girl from Ice Heart Valley called Yao has come several times. Every time she comes, she will leave after seeing that you're not here. Is that our Palace Master's wife? You're quite talkative, aren't you? Okay, I won't say it. Nan Menda Jun covered his mouth for a while and suddenly said, that girl is quite good. We're here. Yang Kai said as he landed. The group of people below also noticed. When they looked up, they were very curious as to why Yang Kai suddenly brought a stranger here. The Southern Gate Army was like a cat that had smelled fish. They looked at the entrance of the demon's sealing ground with excited expressions. Their eyes lit up as they paced back and forth in front of the cave, their expressions becoming more and more excited. After a while, he suddenly turned around and said, Palace Master, I'm going down. Wait for my good news. He ignored everyone. He jumped down and soon disappeared from sight. A group of people looked at Yang Kai curiously. Yang Kai said, that's the Formation Emperor of the Northern Territory. The South Gate Army just happens to be nearby. That's why I asked him to help. Wen Zishan looked at him with a smile, as if he had discovered something, but did not reveal it. As time passed, more and more news came from below. The Southern Gate Army was truly worthy of being an Emperor Array Master. After entering the land of sealed demons, he quickly cracked many of the remaining restriction arrays and used his own strength to gain dominance. This made the group of array masters of the Divine Hall hold him in high esteem. The breaking of the array lasted for 2 days. During this period, people from various sects in the Southern Territory constantly came to the Azure Sun Temple to inquire about the news. The temple let these people go, and several temple elders took turns to receive them, telling them about the demon's sealing ground and the demonic will. Many people listened with pale faces and were worried. 2 days later, hundreds of people gathered at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak. Basically, they were all strong people from the Emperor realm, waiting for news from the demon's sealing cave. Now that the demonic will had escaped, how to track it was a big problem. It was the first time in the Southern Territory that such a thing had happened. They had no experience at all. Everything could only be hoped that there might be some clues left in the demon's sealing cave. Otherwise, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. There were no clues in the demon's sealing cave. The Southern Gate Army and the array masters of the temple had cracked all the restrictions inside, but they could not find any information about the demonic will. Instead, they gained some information from the cracked arrays. It might be useful when the demonic will was sealed again in the future. For a time, everyone was worried. The people from the Star Soul Palace came, led by Great Elder Lei Hong. They brought the demon-eliminating order of the Great Emperors, ordering all the sects, families, and forces in the Southern Territory to check the disciples of their respective sects to prevent anyone from being eroded by the demonic will. Lei Hong announced the order of the Great Emperors at the foot of Spirit Sword Peak, and everyone naturally agreed. It had to be said. The demon-eliminating order of the Great Emperors made the entire Southern Territory find a backbone, and the mood of many strong people was not as chaotic as before. After all, there was still the Star Soul Palace and the Great Emperors in the Southern Territory. No matter how mysterious and fierce the demonic will was. As long as there were the Great Emperors, they would not be able to make any waves. After the demon-eliminating order was issued, many people from the Emperor realm prepared to leave the Azure Sun Temple and return to their respective sects to deal with this matter. At this moment, a red light suddenly rushed in from the outside, as if there was no one around. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of hundreds of miles and rushed to the front of Spirit Sword Peak. Having just encountered the demonic will, many strong people were more sensitive. When they saw that the newcomer was so unscrupulous and went straight to the Azure Sun Temple without reporting, they thought that something had happened. In shock, many people instinctively launched attacks to intercept. A few days ago, many elders of the temple, Chen Wenhao, and Feng Ming joined forces to fight Gongyu, but compared to the current scene, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm gathered here. Even if only 1/3 of them made a move, the scene was spectacular. What's more than 1/3 of them made a move. The Emperor pressure spread out, and the light of secret techniques bloomed. The power of the Emperor artifacts fluctuated, and all of them were aimed at the red light. The red light that rushed over was obviously a little confused. It did not expect to encounter such a thing at all. After a slight pause in mid-air, the space where it was located was already surrounded by countless attacks. A dragon's roar suddenly exploded, and the high-pitched sound made people's eardrums tremble. Everyone's face changed drastically because the sound was actually an extremely pure dragon's roar, and not the sound made by the flood dragon monster beast. The moment the dragon's roar sounded, Yang Kai's blood suddenly surged, as if it was attracted by an uncontrollable force. He did not make a move just now, but at this moment, he looked forward with wide eyes. The red light shone brightly, and a behemoth suddenly appeared in midair. Its body was more than 20 feet long, and it was as majestic as a mountain. It had dragon horns on its head, 4 claws on its abdomen, and red dragon scales all over its body. It looked like a burning flame. When the dragon tail swung, the wind and clouds changed. Hiss! Everyone gasped and looked at the behemoth in the sky in a daze, as if they were looking at a high and mighty god. For a moment, many people's hands and feet went soft. Dragon race. The one who came turned out to be a pure dragon race. This was something that no one expected. The dragon pressure spread out, and it was like a tangible force that impacted the Emperor pressure gathered by hundreds of the Emperor realm cultivators, shattering it into pieces. With a burst of crackling sounds, dozens of the Emperor realm cultivators joined forces to attack the dragon's body. The giant dragon roared to the sky, and a burst of fire splashed on its red scales. The dragon's body was strong. Although such an attack would not kill the giant dragon, it still made it feel unbearable pain and anger. The dragon raised its head high, and a dragon's breath was spewed out. Like a volcanic eruption, a scorching flame was directly spat out from the dragon's mouth to Spirit Sword Peak. Before the attack arrived, everyone's skin was burning painfully. The dragon's flame seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Even the Emperor realm could feel a fatal threat from it. Not good. Yang Kai's face changed. At the same time, he took a step forward and came directly in front of everyone. The elder's jade plate was placed in front of him, and as his emperor chi surged, he made a series of seals. The Spirit Sword Peak's spirit array was activated, directly condensing a layer of protective shield in front of them. This was a defense that mobilized the power of the entire Spirit Sword Peak, but after all, it was rushed and could not fully exert its power. The dragon's flame hit the shield, and the scorching heat suddenly roasted the shield until it was somewhat deformed. Sizzling sounds could be heard, and layers of ripples appeared on the transparent shield as if it was about to melt. Everyone was shocked and almost fled. No one had the confidence to face the terrifying power of the dragon's flame head-on. Lei Hong took a step forward and threw out a punch. It was an ordinary punch. However, outside the shield, there was a sudden crackling sound, and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket crashed into the flames. It dashed left and right in the flames, reducing the pressure on Yang Kai. This blow was the essence of Lei Hong's cultivation. The strength of a veteran third-level Emperor Realm Master was evident. The giant dragon twisted its head, and the dragon's flame became more and more violent, as if it could melt the lightning. Enough! Wen Zishan suddenly shouted in a low voice. With one hand behind his back, holding a jade plate, he gently waved his other hand, and a light like a waterfall slashed out, directly cutting the dragon's flame in half. The giant dragon raised its head and hovered high in the sky, looking down at everyone condescendingly. Its huge dragon eyes were full of angry flames, and its big mouth opened and closed, as if it could spit out another dragon's breath at any time. Yang Kai withdrew the Spirit Sword Peak's protective shield and wiped the cold sweat on his forehead. State your identity and state your purpose for coming here. The Dragon Race. Wen Zishan looked at the red dragon in the sky with a cold expression. He sighed in his heart. The Azure Sun Temple was really troubled. Chapter 2935. Offending the dragon race was no laughing matter. The dragon race was arrogant and claimed to be the leader of all creatures. If they had known that the newcomer was actually a dragon race, no one would have acted rashly. However, the Crimson Dragon had charged at them at such a sensitive time. Who could restrain their instincts to attack? Attacking a dragon race was an insult to the dragon race. This was definitely a big problem. Fortunately, they didn't know who was the enemy just now. Everyone had many scruples when they attacked and didn't go all out. Otherwise, if they injured a dragon race, everyone present would have suffered. You dare to attack but don't dare to admit it? The red dragon roared, "Lowly ants, you will all die." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of many people from the Emperor realm changed drastically. The dragon race was not easy to deal with, and a dragon race in a rage was even more unreasonable. Hundreds of people from the Emperor realm working together could indeed not be afraid of a giant dragon, but so what if they could beat him? He had Dragon Island behind him. If they really provoked Dragon Island, the entire star boundary would be in chaos. This result was 100 times more serious than the awakening of the demonic consciousness. The red dragon was obviously really angry and was about to attack when he roared. Wen Zishan's expression was solemn. He secretly decided that even if he really offended Dragon Island, he couldn't let so many people from the Emperor realm be killed in Azure Sun Temple. He secretly communicated with the temple's sect protecting array, ready to attack immediately if anything went wrong. Wait! Lei Hong shouted in a low voice and stood out. Old thing, you also attacked just now. The red dragon hovered in the sky, his huge body giving a strong visual impact and mental pressure. At this moment, he suddenly bent down, his dragon head was less than 3 feet away from Lei Hong, and his dragon eyes, which were bigger than windows, stared at him maliciously. Everyone broke out in cold sweat for Lei Hong. Lei Hong cupped his fists and said, "May I ask if you are from the legendary Dragon Island in the Eastern Sea?" "So what if I am?" The red dragon breathed out a hot breath from his nostrils. Lei Hong's body flashed with light. His hair was still a little burnt from the heat. "So that's how it is." Lei Hong revealed a look of realization. He smiled and said, "It is rumored that there is a Dragon Island in the Eastern Sea." There is a giant dragon on the island, but no one can see it. Even so, the Dragon Island is very famous. It is not inferior to the sex of the great emperors. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. It was rare to see the great elder of Star Soul Palace flatter someone so brazenly, so the group of people from the Emperor realm were a little dumbfounded when they heard this. However, these words, which were neither painful nor itchy, had a miraculous effect. Everyone clearly felt that the red dragon's anger had weakened a lot. The huge dragon head moved slightly away from Reihong. It kept nodding its head and said with a voice as loud as a bell, "Heh, this old thing still has some knowledge. You know about our Dragon Island's reputation. Who in the world doesn't know the name of my Dragon Island? What does a mere sect of the great emperors count for?" Reihong let out a dry laugh. Although he was unhappy in his heart, he couldn't show it. He was the great elder of the sect of the great emperors. The word "mere" from the red dragon's mouth naturally made him uncomfortable, but he knew the nature of the dragon race, so he didn't want to argue about it. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire. The red dragon seemed to be tickled. It was still boasting over there, "My dragon race just doesn't want to fight for fame with you lowly ants. Otherwise, when the elites of my Dragon Island come out, all the great emperors and great emperors will have to stand aside. Believe it or not, I will drown you all with my saliva." The more he said, the more ridiculous it became. The group of people from the Emperor realm secretly frowned. Lei Ting hurriedly interrupted him and said, "The dragon race hasn't appeared for a long time. This is also the first time we have seen it. That's why when you flew over, many of us didn't recognize you. We thought there was an enemy coming, so we acted rashly and created a misunderstanding. Yes, we were too impulsive just now. I hope this master doesn't mind. If the master had shown his true form earlier, we wouldn't have attacked you. It's a blessing of 3 lifetimes to see the true form of a dragon today." The group of people clamored and talked at the same time. Everyone could see that although this red dragon had a bad temper and was not easy to get along with, he seemed to be easily persuaded. Just a few words of pleasantries were enough to appease his anger. This was a common problem of people who were too arrogant. Since they were arrogant, they naturally didn't want to argue too much with people who were too inferior. For a moment, everyone was not stingy with their praise. Hearing this, the dragon felt comfortable and relaxed. The anger that was about to erupt like a volcano just now disappeared. He lightly snorted and said, forget it. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'll let bygones be bygones. The next time I attack, open your eyes wide and watch carefully." Everyone let out a soft sigh. Wen Zishan also dispersed the power he had gathered and cast a grateful look at Lei Hong. The temple had been attacked again and again, and he himself had been injured in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. At this moment, he was distraught. If Lei Hong hadn't dealt with it properly in time, he was afraid that another disaster would have arisen. Once the people from the Emperor realm here clashed with the Red Dragon, no matter who won, Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Lei Hong smiled slightly, indicating that he didn't need to worry. Wen Zishan cupped his fists towards the sky and said, "Since you are from Dragon Island, may I ask which master of Dragon Island you are?" "This dragon is Zhu Lai." The red dragon shook his head and wagged his tail, his voice traveling 100 kilometers. "So it's Master Zhu Lai. And, may I ask why the master has come to Azure Sun Temple?" "I'm looking for someone." Zhu Lai flipped a few times and turned his dragon head to face everyone, his dragon eyes sweeping across the crowd. "Who's called Yang Kai?" Yang Kai was still watching the show when he suddenly heard this guy called Zhu Lai call out his name. He couldn't help but be startled. Over 100 pairs of eyes turned towards him in unison. Some of the people from the Emperor realm standing near Yang Kai hurriedly retreated and distanced themselves from him, as if standing next to him would bring bad luck. Chapter 29:36. A resounding dragon's roar rang out, and as the golden light shone brightly, a huge dragon head appeared behind Yang Kai and disappeared into his body. Yang Kai threw a punch at the dragon's nose. With a loud bang, Zhu Lai's head tilted to the side. The violent force made him feel a little dizzy, and he felt as if his nose had been broken. Huh? Yang Kai was a little surprised, because this blow did not have the effect he had expected. After interacting with Zhu Qing for some time, he knew that the suppression of bloodlines was extremely strong for the dragon race. The stronger one's bloodline had the absolute ability to suppress the weaker one, and this had nothing to do with one's own strength. The dragon race's bloodlines were divided into ranks. It was said that the great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, was a 10th order azure dragon. No one below the 10th order dragon race was his match, no matter how strong they were. Another example was Zhu Qing, whose strength was comparable to a 3rd order emperor realm master. If Yang Kai really fought her alone, he might not be able to guarantee victory even if he used all his means. However, if he used the suppression of his bloodline, Zhu Qing would not be his match at all, and she would not be able to display her full strength. In Yang Kai's opinion, although this Zhu Lai's strength was not bad, the power of his bloodline could not be much stronger than Zhu Qing's. He could use the golden divine dragon source to suppress Zhu Qing, so naturally, he would have no problem dealing with Zhu Lai. But after this punch, he realized that he was wrong. The suppression of his bloodline did not appear as he expected. Instead, the sturdy dragon scales shook his fist until it was a bloody mess. Zhu Lai was completely enraged by this punch and roared, "Since this dragon dared to come find you, I naturally have a way to restrain you. Do you think you can suppress me?" As he roared, he spat out a stream of flames. Yang Kai was instantly set ablaze and quickly melted in the flames. The crowd below cried out in alarm. Zhu Lai was also a little stunned, his eyes glazed over. He was ordered to bring Yang Kai back to Dragon Island, not kill him. Facing Yang Kai's resistance and provocation, he could not suppress the anger in his heart. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson and make him behave, but who would have thought that his dragon breath would burn him to death? What should he do? If the great elder found out, he would definitely be punished. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly felt like a mountain was pressing down on his head. His head hurt so much that he couldn't help but roar. The figure that had been burned in front of him finally became clear. It was actually just an afterimage that was left behind because it was too fast. Zhu Lai was both excited and angry. He was excited that he didn't miss and kill his target. He was furious because he was fooled by this little bastard. He was completely enraged. As his body swayed, he avoided the attack on his head and clawed at Yang Kai. The huge dragon claw seemed to be able to seal off a large area of space. Energy gathered in the dragon claw, and its power was terrifying. When this energy was compressed to the extreme, it suddenly exploded violently. An unparalleled power rose from the dragon claw and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai clapped his hands together, and a huge moon blade was formed. It cut through space and met the attack. There was a loud boom. Under the collision of the two forces, an extremely strong storm expanded, and countless cracks appeared in the void. Zhu Lai's huge body did not move, and Yang Kai was forced to retreat more than 100 feet before he could stabilize himself. After a round of confrontation, Yang Kai was at an absolute disadvantage. It seemed that he was not Zhu Lai's opponent at all. "What kind of treasure did you bring?" Yang Kai scanned Zhu Lai's body. He clearly saw that when he attacked, there was a flash of light on Zhu Lai's body. It was this flash of light that offset the bloodline suppression of his golden holy dragon's origin power. It allowed him to unleash his full strength. Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "Surrender obediently and follow me back to the Dragon Island. Nothing will happen. If you dare to resist, you'll have to bear the consequences. Can you force a cow to drink water?" Yang Kai laughed. He laughed coldly and said, "I'd like to see to what extent this treasure of yours can protect you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gritted his teeth and growled. His handsome body suddenly swelled, and traces of pure dragon's might spread. A faint golden light overflowed from the pores of his body. His two hands had transformed into dragon claws, and there were two strange little bumps on his head. His exposed skin was covered in dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, Yang Kai turned into a monster about 20 to 30 feet tall. His appearance looked like a dragon race, but it was a little too much. It was like trying to draw a tiger but ended up looking like a dog instead. This is... Lei Hong's eyes widened as he looked at the sky in shock. Wen Zishan and the others were also stunned. Gao Shueting's beautiful eyes were full of splendor. Hundreds of people in the Emperor realm were silent. Everyone was shocked beyond words. No one had ever seen such a secret technique that could make a person change so much. Zhu Lai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Dragon transformation ability, dragon transformation ability. That damned girl taught you the dragon transformation ability. Unforgivable, unforgivable." As if Yang Kai had done something unforgivable, Zhu Lai's voice was extremely angry. "Now you have no choice but to go to Dragon Island. The dragon transformation ability is not taught to outsiders. From now on, prepare to spend the rest of your life on Dragon Island." As Zhu Lai roared, he had already pounced forward. His 20 feet long body flashed in the sky and appeared in front of Yang Kai in an instant. He opened his mouth and spat out dragon's breath. Yang Kai secretly frowned. He countered Zhu Lai's attack as he resisted. He did not expect Zhu Lai to react so violently after he used the dragon transformation ability. From what he said, the dragon transformation ability was a secret technique on Dragon Island. However, Zhu Qing did not mention it when she taught him the secret technique. At that time, Zhu Qing was in a hurry to go to the frozen earth to find the remains of the previous dragon race. Before she left, she imparted the pure dragon transformation ability to Yang Kai as if on a whim. Only now did Yang Kai know that Zhu Qing was taking a huge risk by doing this. The secret of cultivating the dragon transformation ability was exposed. Dragon Island would definitely not let it go. If Yang Kai had a hard time, Zhu Qing would not have an easy time either. Any secret technique of a faction cannot be easily divulged to outsiders, let alone the secret technique of the Dragon Island. Yang Kai did not understand why Zhu Qing did this, but he did not have the time to think too much about it. Although Zhu Lai's 20 feet long dragon form could not move freely, every attack had an earth-shattering power. He had no choice but to use all his strength to deal with it carefully. Moreover, he felt that after using the dragon transformation ability, he had the ability to suppress Zhu Lai's dragon race bloodline a little. Therefore, although he was barely able to, he was still able to fight evenly with him. The Golden Divine Dragon's origin source was a huge fortune for Yang Kai, but he did not know how to convert this fortune into his own strength. The dragon transformation ability could solve this problem. The deeper he cultivated, the more comprehensive the Golden Divine Dragon's origin source could be. When cultivated to the extreme, he could even transform into a giant dragon and roam the world. Unfortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation time was still short, so he could only transform into a half-dragon body that was 20 to 30 feet tall. Even so, he could still suppress Zhu Lai, who had a rare treasure. The two figures flew around in mid-air, each using their own unique moves. For a while, they were locked in a fierce battle. Dragon breaths were spat down from mid-air. Wen Zishan had no choice but to channel the power of the sect protecting array to block these aftershocks. Otherwise, the entire Azure Sun Temple would suffer. Gradually, the battlefield shifted. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought higher and higher. They had already flown into the clouds. Even the Emperor realm could not spy on their whereabouts. Only the occasional dragon roar from the clouds let them know the intensity of the battle. Everyone was sweating profusely, not knowing how today's matter would end. With the dragon race taking action, Yang Kai would not be able to gain an advantage regardless of the outcome. Azure Sun Temple would also be unlucky. Understanding this, many people from the Emperor realm did not dare to stay and watch the show. They all found excuses to bid farewell to Wen Zishan, lest they invite trouble. Wen Zishan was naturally not in the mood to keep them and let them leave after a few casual words. The hundreds of people quickly left, leaving only Lei Hong and a group of people from Star Soul Palace behind. Brother Xiao said that this boy is a troublemaker. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems. Lei Hong shook his head and smiled bitterly. He tried to look up into the sky, but he could only see some faint traces of something. Wen Zishan said seriously, today's matter is not Yang Kai's fault. The dragon race is too arrogant. If it were me, I would not leave with him. Lei Hong said, the question now is, how do we end this? Wen Zishan said, the temple has been through a lot of changes. I'm afraid we will have to trouble the great emperors to explain today's matter. Lei Hong pondered for a moment and nodded, I will report this matter to the great emperors. Although the dragon race is not to be trifled with, the southern territory is not to be bullied. Thank you, Brother Lei. Lei Hong waved his hand and said, Temple Master 1 is too serious. You and I should work together too. Before he finished speaking, Lei Hong seemed to have discovered something novel and looked up with wide eyes. Wen Zishan also noticed it and had a look of astonishment on his face. Above the clouds, Yang Kai's body, which was originally 2 to 3 meters tall, suddenly grew a lot taller, suddenly becoming more than 4 meters tall. Such a body was already huge in front of ordinary people, but compared to a giant dragon, it was still not enough. As his body grew, the 2 small bumps on his forehead seemed to have become bigger, and an indescribable aura suddenly spread out. Zhu Lai, who was locked in battle with Yang Kai, turned pale with fright. If he was in his human form, his face would have been filled with fear. As he spoke, he hurriedly retreated, as if he had seen something extremely terrifying. Yang Kai was also stunned. Just now, when he was fighting with Zhu Lai, he was so focused on suppressing his opponent's dragon race bloodline that he had unknowingly broken through the shackles of the dragon transformation secret technique. This allowed the golden divine dragon source power in his body to be released more, resulting in the changes in his body. Chapter 29:37. When he came back to his senses, Zhu Lai had already retreated 1,000 meters away. Yang Kai laughed maniacally, where do you think you're going? As the space principles fluctuated, Yang Kai caught up with Zhu Lai, clasped his dragon tail with both claws, and pulled fiercely. Zhu Lai, who was rushing straight into the sky, was restrained by this force and his huge dragon body fell down involuntarily. A deafening roar came from his mouth as he turned his head abruptly and opened his bloody mouth to bite Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously as his figure shuttled back and forth, not only avoiding Zhu Lai's attack but also tying his tail into a bow. With the breakthrough in the dragon transformation secret art and the power of the golden divine dragon source was stimulated to a greater extent, Yang Kai suddenly felt that Zhu Lai was not his opponent at all, and he firmly believed that this feeling was correct. It was not that his strength had become stronger, but that the bloodline of his half-dragon body had become purer, and was now able to suppress Zhu Lai's bloodline. Roar! Zhu Lai roared wildly, his voice full of grief and indignation, as if he had been greatly humiliated. The dignified dragon race, the head of all spirits, was actually tied into a bow with his tail. This was simply intolerable. He shook his head and wagged his tail, trying to get rid of Yang Kai's control, but under the suppression of his bloodline, he could only exert 70% of his strength at most, so how could he be satisfied? Yang Kai grabbed Zhu Lai's tail that was tied into a bow and refused to let go. With a loud shout, the muscles on his arms bulged as he swung it with all his might. Huchi, the 200-meter-long dragon was like a toy in Yang Kai's hands, being swung up and down by Yang Kai, spinning like a windmill. The group of people from the Emperor Realm from Star Soul Palace and Azure Sun Temple below watched with twitching eyelids. The soles of their feet were cramping. At first, the spinning speed was not too fast, but gradually, the spinning speed became faster and faster. Zhu Lai's 200-meter body had turned into a full circle, as if he could make countless clones, with Yang Kai as the center, more than a dozen clones spread out. These were not clones. It was just an afterimage that was left behind because the spinning speed was too fast. Zhu Lai was dizzy from being spun around, and he couldn't gather his dragon yuan at all. Feeling the gazes of the ants below him, an indescribable sense of shame welled up in his heart, making him want to faint immediately. Whoosh! Yang Kai released his grip, and Zhu Lai fell to the ground like a cannonball. The earth trembled and dust flew everywhere. A huge crater appeared on the ground, and the 200 feet long dragon body shook its head vigorously in the crater, trying its best to get up. However, it stumbled as if it were drunk. Yang Kai descended from the sky and sat on Zhu Lai's head, grabbing the dragon horn on his head with one hand. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it toward his head. Boom boom boom, it was as if a sledgehammer had struck his heart. Each of Yang Kai's attacks made the hearts of Wen Zishan and the others shrink. Zhu Lai resisted, but under the dual pressure of the bloodline suppression and the dizziness, his resistance was extremely childish and laughable. Come, now tell me, how high is the sky, and how deep is the earth? Yang Kai said as he punched. Zhu Lai didn't have the time to answer, and only cared about roaring. When he heard Yang Kai's ridicule, he felt a burst of sadness, and the blood in his chest churned, almost spurting out. More than 100 punches were thrown in succession. Zhu Lai's head was smashed until his skin and flesh were lacerated. A few of his dragon scales had almost cracked. He seemed to be exhausted as he crawled on the ground. His tongue was hanging to the side as he panted heavily. His huge dragon eyes were filled with flames of anger. If it weren't for the bloodline suppression, he would have jumped up and swallowed Yang Kai into his stomach. Do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Kai Yang was still riding on top of his head. As he spoke, he slapped him across the face, causing his hand to hurt. Whether you want to or not, you have to go, the dragon race won't. Before he could finish speaking, Kai Yang had already stood up and stomped on his head. Under the immense pressure, Zhu Lai's dragon head fell to the ground with a bang. He almost bit his own tongue, so he quickly shut his mouth and didn't speak. I'll ask you one more time, do you still want me to go to Dragon Island? Yang Kai looked down at him condescendingly. After suffering once, why would Zhu Lai care about him? You think I can't take care of you? Yang Kai sneered, and his eyes searched Zhu Lai's body. He had found something in the battle before, but he wasn't too sure. Now was the time to check it out. After a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and he looked at a dragon scale on Zhu Lai's neck. At first glance, that dragon scale didn't look too different from the other dragon scales, but if one looked closely, they would be able to tell that this dragon scale was different. Its color seemed to be a little deeper, and its aura was a little different as well. Yang Kai's dragon claws reached out and grabbed the washbasin-sized dragon scale. What are you doing? Zhu Lai was shocked. He turned around and roared. When he saw Yang Kai's action, he struggled with all his might. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he actually wanted to fly into the sky. Yang Kai ignored him, and only grabbed the dragon scale with both of his claws. With a roar, he used all the strength in his body to pull it out from Zhu Lai's body. With a light tearing sound, dragon blood splattered, and Zhu Lai's painful howl resounded through the 9 heavens. The giant dragon's body also shrunk rapidly at this moment. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a red-haired young man. Zhu Lai, who turned into a human, looked like he was only in his early 20s. He had sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, and a handsome face. He had a good appearance. With this kind of appearance, no matter where he went, he would be pursued by countless girls. However, after being beaten up by Yang Kai, Zhu Lai looked more miserable at this moment. His fiery red hair was messy, as if he hadn't taken care of it for more than 10 years. His whole body was covered in bruises, his clothes were messy, and there was a small wound on his neck that was bleeding. After losing the dragon scale, he no longer had the strength to resist the suppression of the golden holy dragon's origin power in Yang Kai's body. He couldn't even maintain his dragon body. He jumped up from the ground and pounced crazily at the dragon scale in Yang Kai's hand, shouting, "Give it back to me. This is mine." However, at this moment, he was as laughable as a child in front of Yang Kai, who was 40 feet tall and half a dragon. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and slapped down, as if he was slapping a mosquito. Zhu Lai was directly slapped to the ground. Yang Kai stepped on his head, making him unable to move. Then, he carefully observed the dragon scale in his hand and asked, "This is what you relied on to find me?" Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and refused to answer. "Without this, how are you going to bring me back to Dragon Island?" Yang Kai grinned and looked down at Zhu Lai. He snorted coldly and said, "It seems that girl Zhu Qing revealed a lot of information about me." He was annoyed. Zhu Lai obviously came prepared this time. If he didn't make a breakthrough in the dragon transformation art at the crucial moment, it was hard to say who would have won this battle. And the information on his side must have been leaked by that damned girl Zhu Qing. This made Yang Kai feel a little uncomfortable. However, after thinking about it, Zhu Qing was from Dragon Island after all. She had invited him to Dragon Island several times and was rejected. It was normal for her to leak some information. "Tell me, how can it offset the suppression of the bloodline?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. Previously, he thought that this dragon scale didn't belong to Zhu Lai. He thought that it was a dragon scale from a higher level dragon on Dragon Island. However, after taking a closer look, he realized that he was wrong. This was indeed Zhu Lai's dragon scale. The reason why the color was a little darker and the aura was a little different was probably because some kind of secret technique was applied on it. Yang Kai was a little cautious about this secret technique. 2 dragon race members had looked for him one after another. He might have to deal with more dragon race members in the future. He couldn't rely on the dragon transformation art and the golden divine dragon's origin power to make breakthroughs every time. If he could figure out what kind of secret technique this was, it would be better for him to be prepared. "Just kill me." Zhu Lai straightened his neck and put on a posture as if he was facing death calmly. He then sneered and said, "Do you have the guts to slaughter a dragon race member?" Yang Kai's face turned cold and said, "I can't stand it when people provoke me. Once I'm provoked, I'll be a little impulsive. Once I'm impulsive, I might do anything. So, young man, don't try to be smart. Your life or death is in my hands." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said no more. Suddenly, Yang Kai crouched down again and looked carefully at the side of Zhu Lai's face. He frowned and said, "What's your relationship with Zhu Qing?" "No comment." Zhu Lai snorted coldly. "If you don't want to say it, then forget it." Yang Kai curled his lips. He just felt that this guy and Zhu Qing were a little similar in appearance, and they were both red dragons. There should be some kind of relationship between them, so he just asked casually. But since the other party didn't want to answer, he didn't bother to get to the bottom of it. Wen Zishan and Lei Hong flew over side by side and stopped about 10 feet away from Yang Kai. Their expressions were a little complicated. No one thought that things would get to this point. At the beginning, when Yang Kai and Zhu Lai fought, they all thought that Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. They wanted to wait for the dragon race to vent their anger before dealing with it, but who knew that Yang Kai would be so strong and brave that even a dragon race would be defeated by him and trampled under his feet. This was going to be difficult. "Great Elder Lei, you came at the right time." Yang Kai glanced at Lei Hong and his eyes lit up as if he had seen his savior. Lei Hong's figure suddenly froze, and he suddenly had a very bad feeling. He suddenly regretted that he didn't leave just now and foolishly followed Wen Zishan here. Wasn't this just asking for trouble? Yang Kai said, "I caught a dragon race. This guy is too arrogant and despotic, so I'll hand him over to you to take back to Star Soul Palace and let the great emperors deal with him. Kill him or scrape him, it's up to the great emperors, I have no objections." The corner of Lei Hong's mouth twitched and he refused to move forward, acting as if he didn't hear Yang Kai at all. He turned around and cupped his fists to Wen Zishan, "Temple Master 1, this matter is over, So this Lei will take his leave first. I'll need Wen Zishan's help in eliminating this demon. My Star Soul Palace will do its best to hunt him down. If there is any news, please inform me as soon as possible. Chapter 29:38. Wen Zishan opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Lei Hong's figure flickered, and with a crackling sound, a bolt of lightning appeared where he was standing, wrapping around the members of Star Soul Palace as he turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. Lei Hong, come back here. Zhu Lai suddenly shouted, his voice spreading in all directions. How dare a cultivator in your southern territory treat the dragon race like this? My Dragon Island will never let this go. Lei Hong ran even faster, disappearing in the blink of an eye. He originally wanted to ask Yang Kai about the dragon transformation's secret technique, but now he didn't have the time to think about it. He just wanted to get as far away from this place as possible. Yang Kai stared in the direction Lei Hong left and laughed for a while, but then he stopped laughing and turned his head, only to see Gao Shueting, Wen Zishan, and the others looking at him speechlessly. What do we do now? Gao Shueting asked. I don't know. Yang Kai had an innocent expression, but with his half-dragon body at the moment, his expression looked particularly ferocious. Why don't we let him go? Qin Xian suggested in a low voice. She was still very afraid of Dragon Island's reputation, and seeing Zhu Lai beaten so miserably, she couldn't bear it. Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and said, Yes, let me go quickly if you know what's good for you, otherwise you will definitely not have a good ending. Yang Kai stomped his foot again and snorted, Understand your situation before you speak, boy. I'm a member of the dragon race, how dare you treat me like this? Zhu Lai looked humiliated. So what if you're a member of the dragon race? Aren't you still crawling under my feet? Zhu Lai's face turned red, and he buried his face in the ground. It was as if he wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He would never come out to see anyone again. I can't let him go, and I can't kill him. Wen Zishan smiled bitterly, Boy, you've really given me a big problem. A proud creature like the dragon race was humiliated like this by Yang Kai. If he really let him go, he would probably immediately send a message to Dragon Island, and soon a large number of dragons would come to kill him. Killing them was definitely out of the question. If he really killed Zhu Lai, then he would completely become enemies with Dragon Island. The wrath of Dragon Island, even the sects of the great emperors may not be able to withstand it, let alone Azure Sun Temple. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Forget it. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it myself. Gao Shueting asked, What do you plan to do? Yang Kai spread out his hands and said, If we can't kill or release them, then we can only imprison them. What else can we do? Zhu Lai was shocked when he heard this. He raised his head and shouted angrily, How dare you? Yang Kai sneered, Open your dog eyes and see whether I dare or not. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and threw out a small ancient bell in front of him. It spun as it fell from the sky, and the small bell rapidly grew in size. Zhu Lai clearly sensed the danger as well. This small bell didn't look remarkable at all. It was simple and unadorned, but it gave him a feeling that it was impregnable. If he was really trapped by this thing, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. He struggled hard but was met with a beating from Yang Kai, causing him to grimace in pain. The mountains and rivers bell fell and suppressed Zhu Lai. Yang Kai jumped out in a flash, and Zhu Lai's curses and fierce attacks immediately came from the bell. Yang Kai just stretched out his hand and made a hand seal. The commotion died down. After all, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient treasure that could suppress all things. The phoenix true fire had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years and could not escape. Although Zhu Lai was a dragon race cultivator, there was nothing he could do. This is not a long-term solution. Wen Zishan sighed. Yang Kai said, Temple Master, you are busy with the demon will and the great emperors. Leave him to me. I can guarantee that he will be obedient within a month. It's good that you are confident, but you have to know when to stop. Wen Zishan said and left with the others. If there were no waves before, he would definitely find a way to solve Zhu Lai's problem first. But now, for the temple and the entire southern territory, the most important thing was to track down the whereabouts of the demon will and the great emperors of the secular world. Wukong had occupied Duanhong Chen's body, and no one knew what he would do. Tens of thousands of years ago, the heaven-devouring great emperor and the great emperors poisoned living creatures. Countless lives withered because of him. Compared to him, the anger and pursuit of the Dragon Island were secondary. In just a few days, the entire southern territory was operating in a high-profile manner. The great emperors gave the order to eliminate the demon will, and hundreds of millions of cultivators in the southern territory were mobilized. Yang Kai did not participate in it. He stayed on Lingjian Peak for the past few days. Although Lingjian Peak had a place where demons were sealed, the demon will that was sealed in it had already escaped. The ruins left behind were not dangerous or special, so Lingjian Peak was still Yang Kai's Lingjian Peak. The mountains and rivers Bell had been moved to Lingjian Peak by Yang Kai. Zhu Lai's cursing never stopped for a moment, disturbing the peace. Every day, Yang Kai would go and teach him a lesson. After losing that special dragon scale, Zhu Lai was no longer Yang Kai's opponent. In front of Yang Kai, who used the dragon transformation art, he did not even have the ability to reveal his dragon form. The dragon race was resistant to beatings. No matter how hard Yang Kai beat him, Zhu Lai could return to his original form the next day. He was also a tough guy. He probably knew that Yang Kai could not kill him anyway, so no matter how miserably he was beaten, he never said a word of mercy. More often than not, he just stared at Yang Kai fiercely with his unruly eyes, with a posture that said, "What can you do to me?" After half a month, there were gradually reports of success. Many of the demon wills that escaped from Lingjian Peak had been found. After a battle, most of the demon wills were destroyed, and the southern territory also suffered a great loss. However, with the gradual understanding of the demon wills, there were many ways to restrain the demon wills, and they would not be easily eroded by it again. However, whether it was Yang Kai, Wen Zishan, or the other people in the Emperor realm in the southern territory, they all knew that these destroyed demon wills were not all. The remaining hidden ones were the most troublesome. No one knew who these demon wills were hiding in, and no one knew when they would reveal their true forms. There was still no news of the great emperors of the bustling world and Wukong. Ever since Wukong took over Duanhong Chen's body and left Azure Sun Temple, it was as if he had evaporated into thin air. No one had seen him since. Just like those hidden demon wills, he had become a thorn in the flesh of the southern territory and was in danger of being infected at any time. According to Gao Shueting, even the great emperors of the Bright Moon sect were unable to find any useful clues. The great emperors of the Bright Moon sect even left Star Soul Palace to find the great emperors of Heaven's revelations, hoping to seek help from him. Yang Kai entered the Divine Ascension Mirror again and spent 3,000 Elder Contribution points to retrieve Tian Yen's soul. It was time to fulfill the agreement between him and Tian Yen. Ji Ying had already refined the flesh incarnation pills. When Yang Kai sent the Southern Gate army back to High Heaven Palace, he went to Ji Ying's place and brought all the Emperor pills he had refined back to Azure Sun Temple. It was with these Emperor pills that Yang Kai was able to quickly gather enough Elder Contribution points to use the Divine Ascension Mirror. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Divine Ascension world again. It was nighttime, and the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. On the high platform of Spirit Sword Peak, there were layers upon layers of barriers and spirit arrays. Yang Kai had even activated the peak protecting array in case of any accidents. Tonight was the day that Tian Yen would reconstruct his body. Wen Zishan, who had received the news, also came to protect him. He stood at the center of the array with a serious expression. This array was set up by the Southern Gate Army and had the ability to gather and protect souls. After all, Tian Yen was only a soul and didn't have a physical body. This was the first time he had left the Divine Ascension world and was brought to the star boundary by Yang Kai. If he didn't have a place to stay, his soul would soon dissipate. The law of heaven and earth in the divine ascension world was completely different from the law of heaven and earth in the star boundary. Yang Kai's expression was solemn. He calmed his mind and concentrated. After a long time, he opened his eyes and said slowly, "Senior, it's time." It was the time of the day when the yin qi was the heaviest. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pointed forward. A little light bloomed, then spread out and condensed into Tianyan's appearance. Yang Kai had brought Tianyan's soul out of the divine ascension world with the help of the rainbow soul-warming lotus. If it weren't for the rainbow soul-warming lotus, Tianyan wouldn't even be able to leave the divine ascension world. The figure was illusory and translucent, like a yin soul. When the wind blew it away, it was just a soul avatar. As soon as it appeared, Tianyan frowned, as if he felt something uncomfortable. There was a faint pained expression on his face. The heavens and earth buzzed, and a thunderclap exploded. There seemed to be a strong will and power coming from all directions, ignoring the many spirit arrays and the power of the spirit sword peak's great protective array and exerting pressure on Tianyan. An existence comparable to the great emperors had inexplicably appeared between heaven and earth. If the heavens could not tolerate it, there must be a repulsion. Tianyan had obviously expected this. He made a gesture with one hand, and a mysterious force spread out, forming a layer of protection visible to the naked eye outside his body, resisting the repulsive force between heaven and earth. In an instant, thunder roared on Spirit Sword Peak, and electric snakes danced wildly. It was a scene of doomsday, which was extremely terrifying. This movement didn't last long. No one knew what magical means Tianyan used, but the thunder gradually disappeared, and the lightning soon disappeared. The omnipresent repulsive force also dissipated completely. There's not much time, and the heavens are not easy to deceive. Tianyan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Yang Kai. "Give me a spirit pill and protect me." Yang Kai had been waiting for a long time. When he heard this, he flicked his finger without hesitation, and a milky white spirit pill flew straight toward Tianyan. Tianyan did not open his mouth, but the spirit pill fell into his mouth. The milky white light emitted. At first, it was not obvious, but as time went by, it became more and more dazzling. The entire Spirit Sword Peak seemed to be shrouded in the milky white light. Yang Kai opened his eyes wide and used his eyesight to observe carefully. He saw that the body incarnation pill had melted in Tianyan's body, turned into countless tiny white lights, and melted into every part of his soul avatar. A faint trace of vitality suddenly emerged, like a candle in the wind and rain, and seemed to be in danger of being extinguished. Tianyan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and concentrated, motionless. Chapter 29:39. The milky white fluorescence continued to wander in his divine soul, like countless stars in the sky. After a while, his body solidified a little, and the vitality coming from his body gradually became stronger. At a certain moment, Tianyan's gradually solidifying body suddenly transmitted a strong suction force, and the entire Spirit Sword Peak's heaven and earth spirit chi surged into his body. In the blink of an eye, it was completely devoured by him. An even stronger suction force came out, and the wind and clouds on Spirit Sword Peak roared. The spirit chi in the distance quickly flooded over, but it still could not meet Tianyan's needs. His body, which was formed by the spirit pill, seemed to have become a bottomless pit at this moment. No matter how much spirit chi came, it could be completely devoured. Wen Zishan noticed this and immediately took action. He communicated with the Azure Sun Temple's great protective array and gathered the spirit chi of the entire Azure Sun Temple to Spirit Sword Peak. Yang Kai even took out his Elder Jade Plate and controlled the spirit chi that was pouring into Spirit Sword Peak into Tianyan's body. The two divided the work and cooperated intimately. With the influx of spirit chi, the vitality in Tianyan's body became more and more exuberant. If there was a trace of unnaturalness in this vitality just now, then this trace of unnaturalness was slowly being eliminated. Tian Yan's body was transforming into a real body of flesh and blood. The omnipresent heavenly way seemed to have noticed something. Suddenly, there was an indescribable heavenly might condensing on Spirit Sword Peak. Although it was very weak and had not even taken shape, Yang Kai and Wen Zishan were still shocked. The mighty force of heaven and earth. Yang Kai clearly perceived a trace of the mighty force of heaven and earth. The laws of heaven and earth in each world were different, and the only thing in common was the mighty force of heaven and earth. That was the origin of the world. It was the power of the entire world. Therefore, the Emperor realm controlled the laws of heaven and earth, while the great emperors had glimpsed the mighty force of heaven and earth. This was the fundamental difference between the two. Tian Yan's existence was not tolerated by the star realm. Previously, he used the divine technique to conceal himself and avoid the heavenly way, but as time passed, this deceptive method gradually revealed itself. This allowed the heavenly Tao to sense his existence. Indeed, there was not much time left. If he did not let Tian Yan create his physical body before the heavenly Tao revealed itself, he would definitely be expelled from this world and banished into the endless void. When that time came, even if Yang Kai had the rainbow soul-warming lotus, he might not be able to save him. Yang Kai and Wen Zishan's faces were solemn as they quickly channeled the world energy of the entire Azure Sun Temple into Tian Yan's body. This was the only thing they could do. The rest would depend entirely on Tian Yan's own efforts. Time passed slowly, and the spirit qi in the Azure Sun Temple never stopped surging for a moment. The sound of wind and thunder constantly came from the Spirit Sword Peak. Tian Yan's body became more and more solid, and his vitality became more and more vigorous. The power of the Way of the Heavens condensed on Lingjian Peak was also getting stronger and stronger, like a sharp blade hanging over everyone's head. It could be chopped down at any time. It made people feel anxious and uneasy. At a certain moment, Tian Yan suddenly opened his eyes, and his hands made a few mysterious gestures that seemed to be fast but were actually slow. His newly created physical body seemed to be able to absorb all the world energy within a radius of dozens of miles. The milky white light that had been swimming in his body suddenly disappeared at this moment. Chapter 2940. Bang! 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 Yang Kai beat Zhu Lai up in the air like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere as Zhu Lai was battered and exhausted. But no matter how badly he was beaten, Zhu Lai never had the thought of admitting defeat or begging for mercy. On the contrary, the harder Yang Kai beat him, the colder his eyes became. It was as if Yang Kai didn't beat him to death, he would definitely repay the pain 100 times over. The pride of the dragon race was evident. Even if Yang Kai transformed into his 4-meter-tall half-dragon form, he was no different from an ant in Zhu Lai's eyes. With another loud bang, Zhu Lai was knocked down from the air and landed heavily on the ground. Before he could bounce back up, Yang Kai had already stepped on his face. "Do you admit defeat?" Yang Kai looked down at him. "If you admit defeat, I'll let you go right now." "No." Zhu Lai gritted his teeth and shouted, "What's the point of relying on bloodline suppression? If you have the guts, let's fight in our human forms." Yang Kai chuckled. "What kind of bullshit theory is that? Don't you dragon race decide who's better and who's worse by bloodline? You're not part of the dragon race." Zhu Lai sneered. "That's not right. In your human form, you have the strength of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. I'm just a first-order Emperor Realm Master. If I fight in my human form, wouldn't I be at a huge disadvantage?" Yang Kai kept shaking his head. "Do I need the cultivation of a third-order Emperor Realm Master to deal with trash like you? This dragon will suppress his cultivation to the first-order Emperor Realm." Zhu Lai said with a look of disdain. "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "It seems that you're very confident. Let me be frank, what if you can't beat me?" "Can't beat you? That's impossible. Zhu Lai wanted to shake his head, but his head was firmly stepped on by Yang Kai's big foot. He couldn't even shake his head. He could only sneer contemptuously, under the premise of the same level, no one is a match for the dragon race. That's hard to say. Yang Kai sneered, how about this, as you said, we'll both fight in our human forms, no bloodline suppression, but you'll have to suppress your cultivation to the first order. If you lose, we'll forget about everything that happened before. What if you lose? Do whatever you want with me. Are you serious? Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. For real? Alright, if you lose, I want you to return to the Dragon Island with me. Moreover, I want you to kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. This is a great humiliation for you humans, right? Yang Kai laughed out loud, not to mention 3, even 3,300 are up to you. As he spoke, Yang Kai took a few steps back and released the subdued Zhu Lai. Zhu Lai leaped up. Anger surged on his face, as if he was ready to pounce on Yang Kai for revenge at any time, but he suppressed the impulse in his heart and just said with a cold face, if you're a man, don't let others look down on you. I hope you can keep your promise. Yang Kai snorted lightly, you'll have to beat me first. As he finished speaking, he took the initiative to disperse the dragon transformation art. His 4-meter-tall body quickly shrank. He regained his original appearance. At this moment, Zhu Lai rushed over and spat out a mouthful of dragon flame. Although he didn't transform into a giant dragon and couldn't use most of the dragon race's secret techniques, he had no problem spitting out a few mouthfuls of dragon flame. He did keep his promise with Yang Kai and suppressed his cultivation to the First Order Emperor realm, so the power of this mouthful of dragon flame was weaker than when he transformed into a giant dragon. Even so, this kind of dragon flame was not something that just anyone could withstand. It contained an extremely scorching power. After the dragon flame, he threw a punch at Yang Kai with a look of excitement, as if he could already see the scene of Yang Kai being ravaged by him. He didn't put a trivial First Order Emperor Realm Master in his eyes. The reason why he was ravaged by Yang Kai these days was entirely because of the suppression of his bloodline. After Yang Kai used the dragon transformation art, Zhu Lai couldn't even use 70% of his strength, so how could he be his opponent? But the situation was different now. Both of them were in human form, so there was no bloodline suppression. He decided to beat Yang Kai up to vent his anger first, then bring him back to Dragon Island and hand him over to the Great Elder. Zhu Lai's fist arrived first, smashing directly into the dragon flame, and miraculously produced some unexpected changes. Zhu Lai's fist seemed to burn, and not only did it not reduce the power of the dragon flame, but it also increased its power. Rip! A sound was heard. A sword light flashed, and a wide long sword slashed at Zhu Lai's fist, producing an ear-piercing sound of metal clashing. The dragon flame wrapped around Zhu Lai's fist was cut apart and became extremely weak, as if it could be extinguished at any time. What? Zhu Lai was taken aback, and his expression changed slightly. He had been ravaged by Yang Kai these days, so he had some understanding of this human strength. He knew that he was much stronger than an ordinary First Order Emperor Realm Master. He didn't expect his attack to do anything to his opponent, and it was just a test. But he didn't expect his opponent to be able to take it so easily. Looking up, Zhu Lai's expression changed again. Because he found that Yang Kai didn't seem to be struggling at all, and there was a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking him. Zhu Lai was furious and shouted, "You're just pretending." His other fist blasted forward like a thunderbolt, and it looked like he was going to smash Yang Kai's face into pieces. Yang Kai spun his myriad sword and patted it lightly in front of him, hitting Zhu Lai's second fist. An irresistible force suddenly hit him, and Zhu Lai actually felt pain. This turn of events really made him feel a little incredulous. He was a member of the dragon race, and his physique was as strong as an emperor artifact. But this human's casual attack made him feel pain. How strong did he have to be to do this? Was he a member of the dragon race, or was he a member of the dragon race? While he was hesitating, Yang Kai had already chopped down with his myriad sword with a cold look on his face. A chill came from the top of his head, and Zhu Lai's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly retreated. With a sizzling sound, the myriad sword cut through Zhu Lai's body, and sparks flew everywhere. After Zhu Lai retreated 1,000 meters, he looked down and saw a long white scar from his abdomen to his crotch. It was extremely dazzling. You should be glad you're a member of the dragon race, or else you would already be dead. Zhu Qing is probably already dead. I can't pass on your message. Zhu Lai shook his head slowly. The smile on Yang Kai's face slowly disappeared. What do you mean by probably? Yang Kai glanced at him contemptuously, turned around and flew back to Azure Sun Temple. He was extremely fast. In a few breaths, he had returned to Lingjian Peak and went straight to the back of the mountain. Although Lingjian Peak had experienced the demonic wool seal breaking, the back of the mountain had not suffered much damage, so the territory crossing space array that he had arranged here was still intact. It wasn't until he stood in front of the space array that Yang Kai suddenly returned to his senses. Just now, his mind was full of other things, and he didn't notice his own movements. When he reacted, he was already here. Following my heart. Yang Kai whispered softly, and said helplessly, "It's really troublesome." Although he said so, the hesitation on his face disappeared without a trace and was replaced by a firm color. A sound of breaking air quickly came from afar. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a fiery red light flying over. It seemed to have noticed Yang Kai's location and went directly to the back of the mountain and landed not far from him. "What are you doing?" Kai Yang stared at Zhu Lai, who had just returned, looking like he wanted to fight with him. Zhu Lai asked, "Do you want to go to the frozen earth? To find Zhu Qing?" "It's none of your business." Yang Kai sneered. Zhu Lai's face was a little unnatural. He turned his head and said, "If you want to go, count me in." "Oh." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Zhu Lai with interest. He said lightly, "Give me a reason. Don't say that you have found your conscience. I won't believe such a naive reason." Zhu Lai touched his nose and said, "Zhu Qing is my sister." Yang Kai was slightly surprised, but he soon felt relieved. Before, he vaguely felt that there was some blood relationship between Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing because the two had some similarities in appearance. However, he didn't get an answer after he asked once, so he didn't ask anymore. Now he knew that his previous guess was right. These two red dragons were really brother and sister. Is this reason enough? Zhu Lai looked at Yang Kai with a serious expression. "It's enough, it's enough." Yang Kai nodded. He stepped onto the spatial array and said, "Come on up." Zhu Lai frowned. Although he didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, he didn't feel any malice from him. He was bold and daring, so he jumped onto the array. "Don't resist." At the same time that Yang Kai shouted, the laws of space fluctuated. The void seemed to collapse at this moment. If it weren't for Yang Kai's warning, Zhu Lai would definitely resist a little. He might even fall into the endless void because of this. There was a flash of light, and the two disappeared together. At the same time, in the High Heaven Palace of the Northern Territory. At the spatial array, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai appeared at the same time. The two disciples who had been guarding at the side saw them and quickly bowed. "Greetings, Palace Master." Yang Kai nodded. He took out the communication compass and poured information into it. After that, he stood at the same spot and waited. Zhu Lai had already recovered from the aftereffects of teleporting across the territory. He turned his head and looked around. He frowned and said, "Where is this place?" Yang Kai answered without turning his head, "Northern Territory, High Heaven Palace." Zhu Lai was stunned for a moment. Then, he turned his head and looked at the spatial array. He said absent-mindedly, "Zhu Qing said that you have a spatial array across the territory." "So it's true." Yang Kai was furious. Why does that damned woman report everything to the Dragon Island? Do I have no secrets on the Dragon Island? Zhu Lai said with a sullen face, watch your words, human. That's my sister. Yang Kai sneered. Sister? I didn't see you take the initiative to save your sister. If I had a brother like you, I would have strangled him to death. What's the use of having him? What do you know? He didn't know that Yang Kai's words had touched Zhu Lai's sensitive nerves. He was furious in an instant. He gritted his teeth and said, do you think I don't want to save her? Do you think I want to see her die there? Then why don't you go? As a cultivator, we should follow our heart and move forward bravely. We are afraid of being overcautious and indecisive. If she is really your sister, you shouldn't go to the Azure Sun Temple to find me. You should go to the frozen earth to find her. Even if you die, you should die with her. Now that time is delayed, maybe her only chance of survival was cut off by you. Zhu Lai's lips opened and closed. He seemed to be extremely angry. Both of his eyes were about to spit fire. But for some reason, he suddenly gave up and became dejected. He sighed and said, what the heart moves, what the body moves. Is this why you want to save her? Yang Kai curled his lips and said, what else? I'm not close enough with her to risk my life to save her. I can't wait for her to die as soon as possible. Since I have the thought of saving her, if I don't act on it, I'm afraid this thought will linger in my heart and become a heart demon in the future. Zhu Lai said, no matter what, I thank you on behalf of Zhu Qing. No need to thank me. Just don't bother me in the future. Yang Kai snorted coldly. A beautiful figure flew over and landed in front of them. It was the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, Hua Qingxi. She cupped her fists and said, Palace Master, you are back. While speaking, she glanced curiously at Zhu Lai who was standing beside Yang Kai, but didn't ask much. Zhu Lai was naturally too lazy to say anything. The dragon race was a proud race. If he hadn't suffered so much at the hands of Yang Kai before, he wouldn't look at Yang Kai differently at this moment. We are leaving immediately. Yang Kai had an energetic expression. Where are you going? Hua Qingxi asked. I have to make a trip to the Fire Dragon Palace. Have we connected to the space array at the Fire Dragon Palace? Hua Qingxi replied, I did have this suggestion before, but Li Jiao wasn't too willing, so I didn't force him. Of course he wasn't willing. Yang Kai smiled and said. Although the Fire Dragon Palace and the High Sky sect were old top sects in the Northern Territory, they had all suffered great losses at the hands of Yang Kai. They owed the High Heaven Palace a huge debt that couldn't be paid off even after a few decades. Who would be willing to connect to the space array with their creditors? Wouldn't this make it easier for others to come and collect their debts? Fine, I will just fly over directly. Point me in a direction. Hua Qingxi hurriedly pointed in a direction and said, the Fire Dragon Palace is over there. Palace Master, you can reach it in about 3 days. Would you like me to accompany Palace Master? I've been to the Fire Dragon Palace once before. No need, Yang Kai waved his hand and changed to a sound transmission. How are things going with the Thousand Illusions dream world? Hua Qingxi's expression turned serious, it's all been dealt with. Qi Yu and the others entered once and gained quite a bit from it. However, the scale of the Thousand Illusions dream world is too large, so it will take some time to figure out a pattern. I'm preparing to send some of the Thousand Leaves sect's disciples in the next batch to enter. Fire Dragon Palace's Palace Master, Li Jiao, was a half-monster master with a trace of the dragon race's bloodline. In its heyday, Fire Dragon Palace once suppressed the other 3 sects. However, after the High Heaven Palace appeared in the Northern Territory, Fire Dragon Palace's days were not so good. No one knew how their palace master offended High Heaven Palace. Since last year, 80% of the sect's annual income had to be handed over to High Heaven Palace, leaving them with only 20%. Fire Dragon Palace was a big family with tens of thousands of disciples. A mere 20% of the sect's income was only 10 million high-rank source crystals. How could this amount be enough? In the palace, from Li Jiao to the ordinary disciples, all kinds of benefits fell from the sky to the ground. Everyone had to tighten their belts to live. Because of this matter, many elders in the mythical dragon palace were extremely dissatisfied with the Lingxiao palace. From time to time, they would blow wind and ignite the fire in Li Jiao's ears, wanting him to bring them to the Lingxiao palace to wash away their shame and take revenge. Li Jiao didn't have the guts. The elders and disciples below didn't know the background of High Heaven Palace, but he was very clear about it. Last time, he went with Ji Ying to join in the fun, but the result was that he almost lost his family business. Now, when he heard others mention High Heaven Palace, his heart would beat like a drum. How could he dare to visit? Fortunately, the Fire Dragon Palace wasn't the only one who was unlucky. The High Sky sect's situation was similar. The two top sects were now brothers in distress, so they could only hug each other for warmth. On this day, in the Fire Dragon Palace's main hall, many elders gathered. As usual, the hall was noisy. Many people in the Emperor realm didn't have the corresponding cultivation and calm temperament. The entire main hall was as noisy as a market. This situation wasn't common in the past, but since last year, it often happened. Many elders couldn't compete for more than one thing: benefits. The Fire Dragon Palace's annual income was about 50 million high-rank source crystals. With such a large amount of income, if there weren't any special circumstances, the entire sect would definitely not be able to spend it all. It was enough to satisfy the needs of every elder, and there was still some left over to expand the sect's inventory for future needs. But since last year, the number of 50 million had plummeted to 10 million, and the problem was exposed. Every elder wanted to fight for more benefits for the Spirit Peak Hall they controlled. Alchemy required source crystals, artifact refining required source crystals, and cultivation required source crystals. Who would be willing to suffer losses? But there were only 10 million source crystals in total, and they had to be maintained for a year, so when it was distributed to the subordinates, it became even rarer. If there was still some left in the sect storehouse, it would be fine. At worst, they could open the sect storehouse and transfer source crystals to alleviate the crisis, but the problem was that the Fire Dragon Palace's storehouse was basically empty. The sect's many years of accumulation had already been given to the High Heaven Palace as repayment for the debt, and there wouldn't be any improvement in the next 50 years. Because of this, the elders gathered in the main hall were naturally more and more unwilling to take half a step back. All of them were arguing until their faces were red with anger, wanting to fight for the greatest benefits for their side. Li Jiao sat at the head of the table, listening to the noise with a gloomy expression. He didn't say a word, nor did he have any intention of stopping them. He only hated himself for going to the High Heaven Palace with Ji Ying. Even if he went, he actually made a bet with Yang Kai. Not only did he make a bet, but he also bet so much of his sect's business. He was obsessed. Li Jiao sighed and slowly closed his eyes. At some point, the noise below stopped, and an old man with white hair and beard cupped his fists and said, "Palace Master, the disciples' cultivation cannot be separated from pills. The operation of my alchemy room is the most important thing for the entire sect. I ask Sect Master to allocate 3 million high-rank source crystals as the alchemy room's expenses for this year." 3 million? Elder Su, aren't you being too greedy? The palace only has 10 million source crystals available every year, yet you want 3 million at once. What do you want us to do? Drink the northwest wind? Yeah, 3 million is too much. I think 500,000 is enough. Even without pills, we can still cultivate. It's just that our cultivation speed will be a bit slower. We'll just have to endure these 50 years. 50 years? After 50 years, the younger generation will be crippled. Without enough pills to support them, how will they be able to dig out their potential? There will definitely be a huge gap in the younger generation of my Fire Dragon Palace. When the time comes for the sect to weaken, who will be able to bear this responsibility? Brother Su, don't be so serious. It's only 50 years, which one of us hasn't cultivated for thousands of years? Did you already have plenty of pills when you were young? Didn't you still cultivate to the Emperor realm? That's why this old master is only at the first order. If I had enough pills when I was young, this old master would definitely not be at this level. After a short period of calm, a new round of quarreling broke out. Li Jiao finally couldn't bear it anymore and angrily slapped the chair he was sitting on, turning it into dust. The noisy hall suddenly quieted down as pairs of eyes focused on Li Jiao. Since the palace master was angry, they didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. Enough. Li Jiao's eyes swept over the crowd as he lightly gritted his teeth and said, "Every day, I hear you all make a ruckus here, but you still can't come up with a solution. You are all elders of my fire dragon palace, the Emperor realm. If you all make such a ruckus here, where is your dignity?" Everyone was embarrassed by the scolding and lowered their heads. Elder Su from the pill room pondered for a moment before saying, "Palace Master, the source crystals need to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise, do you think I don't know?" Li Jiao glared at him angrily. This king was negligent that day and fell into the trap of that little thief, implicating everyone in my fire dragon palace. Elder Su said, "Palace Master doesn't need to blame himself too much. Sect Master Me also didn't see any flaws that day. You can only blame that little brat from High Heaven Palace for being too cunning. As long as the Palace Master of my fire dragon palace still exists, there will be a day when we can make a comeback." The group of elders nodded in agreement. Li Jiao said, "In short, things have already come to this. This king has a proposal that I hope the elders can do their best to cooperate with. If it can be carried out, my fire dragon palace will definitely be able to overcome this crisis." Elder Su said, "What kind of brilliant plan does Palace Master have?" Li Jiao looked around and lightly coughed before saying, "Everyone here is from the Emperor realm and has been an elder of my fire dragon palace for more than a year or two, so you all must have some savings on hand. This king means, everyone should first take out your savings and use it for public use. Even if the palace borrows it from you, after 50 years, we will return it to you with interest. We definitely won't let you suffer a loss. What do you all think?" No one responded. Wherever Li Jiao's gaze passed, everyone lowered their heads. Li Jiao coldly snorted, "You all don't have any savings? Could it be that everyone in my fire dragon palace is poor?" Chapter 2943. It's not that we don't have any savings, but compared to the sect's lack of funds, it's just a drop in the bucket, Palace Master. Elder Su looked at Li Jiao timidly with a troubled expression. "That's right, Palace Master, even if we old fellows take out all our savings, we won't be able to last long. We'll hold on for as long as we can." Li Jiao persuaded earnestly, "We'll just have to get through this temporary crisis. Once the sect has enough funds, we won't be short of you." Since Li Jiao had said so, the elders were too embarrassed to continue to refuse. After all, what Li Jiao said was true. Everyone had been promoted to the Emperor realm for so long and had some savings on hand. If they could take out this amount, it could indeed alleviate the sect's crisis. Everyone looked at each other, but Elder Su was the first to speak. "Sect Master's words are reasonable. Since that's the case, this old master will set an example. This old master will contribute 5 million. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this, and Li Jiao stared at him with a burning gaze. Elder Su smiled awkwardly. "Mid-rank source crystals. This is almost all this old master has." Li Jiao's face suddenly darkened. 5 million mid-rank source crystals was equivalent to 50,000 high-rank source crystals. What could he do with such a small amount? Moreover, it was impossible for an elder of the Emperor realm who had been in charge of pill recipes for over 100 years to only have so little. "That's not right, Elder Su." A burly man with a dark face jumped out and shouted, "I saw that the 10,000 flower wine you served to guests a few days ago cost 30,000 high-rank source crystals. That is a top-grade wine from Medicine Pill Valley. If you only have so little money, how could you possibly afford it?" He was exposed right in front of his face. Elder Su's face flushed red. He tried to defend himself. That wasn't what this old master bought. It was brought by my friend who specially invited this old master to taste it together. How could it be that I bought it? This old master's elder contribution is only so little every year, and it's barely enough for my own cultivation. How could I have so many source crystals to buy some 10,000 flower wine? Don't slander me. The burly man with a dark face coldly snorted, Elder Su doesn't have source crystals. Who would believe that? Elder Su, you are in control of the entire Fire Dragon Palace's alchemy room. Every year, countless source crystals were taken from the palace master. Not to mention anything else, just the year before last, they had taken 6 million high-rank source crystals, 7 million 3 years ago, and 8 million before that. The sect's annual income is no more than 50 million, and the alchemy room directly consumes 10% to 20% of that. Elder Su flicked his sleeves and said, "This old man has already said that the pill chamber is the most important place in the Fire Dragon Palace. Among the tens of thousands of disciples who cultivate, which one of them can do without pills? It's normal to consume a lot of energy." The black-faced big man sneered, "If those source crystals were really all used to buy herbs, then so be it. Can Elder Su guarantee that the source crystals you asked for from the palace master were all used to operate the pill room?" Elder Su was instantly enraged. He shouted, What do you mean?" The black-faced man snorted, "You know what I mean. When the sect was rich, you secretly embezzled and filled your own pockets. Now that the sect is in trouble, shouldn't Elder Su do something? Embezzling and filling my own pockets." Elder Su suddenly jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His emperor chi surged. It was obvious that he wanted to immediately fight with the black-faced man to prove his innocence. Turning his head to Li Jiao, he angrily said, "Palace Master, someone is slandering this old man. I ask Palace Master to uphold justice for me." Li Jiao stood there with a numb expression, as if he did not hear Elder Su's words. Elder Su turned his head and sneered at the black-faced man, "My pill chamber's financial income and expenditure are all in the books. This old master will not argue with you here. Whether or not I secretly embezzled and filled my own pockets is up to Palace Master to decide. As for your artifact chamber, I don't know if it's clean. Old thing, how dare you bite back?" The black-faced man flew into a rage. "How dare you call me old thing? Bastard. So what if I call you old thing, old thing, old thing?" The two immediately quarreled fiercely. Some of the remaining elders wanted to help, while others wanted to keep the peace. The hall instantly fell into chaos, and if it weren't for Li Jiao still being here, a fight would have broken out already. Li Jiao coldly looked down, wishing he could sweep all these annoying people out of the hall and end this once and for all. However, he was still the palace master, and his decision was related to the survival of tens of thousands of disciples. Even if he was angry in his heart, he could only forcibly suppress it and think of a way to solve the current crisis first. With a creak, the door to the hall was pushed open and a disciple walked in. The noise came to an abrupt end as everyone turned to look at the disciple. This disciple obviously didn't expect such a wonderful thing to happen in the main hall. What he saw was that the high and mighty elders were all flushed with anger, and the palace master was standing at the very top with a sneer on his face. He was so scared that he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "What's the matter?" Li Jiao asked impatiently. "Reporting to Palace Master, someone wants to see you." The disciple replied while trembling with fear. "I won't see him." Li Jiao's mood was in a mess, so he refused without thinking. The disciple felt as if he had been pardoned and quickly withdrew. However, Li Jiao opened his mouth again and said, "Who wants to see you?" The disciple thought for a moment and said, "That person calls himself Yang Kai." "What?" Li Jiao was shocked when he heard this, and the group of elders below were also stunned. Elder Su said, "Yang Kai? Could it be the High Heaven Palace's palace master? If it really is him, then it will be interesting." The eyes of the black-faced man who was quarreling with Elder Su just now flashed with a dangerous light. He raised his head and said, Palace Master, why don't you let that Yang Kai come in? Isn't he the creditor of our Fire Dragon Palace? We can discuss the debt with him. Yes, yes. This person came at the right time. Let him come in, Palace Master, what do you think? Everyone turned their heads and saw Li Jiao's face as black as the bottom of a pot. Obviously, he didn't think their idea was a good one. Li Jiao sighed and said, High Heaven Palace can't be provoked, and that Yang Kai can't be provoked either. The group of elders was very unconvinced because they had heard that the High Heaven Palace's palace master was only a first-order Emperor Realm master. Last time, their own palace master and the High Sky sect master had suffered a big loss in their territory. This time, he dared to take the initiative to deliver himself to their door. They really didn't know what their palace master was afraid of. As long as he entered the hall and closed the door, the huge debt would be settled in an instant. Tell that person that this palace master is out traveling and is not in the palace, Li Jiao waved his hand. The disciple nodded, but just as he was about to turn around, a sneer suddenly came from outside the door. Brother Li is really arrogant. This palace master has personally come to visit, but you don't even want to see his face? As soon as he finished speaking, two more figures appeared in the hall. Before these two people appeared, no one in the Emperor realm in the hall noticed them, as if they had always been there. Both of them were young men. One had a frivolous expression, sharp eyebrows, and bright eyes, while the other had fiery red hair, a cold expression, and arrogant eyes. He was clearly standing on the ground, but he gave off a feeling of being in the clouds, as if he wasn't in the same world as everyone present. All the elders were shocked and their faces paled. Li Jiao's figure flickered and he almost turned around to flee, but he suppressed the conflict in his heart with great difficulty and looked at Yang Kai speechlessly. Yang Kai looked up with a smile. Brother Li wants to go out traveling? Li Jiao chuckled dryly, I do have such plans, but it's not a big deal. It's just a whim, but since Palace Master Yang is here, this Li naturally can't leave. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and said, still in the mood to go out traveling, it seems that Palace Master Li is doing quite well these days. Li Jiao's expression suddenly became bitter as he said, Palace Master Yang must be joking, this Li's days are worse than death. Hearing this, the group of elders lowered their heads in embarrassment. Yang Kai laughed and said, Brother Li is really interesting. Fire Dragon Palace is a big family and Brother Li's authority is monstrous, so how could you be living a life worse than death? Li Jiao thought to himself, isn't it all because of you? But he still smiled and said, I wonder why Palace Master Yang has come here today? Yang Kai didn't answer and just looked at him with a smile. Li Jiao wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, This. Palace Master Yang isn't here to collect money, right? How could such a small matter trouble you personally? Just let the servants do it, and my Fire Dragon Palace hasn't forgotten about this year's payment, so I need some time to prepare it. Once it's ready, I will immediately send it to High Heaven Palace without any delay. What's more, it's not the deadline yet. When is the deadline? How come I don't know? I feel that today is the deadline. The cold sweat on Li Jiao's forehead became even more severe. Palace Master Yang is really here to collect money? He simply couldn't believe it. Although the Fire Dragon Palace did owe a large amount of source crystals to High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai personally coming to collect it and entering without notice was a bit excessive. Surnamed Yang, don't be so arrogant. The dark-faced man rushed out from the crowd and poked Yang Kai with his finger, although I don't know what means you used to deceive the palace master and cause my Lilong Dragon Palace to be in such dire straits, but since you are still the palace master of the Lilong Dragon Palace and a comrade of the Northern Territory, in the future, we will surely meet again. As long as you can sign a written agreement here, the debt between our two sects will be nullified and we can let you go, but if not, Many people from the Emperor realm looked at Yang Kai with ill intentions. After seeing Yang Kai with their own eyes and confirming that he was really just a first-order Emperor realm master, they naturally had nothing to be afraid of. No matter how strong the High Heaven Palace's heritage was, as long as they could control Yang Kai here, it was equivalent to controlling the High Heaven Palace. The so-called debt would be a joke. Li Jiao sweated profusely and almost fainted. Yang Kai glanced at the dark-faced man, then looked at Li Jiao and asked, "Is this your elder?" "No." Li Jiao immediately denied. Chapter 29:44. The group of people from the Emperor realm stared at him dumbfoundedly. The dark-faced man obviously didn't expect his palace master to give such an answer, his mouth wide open and his expression sluggish. Li Jiao said, "I don't know when this piece of trash got in here, but he dared to pretend to be an elder of my fire dragon palace. Master Yang, please don't lower yourself to his level." Yang Kai said coldly, "Since he's trash, he should be cleaned up." Li Jiao hurriedly said, "Palace Master Yang is right." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and slammed it towards the dark-faced man, instantly stirring up a storm in the hall. When the huge palm fell, the dark-faced man obviously didn't react, but even if he did, with his first-order Emperor realm cultivation, it was impossible for him to be Li Jiao's opponent. With a scream, the dark-faced man was slammed to the ground, his bones broken, blood flowing from his mouth and nose as he fainted. The hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. All the Fire Dragon Palace elders were dumbfounded. They never thought that their palace master would actually attack an elder of his own family. For a moment, their hearts and bodies turned cold. Li Jiao wasn't a temperamental person. Every elder of the Emperor realm present had followed him for at least 100 years and had contributed greatly to the Fire Dragon Palace. However, in order to please an outsider, Li Jiao actually attacked his own family. This kind of action inevitably made them feel disheartened. Even if the dark-faced man didn't die from this blow, he was seriously injured and would need at least 1 to 2 months to recover. Under everyone's gazes, Li Jiao raised his hand again and directly threw the dark-faced man out of the hall. He looked around coldly and sternly. Snorting lightly, he said, "If you don't have eyes at home, you'll only lose your face, but if you don't have eyes outside, you'll lose your life. I hope you all remember this." When these words of warning reached everyone's ears, they couldn't help but shiver, and their expressions changed. Li Jiao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with a dry smile. "I wonder if Palace Master Yang is satisfied." Yang Kai chuckled, "Brother Li is handling his own family's matters. It doesn't matter if I'm satisfied or not." Only then did Li Jiao feel relieved. Exhaling lightly, he asked, "May I ask why Palace Master Yang is here?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "Collect the money." Didn't Brother Li guess it? Why ask when you already know the answer? Li Jiao turned pale with fright as he wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. "Palace Master Yang, please don't joke, please don't joke. Do I look like I'm joking?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Li Jiao wasn't sure why Yang Kai had come here. Logically speaking, the annual debt of 40 million high-rank source crystals really wasn't worth Yang Kai coming here personally, but his expression didn't seem to be joking. This made Li Jiao's heart beat like a drum. Owing such a huge sum of money to the other party, he always felt that he was inferior to the other party. He didn't even have the confidence to speak. If the High Heaven Palace didn't have such a huge background, the Fire Dragon Palace might have resisted a little. However, Li Jiao, who knew the background of the High Heaven Palace, couldn't even think of resisting. The other party had a relationship with Grandmaster Ji Ying. Not to mention, there were 3 monster kings. There was even a dragon race. How could the Fire Dragon Palace compare with such a lineup? If he really provoked the other party, the Seeking Passion Sect's fate would be the Fire Dragon Palace's tomorrow. For a moment, Li Jiao smiled, not knowing what to do. Yang Kai suddenly said, "Brother Li, you can't take it out?" Li Jiao said embarrassedly, "I asked Palace Master Yang to extend the deadline for a few more days." "How long is the deadline?" "Half a year." No, 3 months, 3 months will do," Li Jiao hurriedly said. 3 months? Palace Master Li's request is too low. Yang Kai smiled slightly and said, "How about this Palace Master give you 3 years?" "What?" Li Jiao was stunned, not understanding Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai said, "This palace master will give you 3 years. During these 3 years, your fire dragon palace will no longer need to pay tribute to my high heaven palace. After 3 years, everything will return to normal. With these 3 years as a buffer, your days in the fire dragon palace should be much better." Li Jiao didn't feel pleasantly surprised. Instead, he looked frightened and hesitantly asked, "Palace Master Yang, what request do you have?" There was no free lunch in this world, and it was impossible for the High Heaven Palace's palace master to be so kind. Li Jiao had lived for so many years, so he should have some common sense. Yang Kai smiled gently, "I need Brother Li to accompany me to a place." Li Jiao immediately became vigilant, his expression constantly changing. "Where?" Yang Kai quietly sent a message and spat out 2 words. Li Jiao's expression changed greatly, as if he had heard some shocking bad news. He shook his head like a rattle drum. "Palace Master Yang, it's not that this Li doesn't want to help you, it's just that, then pay me back right now." Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish speaking and stretched out his hand. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he angrily said, "Palace Master Yang, this Li treats you sincerely, so don't go too far. I, Li Jiao, am not someone who can be scared." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Why is Brother Li so unreasonable? I just want you to accompany me to that place, not take your life." Li Jiao shook his head and said, "Anywhere else is fine, but that place." He seemed to have thought of something in the past and couldn't help but shiver before continuing, "Palace Master Yang, if you have any other requests, this Li will definitely satisfy you if I can." "You really can't?" Yang Kai's face sank slightly. Li Jiao answered with silence. Yang Kai sighed slightly and said, "Forget it, a melon forcefully picked is not sweet. Since Brother Li is unwilling, then this palace master won't force it. It's just that this palace master originally planned to resolve a crisis for Brother Li, but since Brother Li is unwilling to cooperate, then you can only pray for yourself." Li Jiao's heart skipped a beat as he asked in surprise, "Crisis? What crisis?" Yang Kai shrugged. Zhu Lai, who had been standing silently to the side, said, "Does this guy know where Zhu Qing is?" "No one knows better than him," Yang Kai replied. The reason why Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth was because of this Li Jiao. Many years ago, Li Jiao had accidentally obtained a dragon blood flower from the frozen earth and brought it back to the fire dragon palace to cultivate with his own blood. According to him, the reason why the dragon blood flower appeared in the frozen earth was because a giant dragon had fallen there, and the dragon blood flower had absorbed the essence of that giant dragon's flesh and blood, allowing it to survive. Zhu Qing had previously inquired about the location of that place from Li Jiao and had gone to the frozen earth in order to bring back the dragon race's source left behind by the giant dragon. So, if there was anyone in this world who knew where Zhu Qing was in the frozen earth, then only Li Jiao would know. Letting him lead the way was the fastest way. "That's good." Zhu Lai nodded when he heard this and walked towards Li Jiao. Li Jiao's heart tightened as he felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. He had been paying attention to this red-haired young man before and had sensed his strength, so he had tolerated Yang Kai's deliberately making things difficult for him. Now that there was a disagreement, Li Jiao naturally became even more vigilant. He asked in a deep voice, "How should I address sir?" Zhu Lai sneered, "Reptile is not qualified to know my name." "Reptile, reptile." Li Jiao flew into a rage. He was afraid of Yang Kai because there were countless masters behind Yang Kai that he could not afford to provoke, especially that female dragon. That was an existence he could not look up to. Although this red-haired young man was powerful, it was not to the extent that he feared him. He was still a third-layer Emperor Realm Master, and there were not many people in this world who could defeat him. "I can't stand a despicable bloodline like yours. It should have been exterminated long ago." Zhu Lai's eyes were filled with disdain. This sentence completely angered Li Jiao. His impure bloodline was a thorn in his heart, and anyone who mentioned it would be unlucky. So with a roar, Li Jiao prepared to teach this red-haired young man a lesson. No matter how strong the other party was, as long as they were not great emperors, they would not be his opponent in this fire dragon palace. He had the advantage of time, place, and people, so he could display a strength far greater than his own. The roar came to an abrupt end, and the emperor qi surging in Li Jiao's body also calmed down. Standing on the high platform, Li Jiao looked down with trembling eyes, his whole body trembling as he almost fell to the ground, exclaiming, "Dragon race!" Below, behind Zhu Lai, who was walking towards him step by step, a giant red dragon phantom suddenly appeared, hovering above his head, its huge dragon eyes staring emotionlessly at Li Jiao. Being stared at by this pair of eyes, Li Jiao felt all the strength in his body disappear, his blood almost solidifying, and his emperor qi not circulating properly. Now, even if a Dao Source Realm cultivator appeared, they would be able to easily kill him on the spot. A resounding dragon roar rang out at this time, deafening everyone, causing the entire hall to tremble. The faces of the many elders of the Li Dragon Palace turned ashen as they panicked for a while. All of them stared at the gigantic dragon figure behind Zhu Lai in a daze, and couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority and insignificance in their hearts. It was only at this moment that they realized how wise and powerful their palace lord was. When Li Jiao had knocked out the large dark-faced man and tossed him out, they had felt that their palace master was a bit heartless, and their hearts had turned cold. But now, they understood that it wasn't that Li Jiao was a coward, but that he had foresight. Not to mention the strength of the High Heaven Palace's palace master, just this dragon race was enough to wipe out everyone present. If there was any conflict at that time, only the Fire Dragon Palace would be unlucky. A dragon race, a real dragon race, a dragon race that had always only existed in legends and ancient books, had suddenly appeared in front of them, giving everyone an extremely unreal feeling. Only after witnessing it with their own eyes did they understand how weak the descriptions in ancient books were. The strength of the dragon race was not something that could be summarized in a few words. When the dragon race was angry, who could face it head-on? Clashing with the dragon race was tantamount to going against the entire dragon island. The Fire Dragon Palace did not have the courage or ability to do so. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Lai had already walked up to the high platform, reached out, and grabbed Li Jiao's neck, lifting him up. Despite his third-stage Emperor Realm cultivation, Li Jiao was like a baby in front of Zhu Lai, completely unable to resist. Although he struggled, he still couldn't break free from his shackles, his face quickly turning red and his breathing labored. Chapter 29:45. Save. Save me. Li Jiao couldn't break free from Zhu Lai's restraint, he only felt that his neck was about to be crushed. The cold murderous intent in Zhu Lai's eyes made him even more terrified. He could only tilt his head and ask Yang Kai for help. Since the two of them came together, then Yang Kai's words must have some weight. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "Brother Li, I'm sorry, I can't help you with this matter." Li Jiao's throat made a gurgling sound, he was already unable to spit out a word. The group of Fire Dragon Palace elders were even more anxious, they couldn't do anything as they watched their own palace master being humiliated like this, they couldn't do anything. It was extremely awkward. "I forgot to tell you, this dragon race is Zhu Qing's younger brother, he also came from Dragon Island. Do you still remember Zhu Qing? She is the female dragon that went to that place. Speaking of this matter, Brother Li also has to bear a lot of responsibility." Yang Kai let out a long sigh. Zhu Qing went to that place and hasn't returned yet, she seems to have encountered some danger. Then, her younger brother came out from Dragon Island, wanting to save his sister. TSK, the affection between siblings is really touching. However, when he found out that this matter was caused by you, his impression of Brother Li isn't too good. Li Jiao's eyeballs were about to roll out, leaving only white kernels. "Ah, that's right." Yang Kai continued to pour oil on the fire. "This brother seems to dislike those with impure bloodlines. He kills one when he sees one, two when he sees two. I did mention Brother Li's situation to him before, I don't know if he listened to me. In short, This is a matter between Dragon Island and your Fire Dragon Palace. It's really inconvenient for an outsider like me to interfere. Until now, Li Jiao finally understood what Yang Kai meant by crisis. This was indeed a huge crisis. He couldn't understand even if he racked his brain. The dragon race was rarely seen by ordinary people. Why would one appear in front of him every few days? And it was all related to this High Heaven Palace's palace master. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Dragon Island was behind Lingxiao Palace. In this situation, even if this dragon race really killed him, he had no one to reason with, let alone count on his subordinates to avenge him. He wanted to speak. However, no matter what, he couldn't spit out a single word. Left with no choice, he could only raise one hand and raise 3 fingers, continuously shaking them. "Brotherly, what do you mean? I don't understand your hand signals." Yang Kai was at a loss. Li Jiao continued to sway. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him. The 3 fingers turned into 2, and finally, it turned into 1. Only then did Kai Yang say, "I understand a little. Since Brother Li is so sincere, I think it's not impossible to discuss." He turned to Zhu Lai and said, "Let him go first. If you really kill him, don't expect to find your sister." Zhu Lai coldly snorted and threw Li Jiao out like a rag sack. There was a loud boom. Li Jiao fell heavily to the side and rolled a few times before stabilizing himself. He hurriedly got up and coughed violently. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, he didn't even have the courage to look at Zhu Lai, avoiding his gaze. He was terrified to the extreme. If it had been any other third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator here, he wouldn't have behaved so miserably, but facing a pure Dragon Clan cultivator, he couldn't muster up any thoughts of resistance or resentment. He only felt that he was inferior in every way and deserved to be abused. "Brotherly, there's no time to lose. We have to set off now," Yang Kai looked at Li Jiao and said. Li Jiao nodded weakly. Yang Kai smiled, "Don't look so wronged. I don't want your life, I just want you to lead the way. What's more, it's not like you didn't earn anything. This palace master can give you a year to repay the debt." Li Jiao's mouth twitched as he regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. If he had known that Yang Kai would bring a dragon race over, he would have agreed to everything and wouldn't have haggled with him. Now, the original 3-year deadline had been reduced to 1 year, and it was he who asked for it. Li Jiao turned around and ordered the people of the Emperor Realm, "I ask everyone to take care of the palace. This Li will be back soon." All the elders nodded and looked at Li Jiao sympathetically. They also knew about Li Jiao's situation and knew that he wasn't a coward. It was just that he had encountered a nemesis and couldn't do anything about it. Embarrassed to stay any longer, Li Jiao urged Yang Kai to hurry up and set off. Summoning the flowing cloud shuttle, the 3 entered and turned into a streak of light as they rushed north. Among the 4 great territories of the star boundary, every territory had its own dangerous and forbidden areas. The southern territory had the southern swamp, the eastern territory had the wild lands, the western territory had the western desert, and the northern territory had the frozen earth. These were only the most famous places, and there were countless other large and small dangerous areas. However, in terms of danger and mortality, if the northern territory's frozen earth was ranked second, then there was no other place that could be ranked first. The frozen earth was publicly recognized as the most dangerous place in the star boundary. Even the great emperors didn't dare to rashly enter a forbidden area. Other places, such as the southern swamp and the wild lands, had many hidden life forces. Although they were extremely dangerous, there were also many hidden opportunities. However, within the frozen earth, there was only death and ice, nothing else. No one knew what the frozen earth was like, because those who entered had all died. Li Jiao was able to escape from the frozen earth by luck. Firstly, his luck was good, and secondly, he didn't go too deep. The place he went back then was only the edge of the frozen earth. That was several hundred years ago. At that time, Li Jiao had just broken through to the 3rd layer Emperor realm and was in high spirits. He acted recklessly, thinking that the world was so big that he could go anywhere. On a whim, he went to the frozen earth. That trip was a narrow escape. After that trip, Li Jiao swore that he would never go to the frozen earth again. It was at that time that Li Jiao brought the dragon blood flower back to the Fire Dragon Palace. He never thought that he would have to go there again after several hundred years. Even though it had been a long time ago, Li Jiao's memory of that experience was still fresh. Along the way, he had revealed a lot of information about the frozen earth to Yang Kai and Zhu Lai. Although it wasn't much, it was still useful. Chapter 2946. The three of them worked together and quickly removed all the snow that covered the area. The huge mark left behind by the giant dragon's fall appeared before their eyes. Just as Li Jiao had said before, there were only marks here and no corpse of the giant dragon. This was because the essence of the giant dragon's flesh and blood had become nutrients, nurturing a dragon blood flower. There was no information left behind by Zhu Qing here, so no one knew if he had come here before. Yang Kai silently sensed for a long time before shaking his head and saying, "The source is not here." Although he was not a member of the dragon race, ever since he cultivated the dragon transformation art that Zhu Qing had taught him, the golden divine dragon source had begun to truly fuse with him. His bloodline and body were gradually transforming into the dragon race, so if there was a source of the dragon race here, he would definitely be able to sense it. Zhu Lai glanced at him and said, "I want to use the dragon race secret technique, protect me." Yang Kai nodded seriously and walked to the side. Li Jiao's expression changed as he looked at Zhu Lai with curiosity and desire. The dragon race secret technique was a very mysterious secret technique that could only be used by those with the bloodline of the dragon race. Yang Kai could suppress Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing with the power of his bloodline, but without systematic learning, even he could not use the dragon race secret technique because it involved the use of the dragon yuan and the incantation of the dragon language. Li Jiao had a trace of the dragon race bloodline, so he was naturally curious and yearning for it. Zhu Lai closed his eyes and calmed his mind. A moment later, he suddenly opened his eyes and slid his other hand like a knife. His sharp nails cut into his palm, and the air was immediately filled with a thick smell of blood. Zhu Lai clenched his wounded hand and raised it high. The dragon yuan in his body surged, and a low incantation came from his mouth. The incantation was profound and complicated, and it was very awkward to listen to, as if Zhu Lai's mouth was stuffed with something to speak. Li Jiao, who had pricked up his ears, had a blank expression on his face as he anxiously scratched his head. It wasn't easy for him to encounter a pure dragon race that was displaying the secret techniques of the dragon race in front of him. Naturally, he had the intention of secretly learning from it. Unfortunately, he couldn't even understand what it was saying, so how could he learn it? Yang Kai didn't understand either. However, he felt that when Zhu Lai used the dragon clan's secret technique, it was somewhat similar to the witchcraft that the ancient witches used. Both of them required chanting. Under the gazes of the two, drops of blood dripped from Zhu Lai's palm. His dragon blood was different from normal blood. It was like a burning flame, emitting a scorching aura. After landing on the ground, there was a crackling sound as it melted into the ground and disappeared. Zhu Lai's incantation grew louder and louder, gradually becoming similar to a dragon's roar. It also sounded like rolling thunder, causing pain in people's eardrums. His red hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered in the wind. The world seemed to be completely filled with this dragon's roar. Suddenly, Zhu Lai's voice stopped. His aura, which had risen to its peak, was like a deflated balloon. It withered quite a bit in an instant, and even some sweat seeped out of his delicate face. Although he didn't know what kind of dragon race secret technique this was, this move undoubtedly consumed a lot of his energy. Yang Kai and Li Jiao both looked at him anxiously, but Zhu Lai's gaze was lowered as he stared at the ground. The ground was soaked in his blood, and at this moment, it was completely red. The scorching energy collided with the cold air here. Steam was rising from it. At a certain moment, Zhu Lai's eyes lit up. At the same time, Yang Kai and Li Jiao also felt a slight change. The ground, which was soaked in blood, was squirming. It seemed like something was about to break out of the ground. Under the gazes of the three people, a dark red dot bloomed from the ground and quickly rose. Its branches and leaves spread out, and in just a moment, there was an extra-foot-tall plant on the ground. The plant was bright red, as if it was soaked in blood. At first glance, this thing looked like a blood coral. Zhu Lai sucked up the foot-tall blood coral and held it in his hand. A dense red light gathered on the crown of the tree and floated in a certain direction as if it had a mind of its own, like a red ribbon hanging on the crown of the tree. Strangely, the direction in which this red ribbon floated was completely different from the direction in which the wind was blowing. Zhu Lai pointed in the direction the red ribbon was pointing and said, "Zhu Qing is over there, still alive." Although he didn't know how he came to this conclusion, there was no doubt that it was related to the dragon race secret technique he had used. Yang Kai didn't say anything else and summoned the flowing cloud shuttle, shouting, "Let's go." Li Jiao stood in place and looked at Yang Kai fawningly. "Palace Master Yang, this Li has already brought you to your destination. The rest of the journey." "Hey, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists, this Li is still." Before he could finish speaking, Zhu Lai picked him up and threw him into the flowing cloud shuttle, leaving him with a bitter and resentful expression. He didn't know why this dragon race master was still unwilling to let him go. He had already completed his mission and brought Yang Kai and Zhu Lai to their destination. What happened next should have nothing to do with him. He should be able to leave this damned place and return to the Fire Dragon Palace, but things just didn't go as he wished. As a third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, he hadn't tasted this kind of powerlessness for many years. He secretly made up his mind that if he could return alive from this trip, he would never have anything to do with the dragon race in the future. This was simply going too far. The flowing cloud shuttle tore through the air, but its speed was getting slower and slower. After using the secret technique, Zhu Lai had become very weak. Yang Kai held the blood coral in his hand and used the red light to guide him in the direction of Zhu Qing. Less than 2,000 miles into the frozen earth, the drift cloud shuttle, which was flying in the air, suddenly shook violently. Then, it plummeted down. Yang Kai was slightly startled, thinking that it had been attacked, but he soon understood what had happened. Kicking Li Jiao away, he woke up Zhu Lai, who was meditating and recovering. Immediately after, he put away the flowing cloud shuttle and stood in the air. A biting cold wind blew, enveloping everyone in it, as if it could freeze one's soul. In such a dangerous environment, even a master who cultivated the ice attribute principle wouldn't be able to stay for long. Li Jiao trembled as he flew over, a gloomy expression on his face as he asked, "What's wrong?" Just now, hiding in the flowing cloud shuttle had provided him with a layer of protection, but now that he was directly in contact with the frozen ground, he could clearly feel his vitality slowly draining away. Although it wouldn't be a big problem for the time being, staying in this place for too long would shorten his lifespan. "It's nothing, we'll probably have to walk the rest of the way on our own." Yang Kai glanced at Zhu Lai as he spoke. A flight-type Emperor artifact like the flowing cloud shuttle was actually frozen to the point of being unable to operate normally in this place. No one would believe such a thing if they hadn't experienced it themselves. Zhu Lai's expression didn't change, but Li Jiao's face paled. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Gentlemen, this Li has a presumptuous request." Zhu Lai stared at him, his expression even colder than the cold of the frozen ground. Li Jiao's words suddenly changed, "This Li can bring up the rear." "Very well," Yang Kai smiled lightly, holding the dragon blood coral in one hand as he took the lead and flew forward. Zhu Lai stretched out his hand, grabbed Li Jiao, and threw him forward, having him follow closely behind Yang Kai while he walked at the back. Flying in the frozen ground was definitely not a pleasant thing, but Yang Kai soon discovered an interesting phenomenon. The higher he flew, the greater the consumption and the more terrifying the life-extinguishing cold became. After noticing this, he immediately flew down and stayed close to the ground, so the resistance he felt was much less. However, as a result, his speed was much slower, but it was also much safer. After an entire day, the three of them had only traveled a few hundred kilometers. This was simply inconceivable for a group of people from the Emperor realm. After a day, the three of them were shivering all over, their hair and faces covered in ice. No matter how much they circulated their emperor chi, they couldn't resist the cold that invaded their bodies. Li Jiao wanted to leave several times, but every time he met Zhu Lai's eyes, the courage he had tried so hard to accumulate suddenly collapsed. He couldn't say a word and could only desperately keep up with Yang Kai's pace. He couldn't understand. Yang Kai was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could he last so long? Logically speaking, a first-order Emperor Realm Master like him should have frozen to death here long ago, but among the three of them, he seemed to be in the best condition. In this regard, even Zhu Lai, who was a dragon race master, couldn't compare. Another day later, Yang Kai, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped and listened. He vaguely sensed something. Li Jiao, who was following behind him, almost bumped into him. Seeing Yang Kai's dignified look, he couldn't help but ask nervously, "What's wrong, Palace Master Yang?" Yang Kai looked past Li Jiao and said to Zhu Lai, "Something is coming." Zhu Lai nodded slightly. He had also sensed that something was coming. The surrounding air and chill were emitting an abnormal fluctuation. "What is it? What is it?" Li Jiao asked with a pale face. The frozen earth was lifeless, so what could be here? Seeing that Yang Kai and Zhu Lai both seemed to be serious, he couldn't help but feel worried. It should be that thing. Yang Kai looked up into the distance and narrowed his eyes. Li Jiao followed his gaze and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He saw that on the horizon, a black mass had appeared at some unknown time. It was like a giant curtain that covered the entire sky and was quickly moving towards them. Cold wave. Li Jiao seemed to have thought of something and quickly retreated as he cried out in alarm. On the line between life and death, he finally suppressed his fear of Zhu Lai and ran back the way he came without looking back. He only wanted to get as far away from the cold wave as possible. Yang Kai and Zhu Lai chased closely behind him. The fear of death offset all unfavorable factors. This time, Li Jiao took the lead and ran faster than anyone else. "What is a cold wave?" Yang Kai asked as he ran. "Heaven's wrath." Li Jiao replied with a ferocious expression. He hated his parents for not giving birth to him with two more legs, running so slowly. The heaven's wrath unique to the frozen earth. Chapter 2947. Li Jiao had escaped from the frozen earth in the past, so he naturally paid more attention to it. However, there was too little information about the frozen earth in this world. Even if he wanted to collect it, he couldn't find much useful information. He knew that there was a kind of heavenly might in the frozen earth called the cold wave, and that no one could survive it. However, he didn't know how the cold wave was formed, how to avoid it, or what it looked like. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that it was the cold wave. The three of them weren't fast, so they couldn't escape the cold wave even if they tried their best. Seeing that the distance was getting closer and closer, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai's expressions turned ugly. No one could remain calm in the face of a life and death crisis. Yang Kai tried to use space principles, but found it extremely difficult. The chill in the frozen earth seemed to be able to freeze space, so he had to give up on the idea of teleporting. The cold wave was getting closer and closer to the three of them. The bone-chilling cold was like a sledgehammer hitting their backs, making them shiver uncontrollably. Li Jiao's face suddenly turned ferocious. "If this Li is killed by you this time, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost." The grievances and anger he had accumulated over the past few days finally exploded at this moment. He was about to die, so how could he have so many scruples? He opened his mouth and said, "Yang Kai, aren't you very powerful? Even the Monster King's divine spirit is under your control. Think of something now." Seeing that Yang Kai didn't say anything, he said angrily, "You can only rely on the tiger's might. Do you really think this Li is afraid of you? If it weren't for Grandmaster Ji Ying's face, this Li would have already brought people to flatten your high heaven palace. I would have wiped out your entire high heaven palace. I would have made you wish you were dead. A trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master dares to be so arrogant in front of this Li. You don't know what you're talking about. He cursed angrily, but it seemed that he still hadn't had enough. He turned to Zhu Lai and said, Dragon race? So what if the dragon race is so great? Can you look down on me because of the dragon race? This king's bloodline is impure, so what? This king was born from his mother and raised by his father. This king cultivated to the third-order emperor realm with his own efforts. If you don't have the bloodline of the dragon race, I'm afraid you won't even be as good as me. Who knew who he was trying to impress by putting on an arrogant look all day long? If you have the ability, don't use your bloodline to suppress this seat. This Li will definitely let you know this seat's power. F***CK, F***CK. Why did this Li get involved in this mess with you? You too, Jinx. I already knew that coming to the frozen earth with you wouldn't end well. You should have left earlier. It's all your fault. This Li has already brought you to this place. Why are you still holding on to this Li and not letting go? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Just you wait. If I can survive this ordeal, I'll definitely bring my men and kill my way to the High Heaven Palace. Kill my way to Dragon Island and kill all of you. He chattered incessantly, as if he had lost his mind and became a little hysterical. Unfortunately, no matter how he vented his anger, Yang Kai and Zhu Lai did not seem to care about him. The two of them exchanged glances. Zhu Lai said, Hurry up and use whatever trump cards you have. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid it will really be too late. Yang Kai curled his lips. You have many dragon race secret techniques, yet you're counting on me? I'm only in the first order. What trump cards could I possibly have? Zhu Lai took a deep look at him and sighed. Fine, since you want to hide your strength, I won't force you. Let me do it. Li Jiao's cursing came to an abrupt end, as if his mouth was pinched by an invisible hand. He looked at Yang Kai, then at Zhu Lai. With a smile on his face, he asked cautiously, Master, do you have a way to get out of this crisis? Zhu Lai said coldly, You can try. Li Jiao immediately said, Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile as he ran. Li Jiao's snow-white face couldn't help but blush as he said awkwardly, Master, you must take me with you. Just now. I don't know what happened, but I was blinded. That was definitely not my true thoughts. Master, please don't take it to heart. He couldn't wait to slap himself. He spoke too quickly and didn't expect to cause such a big trouble. He didn't know if this dragon race would be willing to take care of him. Fortunately, his worries were superfluous. When a dragon's roar sounded, a giant red dragon figure appeared above Zhu Lai's head. The giant dragon circled and wrapped the three of them in an instant. The biting cold seemed to be isolated, giving people a sense of security for no reason. Zhu Lai let out a low shout, and some signs of dragon transformation appeared on the surface of his body. He then turned around and rushed in the direction of the cold wave. Li Jiao was scared out of his wits. He screamed, but he didn't dare to break away from the protection of the red dragon. He could only watch as he got closer and closer to the cold wave. Yang Kai was also slightly surprised, but he soon understood Zhu Lai's plan. With the current speed of the three of them, it was impossible to escape the cold wave's pursuit. Rather than being caught, it was better to do the opposite. Perhaps they could rely on the three of them to make a breakthrough. This wasn't a good idea, but it was worth a try. Perhaps it could really get them out of this crisis. In the whistling cold wind, the cold wave was getting closer and closer to them. Li Jiao was so shocked that his face was pale. Otherwise, with his powerful mental strength, he would have fainted already. After a dozen breaths, the three of them finally collided with the cold wave and were directly enveloped by the darkness. Zhu Lai's expression changed greatly as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. This cold wave was a little different from what he had expected. It didn't seem to be a natural disaster formed by the gathering of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This cold wave felt more like an indescribable existence to him. All of his preparations were unable to be used and were directly swallowed up. Yang Kai even cried out involuntarily, "The law of space?" He never thought that the cold wave that existed in this frozen earth would contain extremely rich power of the law of space. The moment he was enveloped by the cold wave, the surrounding space became chaotic, giving him a feeling of being teleported. Furthermore, this feeling was even more intense than being teleported across territory. It was as if his entire body was being torn apart, turning into countless fine powder that surged into the passage in the void. Almost instinctively, Yang Kai also urged his law of space. The next moment, he felt dizzy and could no longer sense the existence of Zhu Lai and Li Jiao. No one knew where the two of them had gone. Yang Kai only felt as if he was falling and could not see the bottom. The feeling of dizziness became more and more serious, and only when he urged his law of space did he feel better. After an unknown amount of time, the feeling of dizziness suddenly disappeared. He fell heavily on a piece of land, bounced up, and rolled a few times before finally stabilizing. All the bones in his body felt as if they had been shattered. An unprecedented nausea welled up in his heart, causing him to retch a few times. The surroundings were quiet. It was still covered in white snow, but there was no trace of Li Jiao or Zhu Lai. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression gradually became solemn. Although the surrounding scenery didn't seem much different from before, it was no longer as cold as before. He keenly felt that this place was different, as if it was another world, a world that didn't belong to the same plane as the frozen earth. He tried to sense the law of heaven and earth in the surroundings, and a moment later, his guess was confirmed. This was indeed another world. Although the law of heaven and earth here was complete, it seemed to be very chaotic. It was very different from the law of the star boundary. In other words, he was not in the star boundary now. Recalling what he had encountered before, he gradually had a guess, but he was not too sure. The only thing he was certain of was that the reason he had come to this place was greatly related to the cold wave. Perhaps the cold wave was the entrance to this world, and its world-destroying power was just a disguise. Suddenly, a red light appeared in the corner of his eyes. Yang Kai turned his head and saw the dragon blood coral in his hand blossoming with a light 100 times more intense than before. The dense light on the coral crown had condensed into a thick red ribbon at this moment, drifting in a certain direction, guiding Yang Kai. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai raised his brow, immediately understanding why the dragon blood coral had such a change. This was something that Zhu Lai had created using his own dragon blood and the dragon race's secret technique. Its main purpose was to find Zhu Qing's whereabouts. Previously, when he was searching in the frozen earth, it had indeed guided him. However, it was far less fierce and obvious than the guidance this time. Zhu Qing was nearby. She might not be far from him. When the cold wave arrived, it swept across a wide area. He was brought into this world by the cold wave, so if Zhu Qing was also swallowed by the cold wave, she should also appear in this world. That was why the dragon blood coral was acting so strangely. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly pulled himself together, picked up the dragon blood coral, and dashed in the direction it was guiding him. In the vast snowy mountains, Yang Kai walked alone. An hour later, Yang Kai indeed found a familiar figure less than 300 kilometers away from where he had just appeared. Blood-red hair like fire, a petite body lying on the snowy ground, and it was unknown whether she was dead or alive. Yang Kai hurriedly ran over and helped the figure up, brushing away the hair that brushed against her face. As expected, he saw Zhu Qing's face. He sighed slightly. Although he did not know where he was now, he finally had some good news. He had found Zhu Qing. As for Zhu Lai and Li Jiao, Yang Kai estimated that they should not be in any danger. Although the cold wave looked terrifying, it did not seem to be harmful. The reason he had separated from them was because he had instinctively used his space principles when he was enveloped by the cold wave. Zhu Qing's situation seemed a little strange. She was still a member of the dragon race, and her cultivation was comparable to a third-layer Emperor realm cultivator. There was no reason for her to faint on the ground for no reason. Perhaps it was related to being swallowed by the cold wave. After all, after being swallowed, even Yang Kai, who was proficient in space principles, felt nauseous for a while. However, this was not the main reason. Yang Kai felt that her body was very cold, like a block of ice. Even her vitality was extremely weak. His two hands had unknowingly covered Zhu Qing's perfectly round chest, and it was the towering fullness that transmitted amazing elasticity that made him involuntarily pinch twice. His breathing became heavy. Yang Kai felt the blood in his body boil, and the clamoring voice in his mind became even louder. His eyes were firmly locked below Zhu Qing's slender white neck, and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, like a traveler who had been walking in the desert for several months who saw a basin of clear water, and wanted nothing more than to plunge his head into it. The person in front of him suddenly opened her eyes, and stared at Yang Kai with an expressionless face. When their eyes met, Yang Kai felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over him from head to toe, and his whole body instantly sobered up. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he said with an embarrassed smile, "If I told you, this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Zhu Qing did not respond in the slightest, and those clear eyes were still coldly staring at him. Yang Kai stood up, frowned and pondered for a moment, and then put on a troublemaker's posture. "Well, I did touch, so what? I won't lose a piece of flesh from touching a few times, and speaking of which, I saved your life. If I didn't come to the frozen earth to find you and save you from the fire and water, I'm afraid you would have already died. So just treat what happened just now as a thank you gift from me, and we are even. I think this is very fair. What do you think?" Zhu Qing still did not respond. Yang Kai said with an annoyed face, "Can't you give me some reaction?" As if in response to Yang Kai's endless chatter, Zhu Qing really did give a reaction, but it was a little different from what Yang Kai had expected. She opened her mouth, and a very painful groan came from her throat, as if she was about to die, and then her whole body suddenly curled up, and at the same time, her body was filled with an extremely cold aura. Yang Kai was shocked. It's still not enough? He thought that the essence of the immortal tree had not dispelled the cold that had invaded her body, but he soon realized that something was wrong. This kind of cold was not the cold of the frozen earth. Although it was cold enough, it was somewhat different from the cold of the frozen earth, and they did not come from the same source. Just as Yang Kai was at a loss, a high-pitched dragon's roar sounded, and then a giant dragon phantom rushed out from Zhu Qing's body. Huh! Yang Kai looked at the giant dragon phantom in a daze, and wondered if he had seen wrongly. Zhu Qing was the red dragon of the dragon race, so her dragon race origin was the same as Zhu Lai's. If she revealed her true form, it would definitely be a red dragon, but at this moment, what appeared in front of Yang Kai was actually a snow-white crystal dragon phantom. At first glance, the giant dragon looked like a lifelike ice sculpture, and there was not the slightest flaw, but it was completely different from the red dragon. This was an ice dragon, and the cold aura that was emitted from Zhu Qing's body was exactly that of this ice dragon. Yang Kai wondered if he had recognized the wrong person. Did Zhu Qing have a twin sister or something like that? There were many people in the world who looked alike, but as a member of the dragon race, it was impossible to make a mistake. At this moment, another high-pitched dragon's roar sounded. When Yang Kai looked over, he saw a red dragon phantom appear. The second dragon that appeared actually came from Zhu Qing's body. Yang Kai's expression changed as all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind. He instantly understood a lot of things. Two origins? There were actually two origins in Zhu Qing's body, and the two origins were of opposite attributes. The red dragon that appeared later was clearly Zhu Qing's origin power, and the ice dragon that appeared first was just an invader. The two origins clashed in Zhu Qing's body, causing her dragon Yuan to become chaotic and showing signs of becoming the demon race. Although Yang Kai had checked her situation before, he didn't notice this. It wasn't that he didn't check carefully enough, it was just that Zhu Qing's source was hidden too deep. Coupled with the fact that Zhu Qing's body was seriously injured, he had overlooked it. No wonder Zhu Qing did not wake up even though her body was fine. It turned out that the real problem was not her body, but the conflict between the two origins. Then the question was, where did this ice dragon's origin come from? Chapter 2949. It was impossible for a normal dragon race to have two sources of power, especially two diametrically opposed sources of power. Ice and fire could not coexist at all. If Zhu Qing had two sources of power in her body, she would not have lived to this day. In a flash, a bold guess appeared in Yang Kai's mind. That ice dragon source was most likely the power left behind by the giant dragon that died in the frozen earth. The reason why Zhu Qing came to the frozen earth was not to find the bones of her clansmen, because Li Jiao had said very clearly that the giant dragon's bones had long been reduced to dust, and there was not the slightest bit of it left behind. Zhu Qing insisted on coming here only to bring back the source of power left behind by her clansmen. Now it seemed that she had found it, but was harmed by this ice dragon source. The source of power had no thoughts or reason, it was just a kind of power. The two kinds of power coexisted in Zhu Qing's body, and there was an instinctive rejection and struggle. With Zhu Qing's body as the battlefield, they fought endlessly. Yang Kai could not see this kind of internal struggle, unless these two kinds of power were directly exposed like this. And just as he was shocked, the two giant dragon figures roared in unison, and then plunged into Zhu Qing's body and disappeared. Zhu Qing wailed in pain. At this moment, she was completely unconscious. Opening her eyes just now was not consciously controlled, but an instinctive reaction of her body. A thin layer of ice appeared on the surface of Zhu Qing's body, and traces of coldness overflowed from her flesh, as if to completely freeze her. But very soon, a scorching hot energy spread out, shattering the chill in the air. Zhu Qing felt as if her entire body was on fire. Her skin was red, and her whole body was boiling hot. Even the ground she was lying on was scorched. The two kinds of power appeared alternately in Zhu Qing's body, and it went round and round, as if it would never stop. Zhu Qing's groans became more and more painful. Yang Kai was a little confused, and he did not know what to do. If it was just an injury. No matter how serious her injuries were, he could always think of a way to deal with them. In fact, Zhu Qing had been healed by the essence of the immortal tree, so her injuries weren't too serious. It was just that the two essences were fighting uncontrollably. As the battlefield's physical body, it was bound to be severely damaged. Source Essence. Source Essence. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he rushed forward and pulled Zhu Qing into his arms again, letting her lean against him. Then, he silently activated his own golden holy dragon origin power. A dazzling golden dragon shadow appeared behind him and disappeared into his body in a flash. The temperature of Zhu Qing's body changed very quickly. A moment ago, it was as hot as fire, but the next moment, it was as if she had just been picked up from a world of ice and snow. It was bone-chilling cold. When the aura of the golden holy dragon's origin was revealed, the speed at which the hot and cold alternated suddenly slowed down. There's hope. Yang Kai was overjoyed. He was just trying to see if his golden holy dragon's origin could have some suppressive effect. Now it seemed that it was indeed effective. The most important thing now was to wake up Zhu Qing. Only when she was awake could she fully activate her own origin power and suppress the ice dragon's origin and expel or kill it. So, Yang Kai pressed the tip of his tongue and activated his divine sense. Just as he was about to cast a spell, Zhu Qing suddenly hugged him tightly. As if she had tasted something sweet, the aura on Yang Kai's body made Zhu Qing subconsciously react correctly. Although Zhu Qing's figure was petite and exquisite, she was still a member of the dragon race. Her strength was not inferior to Yang Kai's. When they first met, Yang Kai had experienced her violent strength. With this tightening, Yang Kai only felt that his body was about to be broken. He couldn't help but turn a little pale. However, the soft sensation that came from his chest made his mind ripple. This was not the end. Zhu Qing was like a puppy, snuggling in his arms and sniffing, making strange sounds in her throat, as if she had found some delicious food and wanted to eat it. Yang Kai felt as if he had been struck by lightning and suddenly became extremely stiff. It was not until a burst of pain came from his chest that he suddenly woke up as if from a dream. He angrily pushed away Zhu Qing's head and pressed his palm against her face, hissing, "Are you a dog? Why are you biting people?" Zhu Qing's eyes were blurred and filled with a strange light. Her breathing inexplicably became rapid. Yang Kai could clearly feel the hot breath from her nostrils burning his hand. Her delicate face was tender and beautiful, exuding a kind of charm that made people want to fly into a flame. Yang Kai felt as if tens of thousands of ants were crawling in his heart. It was difficult to suppress the itch. Zhu Qing opened her mouth again and bit Yang Kai's hand with her white teeth. This bite was so heavy that it really left a mark and golden blood came out from the wound. The blood was like the most delicious food. Zhu Qing swallowed it in big mouthfuls. Her small and warm tongue kept licking Yang Kai's palm, giving him a tingling feeling. Yang Kai wanted to withdraw his hand, but after being licked by her, he was a little reluctant to do so. But soon Yang Kai discovered a strange phenomenon. After swallowing his blood, Zhu Qing's condition seemed to have improved a lot. The frequency of the alternating cold and heat became slower and slower, and the duration of the cold breath became faster. It was only a flash in the pan before it was suppressed by the heat. His blood seemed to be of great help to her current state. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai vaguely understood. Although he was born a human, after cultivating the dragon transformation skill, he began to truly integrate with the golden divine dragon source. In other words, the blood in his body was no longer pure human blood. There was also some blood of the dragon race, and it was an extremely high-level dragon race bloodline. In the dragon race bloodline, the strong had a strong suppressive power over the weak. The golden divine dragon source could help Zhu Qing alleviate the crisis, so his own half-dragon blood would naturally be even more effective. No wonder Zhu Qing bit him. She must have noticed it herself, so she did this. Yang Kai could of course get rid of her, but he just stood there and let Zhu Qing drink his blood. Zhu Qing was still in a daze and had not regained her consciousness. Her hazy eyes were full of charm. She swallowed Yang Kai's blood in big mouthfuls, and her nimble tongue kept circling Yang Kai's palm. Chapter 2950. The wind and rain lingered in the air, charming and alluring. Everything that happened yesterday seemed like a dream. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before Zhu Qing slowly opened her eyes, just in time to see a pair of smiling eyes. The man in her dream was lying on the grass, his head resting on his arms, looking at her with a smile. His eyes were overflowing with an indescribable feeling. And she was actually lying on top of him. She didn't know how long she had slept. She was completely naked. Feeling the warmth of the other person's skin, Zhu Qing couldn't help but scream and try to get up. But just as her body moved, she fell back down. She couldn't help but cover her lower abdomen, her forehead sweating from the pain. "Don't move." Kai Yang reached out and grabbed her waist, his big hands unscrupulously moving up and down her smooth back and waist. Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan. The fiery red color climbed up her cheeks like two clouds. The intimate touch and caress of the opposite sex made her lose her balance. She only felt that her whole body was soft and she couldn't exert any strength. "What did you do to me?" She gritted her teeth and asked, tears welling up in her eyes. "Hey." Yang Kai's hand stopped. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but it just so happened to be placed on her delicate round buttocks. With an unhappy expression, he said, "You're asking the wrong question. Don't you remember what you did?" Zhu Qing opened her mouth, her expression changing. The scene in her dream gradually became clear. The blood slowly faded from her face and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. He remembered. Slowly, he remembered everything. She came to the frozen earth and found the lost giant dragon origin. But when she was trying to collect it, there was an accident. She didn't know why the ice dragon origin didn't cooperate, but instead escaped into the depths of the frozen earth. She chased it all the way, going through many hardships, and finally caught up. Just as she was about to subdue it, the ice dragon origin rushed into her body and clashed with her own origin. She had no choice but to find a quiet place to resolve the crisis. If there was no interference, she should be fine. However, a sudden disaster disrupted her plans. She felt a force approaching her, and before she could escape, she fell into darkness. After that, it was what happened in the dream. It's your blood. Zhu Qing understood everything. What? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing grits her teeth, tears rolling down her cheeks. Why are there so many evil thoughts in your blood? What do you think about every day? If she hadn't drunk his blood and been influenced by his evil thoughts, how could she have done such a shameless thing in her dream? So it's my fault? Yang Kai was speechless. I didn't ask you to drink it. You were the one who refused to let go. At that time, I'll kill you. As Zhu Qing spoke, she was about to make a move. However, when she moved slightly, she felt a pain coming from her lower abdomen. She couldn't mobilize any strength at all. Yesterday seemed to be a little too crazy, Yang Kai sneered. You want to go back on your word after eating? And you want to kill me? This is the first time I've seen a woman like you. As he spoke, he used a little force and flipped Zhu Qing over. Then, he supported himself with his arms and leaned against her. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said in a trembling voice, what are you doing? This aggressive posture made her uncomfortable. She couldn't show the pride of the dragon race. Yang Kai put his hand on her lower abdomen and gently rubbed it. He poured his emperor's qi into her body through his palm to relieve her discomfort. It's everyone's first time, so it's inevitable that we don't know how to control ourselves. We'll get used to it slowly in the future. I don't know what you're thinking, but I feel that since things have already come to this, there's no point in blaming others. Look at me. Although I'm a human, I'm not bad, right? I've been looking at myself for decades, and the more I look, the more handsome I become. As for you, although your temper isn't very good, it's not bad. Can we make do with each other? Everything has a beginning and an end. His serious expression made Zhu Qing a little absent-minded. Ever since she met Yang Kai, this was the first time Zhu Qing had seen such an expression on his face. The big hand rubbing her lower abdomen seemed to have some kind of magical power that could destroy all solid defenses. Endless ripples appeared in her heart, making it impossible for her to calm down and think. You want to take responsibility? Zhu Qing didn't know why she couldn't get angry anymore. She asked softly. No, you have to take responsibility for me. Yang Kai said seriously. Zhu Qing felt that this was both annoying and funny. She pretended to be cold and said, why should I take responsibility for you? Who do you think you are? Yang Kai didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked, do you feel better? Much better. Zhu Qing nodded. Suddenly, she realized that the topic had been changed. She couldn't help but glare at him. Yang Kai said again, do you want to do it again? The topic changed a little too quickly. Zhu Qing's momentum that she had just gathered suddenly dissipated. The warmth in her lower abdomen was like a prairie fire that quickly spread, making her whole body hot. Zhu Qing's long eyelashes trembled, but before she could say anything, Yang Kai had already let out a low roar, mounted his horse, and charged into battle with his spear. Along the way, he slaughtered his enemies, causing them to throw away their armor and beg for mercy. Half a day later, Zhu Qing looked like she had lost her soul. She lay on the ground like a walking corpse. Her hair was messy and she said weakly, please, let me put on my clothes. I'll help you. Yang Kai grinned like a ladle. No, you said so just now. I won't believe you anymore. I promise it's true this time. Don't lie to me again. I won't lie to you. One day later, Zhu Qing curled up in Yang Kai's arms. She was quiet like a sleeping cat. Her breathing was light and slow. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "There's still a long way to go. Let's stop here this time." "Okay." Yang Kai replied. "Let go of me. I want to put on my clothes." "Okay. What do you want to let me go?" "One more time." "One last time." "One last time." One day later, they didn't know how many one last times. Finally, the two of them were clean and dressed neatly. Zhu Qing was a little uncomfortable. She sat on the ground quietly. Facing the clear pool in front of her, she combed her long hair. Facing the shadow in the pool, the shadow seemed a little melancholy, but the corners of her eyes couldn't help but slightly raise. Stretching his body, Kai Yang's bones emitted a series of crackling sounds. He felt an indescribable comfort flowing through his body. Lowering his head to look at the person in front of him, he then reached out and gently embraced her from behind. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. When she realized that Yang Kai didn't have any intention of touching her and only buried his head in her hair and took deep breaths, she relaxed. "How many?" Zhu Qing suddenly asked. Yang Kai raised his head and rested his chin on her shoulder. He stared at the shadow in the pool and said blankly, "How many?" Zhu Qing sighed and said, "What number am I?" "The first one." "Didn't I tell you before?" Yang Kai replied seriously. Zhu Qing snorted and said, "So many tricks. Did you play with yourself before? And, after these few days, do you think I will trust you so easily?" Yang Kai looked worried. "We're already like this. Why don't you trust me? I'm very hurt." Zhu Qing grabbed his hand that was slowly moving towards her chest. She turned her head and sneered. "This is your only chance to be honest. Think carefully before you answer." Yang Kai blinked and looked at the charming face that was so close to him. Then, he kissed her. "Oh, you bastard." Zhu Qing struggled with all her might, but the strength in her hand was getting weaker and weaker. The clothes that she had just put on were messy again. "I've had enough of you." Zhu Qing, who had put on her clothes again, said angrily. When she saw that Yang Kai still had the intention to come over, she quickly pointed at him and said, "Don't come near me for 10 days. Otherwise, I'll cut all ties with you and never talk to you again." "Okay, okay, okay." Yang Kai raised his hands in surrender. "Don't be nervous. I won't come near you." Zhu Qing's eyebrows furrowed. She was secretly sulking for a while. Only then did her expression soften. In fact, she was even more angry at herself. Facing this man who had touched her skin for the first time, she didn't have any thoughts of resistance. Taking what he wanted was not something a dragon race person should do. "I won't ask about the past. As for the future, no one can say for sure. You can do whatever you want. I only have one request. If I don't agree, don't force me." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai with a serious face. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Okay, okay. I'll do as you say." The last bit of complaint in Zhu Qing's heart disappeared instantly. "How are you now? The ice dragon's origin won't be harmful anymore, right?" Yang Kai asked with concern. Although Zhu Qing's condition was very stable these past few days, the ice dragon's origin was still in her body. She had to be careful. "I'm fine now. The ice dragon's origin has been suppressed by me. I'll put it in the dragon tomb when I return to the dragon island." Zhu Qing's face suddenly blushed. Yang Kai was baffled by her reaction. After pausing for a moment, she asked, "Did you come here specifically to find me?" Yang Kai said, "Why would I come to the frozen earth if I didn't come to find you? This damned place really is a forbidden area. If it weren't for my good luck, I don't know when I would have found you." He said it casually, but Zhu Qing suddenly felt a sweet feeling. Her chest was full of warmth. "Oh right, your little brother is also here." Zhu Qing frowned and said, "My little brother? Zhu Lai?" "Yes, that's the guy. If it wasn't for him using the dragon race secret technique, I wouldn't have been able to find you. He actually didn't want you to go back to the Dragon Island with him?" Yang Kai sneered and said, "He wanted to, but after I taught him a lesson, he became a lot more obedient. Although that guy is crazy, he doesn't have much ability. Your husband, I beat him up 2 to 3 times." What husband?" Zhu Qing's face was a little red. She couldn't help but glare at him flirtatiously. Yang Kai's eyes widened again. "Aren't you proficient in space principles?" Zhu Qing felt that Yang Kai was being a bit alarmist, but she didn't feel any sense of crisis at all. She felt that no matter where she was, as long as she could be with this man, it would be fine. Yang Kai smiled, and with a thought, he left the small sealed world with Zhu Qing. Back in the cave, Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing with a smile and said, "Do you want me to carry you? We don't know where we are, so we have to see if anyone is here first and ask for some information." Zhu Qing blushed and said, "I'm not that weak yet." Saying so, she took the lead and walked out of the cave. Although her steps were light, she seemed to frown with every step. Yang Kai snickered, but suddenly his face sank and he said, "You're so annoying." Zhu Qing's tender body trembled, and her beautiful face turned pale in an instant. She said in a trembling voice, "You think I'm annoying already?" Yang Kai hurriedly said, "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about this guy." As soon as he said so, a dog barked and the black puppy was thrown out of the small sealed world. After landing on the ground, it angrily barked at Yang Kai, as if saying, "Why didn't you take me with you?" Okay, stop barking. If you bark again, I'll throw you back," Yang Kai said impatiently. The black puppy's barking stopped abruptly, and it quickly ran out of the cave, passing by Zhu Qing. From now on, the sky was high and the sea was wide, and it was free to run as it pleased. Zhu Qing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yang Kai came forward and hugged her. She struggled a little, but she didn't insist. After leaving the cave, a white world appeared in front of them. At first glance, this place didn't look much different from the frozen earth, but both Yang Kai and Zhu Qing knew that this wasn't the frozen earth. Because this place didn't have the kind of cold that even they couldn't resist. Woof woof. The black puppy's barking came from afar, and it seemed to be very panicked, as if it had encountered something terrible. Yang Kai swept out with his divine sense, and soon his face showed joy. Zhu Qing also noticed this, and she wasn't used to being so intimate with Yang Kai in front of others, so she subtly distanced herself. A black shadow flashed, and the black puppy returned. Following closely behind it were 2 vigorous figures, a man and a woman, both of them exuding strong energy fluctuations. When they met Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, the man and woman were obviously taken aback, because they had carefully investigated this area before and hadn't noticed the aura of any living people. They hadn't expected that there would be 2 more people here. If they were enemies, the 2 secretly broke out in a cold sweat. The little black dog quickly circled behind Kai Yang and hid behind him, hiding very well. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Greetings, 2 friends." Although the cultivation of this man and woman wasn't bad, they were only around the Tao Source realm, so Yang Kai didn't care too much about them. It was just that it was rare to meet living people here, so naturally, he wanted to quickly inquire about them. The man and woman looked at each other, and the man cupped his fists in return, frowning as he asked, "Does that little beast belong to you too?" He was a Tao Source realm cultivator, but facing Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, his expression didn't change at all. Instead, he even questioned him, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This kind of thing was rare in the star boundary, unless the other party's identity had a great origin. It could be seen that this man and woman didn't seem to have a great origin, just an ordinary cultivator. As a newcomer, Yang Kai could only do as the Romans do, so he smiled and nodded. Yes, Wang's intelligence hasn't been fully developed yet, so he is naughty and mischievous by nature. If he has offended you, please forgive him. The man shook his head, and his divine sense went past Yang Kai to carefully examine the black puppy. After a while, he said, maybe I was wrong, he didn't offend us, just a misunderstanding. What's your name? Yang Kai. In this foreign land, there was no need to hide his name. At this moment, the woman who had been standing beside the man suddenly whispered a few words to her husband. The man was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yang Kai in surprise. You two came from the outside? If it weren't for his wife's reminder, he might not have noticed it, because the two in front of him were dressed slightly differently from him. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. We did come from the outside. The man nodded. We haven't had an outsider come to our place for a long time. It seems that your luck isn't very good. I was just about to ask, what is this place? Yang Kai asked solemnly. The man said, this place is called the Reincarnation World. The Reincarnation World? Yang Kai frowned, and when he was about to ask more, the man said, if you want to live, come with me quickly, we don't have enough time. What time? Yang Kai was stunned. The man didn't intend to answer him. After saying that, he turned around and flew in a certain direction. It seemed that he was really in a hurry. It was the first time Yang Kai had met a Dao Source Realm cultivator with such a temper. Not only did he speak with such assurance in front of the Emperor Realm, but he also acted like he was superior. However, this was still a clue, so he couldn't just give it up like this. After exchanging a glance with Zhu Qing, he immediately followed. The two of them were strong, so they naturally weren't afraid of a little Dao Source Realm cultivator. His figure flickered as he chased after Kai Yang. The little black dog nimbly bit onto Kai Yang's clothes and stubbornly stuck to him, not wanting to be shaken off. Even when the wind blew into its mouth, it still refused to let go. In the end, Zhu Qing pitied it and reached out to scoop it up. The group of four quickly arrived in front of a mountain wall. At first glance, this mountain wall looked inconspicuous, but if one looked carefully, they would see traces left behind by a secret technique. The leader of the group took out a mirror and projected a beam of mystic light onto the mountain wall. Immediately, a cave large enough for two people to pass through appeared. The four of them entered one by one and entered a dry passage. Only then did the man and woman let out a sigh of relief, as if relieved of a heavy burden. Yang Kai asked curiously, why are we in such a hurry? The man led the way in front and explained, because in a while, the world principles will change. At that time, all the demons will come out, and the outside will become very dangerous. No one will be able to survive in such an environment. The world principles will change? Yang Kai was shocked, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chapter 2952. The laws of heaven and earth were the supreme power, the foundation that maintained everything in the world. It was impossible for this kind of fundamental law to change in a short period of time, unless doomsday arrived. However, the other party seemed to be speaking with certainty, and he didn't look like he was lying, so he simply couldn't accept it. Hurry up, what are you still dawdling over there for? A low shout suddenly came from inside the cave. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. There was actually someone else in this cave. After hearing this person's urging, the man and woman hurriedly walked into the depths of the cave. Yang Kai signaled Zhu Qing with his eyes and hurriedly followed. A dim light bloomed, and in a stone room that wasn't very spacious, a middle-aged man stood there with a gloomy expression, as if he was waiting for something. Steward Liao, the man who led Yang Kai here, stepped forward and saluted the man with a respectful attitude. However, Steward Liao didn't even look at him. He just curiously stared at Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, who followed over, and said in surprise, "Why are there two more people? Where did they come from? They look a little unfamiliar." The man replied, "They seem to have wandered in from the outside and just happened to meet us, so we brought them along." From the outside? Steward Liao clicked his tongue in wonder. He couldn't help but look at the two unfamiliar faces. When he saw Yang Kai, he didn't have any special reaction, but when he saw Zhu Qing, his eyes couldn't help but light up, revealing an interested expression. Zhu Qing was originally a heavenly beauty, and after being nourished by the rain for a few days, she was at her most tender and beautiful at this moment, so she naturally looked particularly attractive. Zhu Qing's expression was cold. Although she didn't like being stared at like this, she didn't get angry. Yang Kai's figure flashed and stood in front of her, blocking the man's gaze. Steward Liao coldly snorted. His expression was somewhat unhappy. Outsiders really don't know the rules. He looked up at the man and said, "Don't tell me you also don't know the rules?" The man hurriedly said, "Thank you, Steward Liao." Steward Liao's expression became slightly better, and he beckoned to the couple. The two of them immediately took a step forward. All of a sudden, Steward Liao muttered something under his breath and activated his own strength. Using his fingers as a sword, he pointed here and there in the air in front of the man. Yang Kai was stunned because he could see some traces of wizard magic in it. This made him a little curious, and he paid more attention to it. Not long after, a complicated mark suddenly appeared in the void. Steward Liao reached out and patted it, and the mark directly entered the man's body. The mark seemed to have other uses, and it did not attack. The man's body only shook slightly, and he was fine. When it was the woman's turn, a rare smile appeared on Manager Liao's cold face. On the contrary, the woman had a nervous expression and looked at her husband for help. The man slowly shook his head and lowered his gaze. Manager Liao followed the same pattern, but this time, his hands and feet weren't very obedient. As his fingers and swords poked here and there, they actually touched the woman's body from time to time. Occasionally, they would sweep past her full breasts, causing the woman's delicate body to tremble slightly. The man turned a deaf ear to it and stood at the side with his head lowered. On the other hand, Manager Liao was in a good mood, and his actions became more and more unbridled. This caused the woman's expression to become more and more unsightly, but she could only force herself to endure it. Not long after, the mark was formed again. Steward Liao patted the mark into the woman's body reluctantly and leisurely stopped. Since he couldn't break free, he fiercely slapped the little black dog with his palm. When the energy surged, thunder and lightning flashed in the cave. Yang Kai flicked his finger, and a blast of energy pierced through the air and attacked. Steward Liao howled in pain again, and the arm that he swung out drooped down weakly. Steward Liao turned his head and looked at Yang Kai with resentment and hatred. He gritted his teeth and roared, You actually dare to attack me?" It had been a long time since he encountered something like this. He had always been the one bossing people around and taking whatever he wanted. He didn't expect that he would kick an iron plate this time. This unforeseen event happened in the blink of an eye. The pair of men who led Yang Kai and Zhu Qing here were also shocked. Seeing that Steward Liao was at a disadvantage, the man hurriedly said, "Stop. Don't hurt him." The woman also finally spoke, "Don't hit him. You will regret it." This was the first time she spoke, and her voice was filled with indescribable anxiety. Steward Liao also hurriedly said to them, "Quick, quick, quick. Kill these two people for me. Otherwise, I will punish both of you." The man and woman were stunned when they heard this, and their faces turned pale for a moment. It was as if they had committed a terrible crime, and they were at a loss for what to do. "Why are you so arrogant?" Yang Kai walked in front of Steward Liao, stared at him curiously, and said, "Tell me, why are you so arrogant? A mere first-order Dao Source Realm dares to be impudent in front of this young master." Steward Liao's forehead was full of cold sweat. He struggled a few times but couldn't break free from the little black dog's grasp. He sneered, "Why?" "Because I am a steward, because I control the seal of human sovereignty." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the man and woman, and said, "Just because of this seal of human sovereignty? So you have to swallow your anger even if you are bullied? This guy's strength isn't as high as yours, right?" The man lowered his head and said, "Without the seal of human sovereignty, you can't enter the human sovereign city. If you can't enter the human sovereign city, you will die. Yang Kai sneered, what joy is there in life? What fear is there in death? You are a man, after all. If you don't dare to retaliate when your wife is being bullied in front of you, you might as well die. He turned his head and winked at Zhu Qing, saying, Qing, don't worry. Your husband won't let you lose a single hair even if I die. Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, don't be so glib. I didn't see you do anything just now. Yang Kai smiled and said, he's just a piece of trash. You can kill him in one breath. Why would you need me to do anything? Zhu Qing snorted and didn't say anything else. The man was humiliated by Yang Kai's words. The woman walked forward and grabbed his hand. She looked at Yang Kai and said, you are new here, so don't speak carelessly if you don't know the rules here. Hurry up and let go of Steward Liao. Otherwise, you won't be able to establish yourself in the human sovereign city. Steward Liao was also energized, and he shouted, newcomers always have to suffer a little before they learn the rules. Hurry up and let go, or I will make you die a horrible death. Yang Kai smiled and asked, will I be able to settle this peacefully if I let you go? Steward Liao said, don't even think about it. I am a member of the human sovereign city. If you dare to hurt me, the human sovereign city will not accept you. As for you woman, if you can submit to me, it might be a way out. Your IQ is a serious flaw. Yang Kai looked at him speechlessly. He was about to die, but he was still threatening him. He really didn't know what this guy was thinking. Zhu Qing shouted in a low voice, Bow wow, bite him. When the little black dog heard the command, it was as if it was assisted by the gods. Its mouth suddenly split open and became incomparably huge. It actually swallowed Manager Liao into its stomach in one gulp. In the end, it even stretched out its large tongue to lick its mouth, looking as if it hadn't had enough. It was the first time Zhu Qing saw the black puppy use such a divine technique. She couldn't help but be stunned. She just wanted the black puppy to use more strength. She didn't expect it to swallow someone directly. What kind of divine technique was this? When the man and woman saw it, their expressions changed. They said in horror, demonic beast. It's really a demonic beast. They chased after the black puppy because they felt that it had the aura of a demonic beast. In the end, they confirmed that it was just their imagination. But now, it seemed that it wasn't an illusion. It was just that the black puppy hid its demonic chi too deeply. When it mutated just now, there was a very obvious demonic chi surging out, so they recognized it immediately. Chapter 2953. Yang Kai looked at them curiously and asked, do you recognize demonic beasts? The man immediately shielded his wife behind him and looked at Yang Kai cautiously. Are you from the demon race? Yang Kai was really surprised this time. This guy could say the words, demonic beasts, and even knew about the demon race. This was very unusual. The man became even more vigilant and gritted his teeth. You came from the Demon Fury City? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't know what the Demon Fury City is, and I don't know what the demon race is. You probably misunderstood. As he spoke, he suddenly frowned because he suddenly felt the world shake at this moment. The laws of heaven and earth that filled the surroundings seemed to be distorting and changing. He glanced at Zhu Qing and saw that Zhu Qing also had a look of surprise on her face. The laws of heaven and earth were really beginning to change, and it was definitely a huge change, which was why there were such obvious signs. Just kill us. The man's face was ashen, and he no longer had any desire to live. Steward Liao was swallowed by a demonic beast, and two people who seemed to be from the demon race suddenly appeared in front of them. They were very strong, so there was no way they could survive. He hugged his wife tightly, and he just wanted to enjoy a moment of warmth before he died. It's easy to die, I don't need to do it. Yang Kai stepped forward and walked in front of a spell formation. There was nothing else in this cave except for this spell formation, so it was very eye-catching. He pointed at the spell formation and said, "Can we teleport to the human sovereign city from here?" The man's eyes dimmed as he looked over and nodded, yes. Yang Kai released his divine sense and checked. A spatial spell formation. But it seems to be a little different. The man said, "It's useless. If you want to activate this spell formation, you must have the seal of human sovereign. Don't you have the seal of human sovereign? Why don't you go?" Yang Kai turned to look at them. The man said, "It must be the seal of human sovereignty on Steward Liao's body. That's the master seal. Only the master seal can activate the operation of this formation. The seals on our bodies are only auxiliary seals. There's no way we can activate the formation." "I see." Yang Kai nodded. Seeing that he had yet to make a move and was instead studying the array seriously, Yi Zichen felt a chill run down his spine. The man hesitated and said, "Are you really not a member of the demon race?" Yang Kai replied while examining the formation, "Is there a demon race in this world?" The man said, "There is. Our human race and the demon race are at odds with each other. We have coexisted in this world for countless years. You don't look like a member of the demon race, but why do you have a magical beast by your side?" Yang Kai did not answer his question. The origin of the black puppy was a little strange, and it would be troublesome to explain. He asked, "Humans and demons coexist. It must be hard for you to survive." The man said, "The human sovereign city provided protection. If not for the human sovereign city, we wouldn't have been able to survive." Yang Kai said thoughtfully, "Is it related to the changes in the laws of heaven and earth?" "That's right. After a while, the laws of heaven and earth will change. When that time comes, our human race will not be able to move around freely, but the demon race will be able to move around freely. During this time, no one will dare to leave the human sovereign city. Otherwise, there's only a slim chance of survival. So the laws of heaven and earth before were suitable for the human race to survive, and the demon race had to go into hibernation?" "That's right. What a magical world." Yang Kai had a look of amazement. The man smiled bitterly and said, "We were born here. No one knows why this world is like this. Perhaps only the master of the human sovereign city can understand." Human sovereign city. Yang Kai heard the man mention these two words several times. He couldn't help but think, is that the master of the human sovereign city? The man said solemnly, "That's the master of the human race. He protects the human sovereign city and protects all humans." His words were full of respect, as if he held the human sovereign city in high esteem. Yang Kai smiled and continued to study the formation. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth became more and more obvious. A large amount of demonic chi and some other strange things appeared in the void around them. Although the couple used their power to form a layer of protection on the surface of their bodies, it wouldn't last long. However, it looked like it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Once the protection was broken, it would immediately be eroded by the demonic chi and turn into a demonic creature. Zhu Qing was a member of the dragon race, so she didn't feel much. However, she still needed to use her dragon yuan to dispel the erosion of the demonic chi. Only the little black dog's eyes lit up. Its nose twitched, and it kept sniffing around excitedly. It had the bloodline of the return to ruins. It was the descendant of the mutated beasts in the territory of demons. When the demonic chi surged, it naturally felt a sense of familiarity and joy. "All right, come over here." Yang Kai suddenly stood up and called out. Zhu Qing walked over with the little black dog in her arms and stood beside him. The couple hesitated. The man said, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to take you to the city of human sovereign city." The man was shocked. "You don't have the seal of human sovereign. How are you going to go to the city of human sovereign city?" Yang Kai sneered. Who told you that you can't go to the city of human sovereign city without the seal of human sovereign city? If you continue to dawdle, it'll be too late. Do you want to live or die? The man was still hesitating, but the woman pulled him back. The man finally made up his mind and said, "All right, I'll trust you this time." Yang Kai grinned. "I hope you can keep the matter with Steward Liao a secret." The man smiled bitterly. "It won't do us any good to say it. Moreover, the city of human sovereign city has its ways of finding out the truth. In fact, I think it's best if you don't go to the city of human sovereign city. If you really do go in, it won't matter how strong you are." "That's hard to say." When Yang Kai finished speaking, his expression suddenly became solemn. The law of space began to fluctuate. The four of them were standing in a space array that was connected to the city of human sovereign city. Under normal circumstances, someone like Steward Liao would brand the person who was teleporting with the seal of human sovereign. Then, he would activate the space array and teleport them. However, these complicated steps were only layers of disguise. They were the means the city of human sovereign city used to control the human race. In front of Yang Kai, who was proficient in the law of space, this disguise was easily stripped away. He directly used his mind and the law of space to open the other end of the space array, so there was no need for the seal of human sovereign. With a flash of light, the man and woman both stared with wide eyes, unable to believe that the space array was really operating. For a moment, they were unable to contain their joy, feeling as if they had just escaped death. The changes in the laws of heaven and earth around them were extremely obvious. The world's world energy had turned into demonic chi. In such an environment, it was indeed unsuitable for the human race to survive. Even if they were strong enough to temporarily resist the erosion of the demonic chi, if they lived in such an environment for a long time, there would be a moment when their strength would be exhausted. At that time, they would be eroded by the demonic chi, lose their reason, and become a demon. A moment later, the light in the cave receded and the four people on the space array disappeared. The clamor suddenly came from all directions, making them feel a little uncomfortable. Yang Kai looked around and found that they had arrived in a prosperous city. Below their feet was a huge space array, and on the space array, there were people who had just appeared walking down. Their cultivations varied, and their expressions varied. Some were overjoyed, some were gloomy, and some were seriously injured, gasping for air. These people were clearly like Yang Kai and the others. In order to avoid the changes in the laws of heaven and earth, they had just rushed back from the outside. Yang Kai saw many existences from the Emperor realm among them. The four of them stood on top of the space array and were not too conspicuous. The entire city seemed to be very prosperous. People were jostling shoulder to shoulder, and there was an endless stream of people. There were many shops all around, selling all kinds of specialties from this world. Sounds of shouting rang out one after another, giving people the feeling that they had accidentally intruded into the secular world. It was the first time Zhu Qing had come to such a lively place, so she couldn't help but be a little surprised and look around. Neatly dressed guards were walking down the street. Their footsteps were orderly, and they were dressed in the same uniform. At a glance, it was obvious that they were the guards of the human sovereign city. However, these guards didn't have high cultivations. The leader was a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and the rest were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. However, many cultivator on the street, no matter how strong or weak their cultivations were, avoided them like snakes or scorpions, as if they were very afraid of them. Yang Kai clearly saw a second-order Emperor Realm Master make way for them. This world didn't seem to be divided by cultivation. The man and woman from before were clearly weaker than him, but they didn't show the slightest bit of respect for the strong. As for Manager Liao, it was even more obvious. His cultivation was lower than anyone else's, but he could order the man and woman around and make them cower in fear. Some people flew by in the sky. There weren't many of them, and their cultivations were uneven. Farewell, both of you. Take care. The man seemed to be in a hurry to separate from Yang Kai and Zhu Qing, so as not to be implicated by them, so he immediately said goodbye as soon as he came back to his senses. Yang Kai sensed his thoughts and nodded casually. The woman suddenly said, "I'll give you two a piece of advice. Don't provoke those with a leaf symbol embroidered on their chests. The more leaves there are, the more noble their identity is. This isn't your original world, and it's not a place where the strong preys on the weak. Also, Manager Liao's death probably won't be hidden for long. You'd better leave the human sovereign city when the world principles change next time." "Many thanks," Yang Kai smiled slightly. When the woman wanted to say something else, the man had already pulled her into the crowd and soon disappeared. It's really an interesting world. Yang Kai looked around with great interest. The entire human sovereign city seemed to be shrouded by a layer of inexplicable restrictions. That restriction was absolutely magnificent because inside the human sovereign city, one couldn't feel the changes of the world principles in the outside world at all. The world principles here were almost the same as those in the astral boundary. Looking up, one could see the chaos in the sky, as if there were countless vortexes that could swallow one's vision. After staring for a long time, one would feel dizzy. "Is Zhu Lai here?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Zhu Qing said, "We need to find a place to use the secret technique to be sure." "I hope he's here too." Yang Kai smiled and said, "Don't worry, he's quite strong. Even if he's outside, he'll be fine for a while." And Zhu Qing nodded slightly and subconsciously stroked the little black dog in her arms. Bow Wow was very satisfied, squinting his eyes and looking comfortable. No one knew whether Manager Liao, who was swallowed into his stomach, was dead or alive. Chapter 2954. Get out of the way, get out of the way. Just as Yang Kai was silently observing the surroundings, an extremely rude shout suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a large group of people suddenly emerge from the huge space array. There were more than a dozen of them, and all of them had extraordinary cultivation. One of the men was the most conspicuous. He looked to be in his early 20s. He was handsome and had an arrogant expression. His pair of red phoenix eyes contained a lofty majesty, and he was wearing a moon-white cloak. The rest of the people scattered around and surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon. As soon as this group of people appeared, they walked in a certain direction. The leading cultivator opened the way in front and rudely pushed the people who blocked the way. The people who were pushed didn't dare to resist at all. Instead, they ran to the side in fear. "It's His Highness the Third Prince. His Highness the Third Prince is back. Hurry up and kneel down. Don't talk and don't look at him. It's over if you're targeted by him." The crowd fell to their knees in an uproar. No matter whether they were male or female, old or young, or whether they were strong or weak, within a radius of 1,000 feet around the teleportation array, no matter what they were doing, they all prostrated themselves on the ground to show respect. Yang Kai was dumbfounded. He was curiously sizing up this so-called third prince, listening to the whispers about him, and secretly wondering what a prince was. Because it seemed that such a title only existed in those kingdoms in the secular world. He had basically never heard of such a title among the cultivator community. Tens of thousands of people were kneeling around him. Only he and Zhu Qing were standing in the same place. Zhu Qing was holding a little black dog in her arms. All of a sudden, it seemed particularly unconventional. He sighed slightly. He knew it was bad. Before he completely understood the situation of this reincarnation world and the city of human sovereignty, he didn't want to cause trouble. However, most of the things in life didn't go his way. If he didn't cause trouble, trouble would come to him. He helplessly glanced at Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing smiled. The abnormal behavior of Yang Kai and Zhu Qing instantly attracted the attention of that group of people. The leading cultivator in the front came in front of Yang Kai in a few steps. This guy was tall, like an iron tower, giving people a strong sense of oppression. He looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly and said in a low voice, boy, why don't you kneel in front of His Highness the Third Prince?" While they were talking, an extremely strong pressure emanated from the man's body, pressing down on Yang Kai. He was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and he seemed to have been on the battlefield for a long time, so his Emperor pressure had a strong bloodthirsty aura to it. Anyone who came into contact with it would immediately tremble in fear and lose most of their will to resist. Yang Kai was indifferent. He was still standing there. It seemed that only a gentle breeze was blowing his hair. He looked at the brawny man and said, "A country bumpkin has not seen much of the world and does not understand etiquette. Please don't blame me, master. We will leave now." While speaking, he was about to leave with Zhu Qing. It didn't matter if this was the third prince or any of the other princes, it was impossible for him to kneel. As for Zhu Qing, it was even more impossible. She was a member of the dragon race. Even if she died, she would not kneel to a mortal. So, it was better to leave first to avoid more trouble. Unfortunately, he didn't get what he wanted. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to leave, the brawny man glared at him and shouted, "How dare you!" Like a mad bull, his big palm slapped down on Yang Kai's shoulder. With a loud bang, Yang Kai's body was as steady as Mount Tai, but a violent force spread from his body to his feet, shattering the stone floor. Yang Kai rolled his eyes, glanced at the brawny man, and said lazily, "Master, what is the meaning of this?" The brawny man showed a surprised expression and grinned, "No wonder you are so arrogant. It turns out that you have some skill. Unfortunately, you have met me." As he spoke, the strength in his hands suddenly became more violent. Blue veins bulged on his thick neck, as if he was using all his strength to push Yang Kai to the ground. Yang Kai glanced at the others and saw that the remaining guards were looking at him coldly. They seemed to think that he had committed some taboo and had to be punished. The third prince, on the other hand, had a cold look on his face and didn't care much about him. However, when he saw Zhu Qing, a look of surprise flashed across his eyes, but that was it, and he didn't pay any more attention to him. His gaze crossed the crowd and half of the human sovereign city and stared at a certain spot with a fiery light shining in his eyes. He was still standing here, probably waiting for his subordinates to teach Yang Kai a lesson, so that the residents of the human sovereign city would know the price of offending him and learn to respect their superiors. The brawny man was still putting pressure on Yang Kai. At first, he had a look of confidence on his face because he also noticed that Yang Kai was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. In the case of the same cultivation, he wasn't afraid of any opponent, let alone this inexplicable brat in front of him. But as time passed and his Emperor Qi surged, his face gradually became ugly, because no matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't shake this brat in front of him at all. It was as if this brat had taken root in the ground, and there wasn't even a trace of him moving. After a while, the brawny man's face turned red and his tower-like body began to tremble. Obviously, he was a little weak, but he was riding a tiger and couldn't get off, so he could only hold on. He had greatly underestimated his opponent. Yang Kai's face darkened slightly as he looked past the brawny man and stared at the third prince. It's a virtue to know when to stop. The third prince turned a deaf ear to him, his eyes still fixed on a certain spot in the human sovereign city, as if his whole mind was immersed in it and he could no longer perceive anything. Yang Kai snorted and raised his hand to slap the brawny man. He had already secretly warned this third prince, but since the other party didn't take it seriously, there was no need for him to care about other people's face. As for the consequences of slapping someone's face, who cares, he'll just have to enjoy himself first. Everything had happened too quickly, and the brawny man hadn't thought that Kai Yang would actually fight back. By the time the palm had reached him, it was already too late for him to defend himself. Not to mention, his mind had been preoccupied with how to suppress Kai Yang, so how could he have the time to gather his strength to defend himself? This light palm seemed harmless, but it caused the brawny man's expression to change drastically. His whole body flew high into the air like a kite before landing heavily on the ground. Everyone was shocked. Those kneeling on the ground secretly looked up and immediately cried out in alarm when they saw this scene. Obviously, none of them had expected this to happen. In the human sovereign city, there was actually someone who dared to clash with the third prince's guard, and in the presence of the third prince. This person was probably out of his mind to do such a stupid thing. It was a pity that the beautiful woman beside him would also suffer. Who knew what would happen to her? Although the third prince's guards were shocked by Yang Kai's counterattack, they reacted extremely quickly. Without saying a word, they rushed forward and instantly surrounded Yang Kai and Zhu Qing. Among these guards, there was one second-order Emperor Realm Master, two first-order Emperor Realm Masters, and the rest were all from the third-order Dao Source Realm. Each of them had a strong foundation, and it wasn't surprising that they could break through at any time. Although Yang Kai hadn't been here for long, the quantity and quality of the Emperor Realm in the human sovereign city still surprised him. He didn't know how the cultivator here cultivated, but it seemed to be very common in the Emperor Realm. Such a lineup of guards could be considered luxurious, especially when the third prince himself was also a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Many masters surrounded them but didn't attack. They were just waiting for the third prince's order. As long as the third prince said the word kill, they would immediately pounce on Yang Kai and Zhu Qing and tear them to pieces. No matter how strong these two were, provoking a prince in the human sovereign city wouldn't end well for them. Surrounded like this, Yang Kai was calm and collected. The corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. Zhu Qing also bent down and put down the black puppy, standing quietly beside Yang Kai. Did you just come from outside? The third prince suddenly retracted his gaze and asked Yang Kai. Is it that obvious? Yang Kai frowned. He was a little surprised that this guy would ask about this. The third prince said lightly, if you had stayed here for a few more days, you would have understood that it's not a wise move to start a conflict with a prince in the human sovereign city. Yang Kai grinned, so that's how it is. The third prince really has sharp eyes. That's right, my husband and I did just come from outside. The third prince gently nodded his head and said, the outside world has its own rules, and this place has its own rules. I'll let it go this time, but I hope that you can follow the local customs next time. After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a deep look and walked straight past him. The guards surrounding Yang Kai and Zhu Qing heard their master's words and didn't have any intention of making things difficult for them. They immediately turned around and followed him. Even the brawny man who was sent flying by Yang Kai didn't look at them when he passed by them, as if he hadn't fought with Yang Kai at all. That's right. After walking a dozen steps, the third prince suddenly stopped and said without looking back, I'll let you know that I'm letting you go not because you've shown enough strength, but because it's your first offense and I'm giving you a chance to turn over a new leaf. Yang Kai frowned slightly and moved his lips towards Zhu Qing. Although there was no sound or sound transmission, Zhu Qing still understood the meaning of Yang Kai's words. This guy is really arrogant. Zhu Qing covered her mouth and giggled. Pa. The third prince seemed to casually snap his fingers. Yang Kai's face suddenly changed and he let out a groan. Zhu Qing's beautiful face paled as she stared nervously at Yang Kai and said, You're bleeding. Saying so, she hurriedly took out a silk scarf from her space ring and placed it under Yang Kai's nose. Yang Kai reached out and took the silk scarf, covering his nose as he stared incredulously at the third prince walking away. Why are you bleeding? Zhu Qing frowned, puzzled. She had watched the conflict from beginning to end and hadn't seen any signs of injury on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai still had a nosebleed. This was obviously abnormal. Let's find a place to talk. Yang Kai's expression was dignified as he pulled Zhu Qing away. The surrounding residents of the human sovereign city slowly got up and moved to the sides, as if avoiding snakes or scorpions. Chapter 2955. In a tea house, high-quality tea was being steamed, exuding a unique fragrance. Yang Kai and Zhu Qing sat opposite each other, while the black puppy rested on a corner of the table, its eyes closed. What happened just now? Zhu Qing asked in a low voice. Even now, she still couldn't figure out how Yang Kai was injured. Although the injury wasn't serious, it was still bleeding. It was impossible to say that it was the third prince's doing. She knew very well how strong Yang Kai was. How could a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master injure him? And all it took was a snap of his fingers. If the third prince really had this ability, then he wouldn't be far from the great emperors. This human sovereign city isn't simple. Yang Kai loosened the scarf covering his nostrils. The blood had stopped, but the scarf was a mess, so he put it away. Zhu Qing was shocked. Was it really the third prince who injured you? Yes, Yang Kai nodded. How is that possible? Zhu Qing's expression changed slightly. Could it be that he was hiding his strength? She was shocked. What kind of master was hiding his strength that even she couldn't see through? If there really was such a person, then his strength was too terrifying. No. Yang Kai shook his head. That guy wasn't hiding his strength. His strength is that of a first-order Emperor Realm Master. Then how could it be? Zhu Qing's mouth opened slightly. How do I put it? Yang Kai frowned as he recalled the scene just now. After a long time, he said, there is an extremely strong force in the human sovereign city, and the third prince seems to be able to control this force at will. It wasn't the third prince who injured me, but that omnipresent force. Although this was a bit awkward, the meaning was very clear. Zhu Qing naturally understood, so she asked in a daze, what kind of force is that? I don't know. Yang Kai shook his head. Do you remember the woman who warned us not to provoke people with leaves on their chests? Zhu Qing patted the table and said, the third prince seems to have a leaf symbol on his clothes. Yang Kai grinned, and it's the symbol of a 9-leaf cultivator. He then pointed to the sky and said, you may not have noticed, but the people flying in the sky all have a leaf symbol on their chests. It's just that there are different numbers. Hearing what he said, Zhu Qing quickly released her divine sense to investigate. She found that it was indeed the case. Among the people flying in the sky, no matter how strong they were, none of them were ordinary people. All of them had the symbol of a tree leaf embroidered on their chests. These people probably have a very special status in the human sovereign city. That's why they're the SSS, SSSS, SSS, SSSSS, they's, and there's. Zhu Qing frowned and said, isn't there a bit too many royal relatives? Yang Kai said with a smile, that's why most of those fellows only have 1 or 2 leaves. It's rare to see someone with more than 5 leaves. The third prince, for example, is a 9-leaf cultivator. It seems like he's someone with authority. Zhu Qing said, I remember now. Steward Liao, who was in the cave before, seemed to have a similar symbol on his chest. Not bad. Yang Kai nodded. That's why he's able to control the space array over there. That's why he has the master seal of the human sovereignty. Even if the couple is stronger than him, they have no choice but to swallow their pride. TSK. It's good to have special privileges. What are you thinking? Zhu Qing looked at him coldly. Yang Kai said solemnly, what I'm trying to say is that only the royal relatives can mobilize the mysterious power in the city. That's why they can easily defeat those who are stronger than them. Naturally, I don't think every royal relative has such an ability. Perhaps, there are some limitations. For example, only those with more than 5 or 6 leaves are qualified to do so. The more leaves they have, the more power they can mobilize. Emicham, you seem to have a point. Zhu Qing did not think too much about it. She did not think there was anything wrong with Yang Kai's words. Yang Kai sneered. At the end of the day, it's still the law of the jungle. It's just that some people here can borrow a special power. This power seems to be everywhere in the city of human sovereignty. Can we stop it? Zhu Qing asked. Yang Kai shook his head. I can't say for sure. Earlier, the third prince didn't go all out, and I wasn't prepared for it. Hence, I don't know if I'll be able to stop it if it really comes down to it. The most important thing now is to figure out what the hell that power is. Only then can we deal with the problem. Should we ask around? Zhu Qing suggested. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. There's no need for that. Why? Because, someone's coming to us on a silver platter, little fool. Yang Kai smiled at her. Zhu Qing said angrily, You're the little fool. Yang Kai's words reminded her that ever since she entered the city of human sovereignty, her IQ seemed to have dropped. When she thought about it, it was probably because she felt like she had someone to rely on. Hence, her judgment and observation skills had plummeted. She did not feel good about this, but she did not reject this feeling. Master, since you're here, why don't you come and sit with us? Why are you all alone without anyone to talk to? Yang Kai suddenly turned his head and looked at a table not far away. There was only one customer at that table. He looked to be in his 50s, had a goatee, and had a refined appearance. At first glance, he looked like a teacher. His cultivation was restrained, and his aura was ethereal. It was impossible to judge his strength. This guy entered the tea house right after Yang Kai. When he heard Yang Kai's words, the goatee did not hesitate. He stood up and sat down. He did not look at Yang Kai or Zhu Qing. Instead, he was interested in the little black dog that was lying on the table, pretending to be asleep. The aroma of tea filled the room. Yang Kai picked up the teapot and filled his cup. He said, What's your name, sir? The goatee picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He said calmly, A good dog. Yang Kai smiled. It's just a little mutt. What's so good about it? You flatter me. The little black dog did not have any special characteristics. As long as it did not reveal its return to Ruin's bloodline, no one would notice anything unusual. The goatee shook his head. I'm not talking about it. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. If you're not talking about it, then you're talking about me? The goatee stroked his beard and said calmly, You're worth teaching. Zhu Qing's face turned cold. She immediately wanted to teach this old man a lesson. This old man did not know what he was talking about. He actually dared to insult her man in front of her. How could Zhu Qing tolerate this? Yang Kai gave her a look, telling her to calm down. He laughed. Sir, you're really interesting. I'm a human. How can you compare me to a dog? The goatee said, Sometimes a human is not as good as a dog. A human has its disadvantages, but a dog has its advantages. Yang Kai sneered. Then which family's dog is it? The third prince's family? The goatee's face turned cold, but he did not flare up. He nodded. You're right. Yang Kai said, I've heard people say that a dog that bites doesn't bark, and a dog that barks is trash. It seems like you're a good dog. Zhu Qing snorted. Don't compare him to Bow Wow. Bow Wow is much better than him. She seized every opportunity to vent the anger in her heart. Reaching out, she hugged the black puppy and gently combed its fur. The goatee said, It's not up to me to decide if I'm a good dog. It's up to the third prince. If he thinks you're a good dog, then you're a good dog. If he thinks you're not, then no matter how strong you are, you're still a dead dog. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Sir, are you here to beat the dog and eat its meat, or do you have other plans? The goatee pushed the teacup in front of Yang Kai and motioned for him to fill it. He said calmly, Dog meat doesn't taste good. The third prince isn't interested. Yang Kai said, Oh, so you're here to recruit a hunting dog. Whether it's a hunting dog or a domestic animal depends on your performance. The goatee picked up the teacup again and took a sip. It's rare to see strong people from the outside. The third prince thinks you're not bad, so he's willing to give you this opportunity. Whether you can seize this opportunity or not depends on your performance. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head. I'm sorry. Sir, you're ambitious. It's your freedom to be someone else's domestic dog. I don't think the same as you. My wife and I don't want to do anything. We just want to raise a dog. We're not interested in being a dog. The goatee put down the teacup. His expression didn't change. He seemed to have expected this. He nodded and said, I've heard some things about the outside world. Maybe you used to be a tyrant and can call the wind and summon the rain. But this is the human sovereign city. It has its own rules. An outsider like you will always have to suffer some losses before you understand the rules of the human sovereign city. As he spoke, he stood up and casually threw down a wooden token. He said, This is the third prince's token. If you can escape this calamity, then you have the qualifications to become the third prince's hunting dogs. If you don't, then it means that you're nothing more than this. When he finished speaking, he floated away. At the same time, a dozen figures rushed in from all directions, surrounding the tea house. Seeing this, the other customers in the tea house turned pale with fright and hurriedly fled. The owner of the tea house looked at this sudden scene with an expression of wanting to cry, but he didn't dare to act rashly. Because he recognized the identity of these people. Yang Kai rubbed his head and said with a headache, What do you mean by giving a data club? Zhu Qing looked around coldly and said, They don't seem to be the same people. Yang Kai suddenly said, If there's the third prince, then there must be the first prince and second prince, right? I don't know which group they are from. It seems that they're not as united as before. The two of them didn't try to hide their voices, so the cultivators gathered around the tea house could hear them clearly, but all of them remained indifferent. No one stood up to explain anything to Yang Kai, as if they were waiting for someone to appear. They were indeed waiting for someone. Not long after, there was another sound on the street. Then, a huge palanquin came from the other end of the street. The people carrying the palanquin were all Dao Source Realm cultivators. They didn't move at all and the palanquin flew steadily.